In this topic, I'll describe what HR can do to help managers in the performance management process. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 3 and covering Learning and Development, which is worth 10% of the exam. The second course in the series is Performance Management, which is highlighted in red. An effective performance management process helps to establish alignment with the business's missions, visions, goals, and objectives. It creates a strong link between performance evaluation, compensation, training and development, and career development. HR plays a vital role in finding tools and developing processes to make the system workable so that managers and the employees will be committed to the system, which will produce the results that will help improve organizational performance. This table overviews the processes across learning and development and will serve as a quick reference to locate these activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there's no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the center column is performance management. It contains the processes that guides and directs employee performance over a period of time. It provides the tools and assets to assist in systematically assessing an employee's performance against the established standards to develop personal and professional capacity in meeting organizational objectives. We'll take an overview look at the performance management process by beginning with the definition and then taking a look at the program guidelines and then what is required to make it effective to improve business results. People, including their skills, their knowledge, and contributions, as well as their innovations, are the soul of the performance management systems and practices. Performance management is the process in which the organization maintains or improves employee job performance utilizing performance tools, coaching, and counseling and feedback. Because individual contribution drives the business results in a business, the practices involved in performance management are of great interest to the growth and sustainability of the business. A business's philosophy and structure is represented through its organizational values and strategic goals. The values are principles and create standards of behavior, which is most important in how the business will conduct itself and shape its future. The values can be positive drivers of behavior, such as treating everyone with respect, or negative drivers, which causes behaviors that may be less than desirable in the workforce, such as being tethered to your smartphone to respond to texts or calls, which creates an unbalanced work-life structure. Well-defined values that are clearly communicated helps employees gain a sense of purpose and have a better understanding of how their job fits in with organizational priorities to help drive better employee performance. Employees' goals and milestone achievements are the signs that reflect success of the organization and assist the workforce in perceiving the organization's progress and how their performance plays a part. It's an important role for both HR and management to consistently and clearly communicate the business's goals and strategic direction. The American National Standard Institute, ANSI, publishes a set of guidelines explaining how performance management should be implemented. This standard assumes that organizational effectiveness is enhanced when all employees know and share the strategic goals of the organization and know how to achieve their individual goals. According to this new standard, effective performance management involves 3 processes. Goal setting. This is the process of establishing objectives to be achieved over a period of time. Performance reviews. This is the process of assessing progress towards goals. Performance improvement plans. This is the process of addressing specific individual performance issues. Over the years, consensus has developed about the number of elements of an effective performance management system. All human resources functions are associated with evaluating and rewarding employee performance. It occurs at all stages of the employee life cycle, daily, weekly, monthly, and annually, using multiple tools and systems. In some cases, corrective feedback is needed to change employee behaviors through the discipline process. It helps to improve job performance through performance planning, performance evaluation, mentoring, and continuous feedback. Performance management involves all the human resource functions associated with evaluating and rewarding employee performance. Effective performance management programs serve at least 5 important key functions. 1. Guide human resource decisions. 2. Reward and motivate employees. 3. Promote personal development. 4. Identify training needs. And 5. Integrate human resource functions. In this video, I'll share the elements of effective goals in the goal-setting process. Goals are objectives to drive performance towards achievement. They set the expectations for outcomes agreed upon by the employer and the employee. They may be project goals, duties to be fulfilled, or measurements of behavior. Effective goals motivate and inspire, increase success rate, and help to focus and reduce frustration. The table shows 3 types of accomplishment goals and a stretch goal. The 3 accomplishment goals are different based on the level of control applied. The most control is applied over the process goals, and the least control is over outcome goals. Performance goals. These goals set the standards at which process goals will be performed. They focus on the results that affect the bottom line. Meeting these goals on process goals will help to achieve outcome goals. Outcome goals. These goals are specific and spell out the results to be achieved in the end. They may be goals like winning a certain percentage of the market or hitting a certain sales target. In these cases, outcome goals compare performances with those of other competitors. With most outcome goals, steps can be taken to influence the outcome, but the results are ultimately not in your control. Process goals. These goals, also called procedural goals, are the behaviors or strategies that will help performance and increase the chance of achieving the desired goals. These goals set the path to an outcome goal. Process goals are self-controllable. Stretch goals. These are especially challenging to reach. They are used to expand knowledge, skills, and the abilities of high-potential employees. Most organizations require that employees have stretch goals. SMART goals differ from regular goals because this framework has a specific criteria that can be remembered by the acronym SMART to help provide the structure in achieving the desired results. SMART stands for specific. This involves being specific with every part of your SMART goal. What do you want to accomplish, and what will you do to achieve this goal? Measurable. Making your goal measurable will help to track your progress. What data can be used for goal measuring? Achievable. Making your goal attainable ensures its success. Is achieving this goal possible? Relevant. Making sure your goal is relevant ensures it relates to other broader goals, or rather, your ultimate goal. Why is this goal important? Time-bound. This takes into account the time period that this goal needs to be achieved by. When does the goal need to be accomplished by? Let's review how SMART goals were used to write the color-coded goal to hire 10 new reporters. Due to increased demand, we will hire 10 new reporters by the end of the year to supplement news coverage by adding 1 to 2 monthly hires. Specific, in blue, 10 new reporters will be hired. Measurable, in red, progress can be tracked by hiring at least 1 to 2 employees each month in order to achieve this goal by the deadline. Achievable, in green, the increased demand is driving an increase in revenue, so the salaries will be covered. Relevant, in purple, there is more news to be covered, so this makes sense that there will be sufficient work to be covered by everyone. Time-bound, in orange, this allows by the end of the year to complete this goal, which seems to be reasonable. To close out the goal-setting process, there are 3 additional sub-processes. Documentation. The previous period's goals and feedback should be used to cross-reference with the development of new goals and the current feedback. Goals should be documented and added to the employee's personnel file, and the employee should receive a copy. Revisions. Organizations must constantly adapt to the economic and competitive factors, and therefore they need to align performance reviews with changing organizational missions, business objectives, and marketplace demands. Therefore, goals should be revisited as changes occur in the business. Adjustments. A process should be established to allow employees and managers to comment and update progress towards goals on a regular basis. The frequency should be no less than quarterly. In this video, I'll distinguish between performance evaluations and performance appraisals during the performance review process. The business review process will vary by a business's practices, strategies, objectives, and organizational culture. An effective performance review requires a continuous and timely performance feedback process. It will establish clear and specific goals and expectations at the outset of the performance management cycle. It measures performance against performance standards, and it acknowledges documented outcomes. It is important to have a two-way individual conversation between the manager and the employee, preferably at least once a year. An important aspect of performance management is performance appraisal, performance evaluation, and performance assessment. These terms are used interchangeably to describe the process of reviewing how well employees perform their duties during a specified period of time. However, there are some distinctions. Performance evaluation. This reviews progress. It identifies problems in planning or implementation. It aims at achieving outcomes. Performance assessment. This is the process of documenting. It is usually in measurable terms applied to knowledge, skills, and abilities. It paves the way for the final evaluation. Performance appraisal. This is a periodic formal review. It is a reactive and limited function that evaluates past performance. It is the last step of evaluation. The performance review process is a structured way for employers to assess, recognize, and reward employees fairly. Performance reviews help employees understand what they contribute to their organization and where they can improve and develop. Starting from the top center and moving to the right, planning session. This is a dialogue that includes performance feedback and measurement against clear and specific goals and expectations established at the onset of the performance management cycle. Regular feedback. A feedback process that is continuous and timely throughout the review period so that employees know how they're doing and what is expected. Tracking. A process for acknowledging the outcomes of the performance review process that is documented between the manager and the employee. Formal review. A two-way individual conversation between the manager and the employee at least once a year. Rewards and recognitions. This is acknowledging or incentivizing employees for a job well done. This should be a separate conversation from performance. The performance evaluation process has the potential to be a powerful tool for building an important relationship between the supervisor and their direct reports. It is to help employees determine their aspirations and the planning and development needs. It helps to allocate rewards and opportunities, provides feedback and counseling, and should be communicated continuously. Outcomes. This is to set clear expectations, establish commitment to mutual understanding, provide constructive feedback, and improve productivity, and to establish training and developmental needs. Measuring performance requires focusing on the most important aspect of an employee's job. Deciding what to evaluate is in part a value judgment. The personal values of the individuals who designed the evaluation system will be reflected. Performance criteria are the written standards by which performance is evaluated. It helps evaluators maintain objectivity. It informs employees about expectations, giving them a target or goal for which to strive. Human resource managers are expected to help line managers identify the appropriate performance criteria and develop an acceptable evaluation procedure. These are some of the criterion problems. Deficiency. Performance measures leave out some of the important job duties are considered deficient. For example, measurement of an employment interviewer's performance is likely to be deficient if it evaluates only the number of applicants hired and not the quality of those hired or how long those hired stay at the company. Contamination. This includes irrelevant criteria in performance measures that will contaminate the measure. For example, appearance might be a contaminating criterion in measuring the performance of telemarketing sales representative whom customers never see. Overemphasis. Too much focus on one or two criteria can lead to problems. For example, overstressing the number of tickets written by a police officer or the revenue generated by a sales representative may lead to the employee ignoring other performance areas. Performance standards are generally organized and disseminated by the senior leadership in the business or by task owners. They define the expected levels of employee performance. Sometimes they're labeled benchmarks, goals, or targets, dependent on the approach taken. They should be realistic, measurable, clearly understood standards that benefit both organizations and employees. It's important that employees know and understand what specific performance is expected of them in performing their jobs and associated accepted behaviors. They fall into two categories. Behaviors and activities. What does the organization want the employees to do? They are the focus of most performance evaluations, especially for managers. They're easier to measure and include personal development that should focus largely on behaviors. Outcomes or results. This is what the organizations want the employees to produce. They are more important if measuring for results. They are often contaminated by outside factors such as economic conditions. They are best for compensating employees and other personnel actions. Performance reviews serve at least 5 important organizational functions. Identify issues and problems, verify performance data and observations, help to make recommendations for training. Build mutual rapport, they help develop competencies, and provide the information to promote personal development. Guide human resource decisions, share promotion and other job information, discuss disciplinary actions and performance improvements. Reward and motivate employees, provide the data to award pay increases, integrate human resource functions, help to prepare for appraisals. In this video, I'll describe the different types of performance evaluation methods. Performance appraisals are an annual process that involves evaluating an employee's performance and productivity against the predetermined set of objectives for that year. It also helps to evaluate the employee's skills, strengths, and shortcomings. The results of this performance appraisal process determines the employee's wage increase and promotion. Although there's no such thing as a universally accepted performance appraisal method, most organizations accept the Strauss and Sales classification, which uses 2 categories: traditional methods and modern methods. The objectives of performance appraisals varies from business to business, and depending on the industry and company size, the appraisals methods will vary as well. The traditional methods rate an individual's personality traits such as loyalty, judgment, knowledge capacity, etc. These methods take a goal-oriented approach and evaluate work results. From the top left and moving down, rating methods are the most frequently used for evaluating performance. Ranking methods. The objective of a ranking method is to order a group of employees from the highest to lowest along some dimension. From the top right and moving down, narrative method. These are essays that typically describe the employee's job responsibility and how well the employee has performed. Classification procedures. This is a simple categorization of the individual into several categories. Ratings are simple markings of performance level. The performance appraisal methods include the graphical scale on the left. This is the most frequently used procedure for evaluating performance. The graphical rating scale appears in numerous forms and are used to evaluate both performance characteristics as well as personality characteristics. In the center, the checklist method. This form lists employee traits in the form of statements with yes or no answers. Upon completion, the form is sent to HR for evaluation. On the right, the forced choice method. The employees are provided with ready-made statements that they can only answer yes or no to. There are 2 steps involved in developing these scales: selecting the characteristics and scaling the characteristics. The objective of ranking methods is to order a group of employees from the highest to lowest along some dimension, usually overall performance. There are 3 different methods for rank ordering a group of employees. On the left, ranking method. The supervisors rank the employees from best to worst based on their merit. Then they provide detailed descriptions of why the others were not the best or the worst. In the center, paired comparison method. In this method, the performance of each employee is compared with the other employees, and then the decision on whose performance is better is made. On the right, forced distribution. This is also called the bell curve rating or stacked ranking, and is preferred by many employers as it creates a visible differentiation between performances of each employee. It typically chooses the normal distribution curve to represent the performance distribution and ensures that a small fraction of the entire workforce is placed at either extreme, which is the outstanding performers and the poor performers. A relatively large section of the workforce falls in the middle distribution. The simplest performance evaluation form is a blank sheet of papers on which supervisors are asked to write a free-form essay describing the employee's performance. They typically describe the employee's job responsibilities and explain how well the employee has performed them. On the left is the essay evaluation. This requires a detailed description of an employee's performance. The description should include details of their relationship with coworkers, their strengths, and their weaknesses. In the center, the critical incident method. This method requires the recording of the critical behaviors of each employee that makes a difference in the effective or non-effective performance. The results may be taken into consideration when evaluating performance or considering promotion or bonuses. On the right, the field review method. This is an appraisal done by someone outside of the employee's own department, usually corporate or HR. It's useful for managerial level promotions when comparable information is needed. The classification procedure is possibly the easiest procedure to use, but it's also the most unreliable and biased unless it's carefully developed and closely monitored. It categorizes an individual into one of several categories, such as high versus low or outstanding versus poor. Modern methods are developed on personality traits and focus on the evaluation of job achievement. They focus on creativity, integrity, goal-oriented approach, leadership qualities, and tend to be more objective. They include these 5 methods. From the top left moving down, management by objectives, MBO. This is primarily a management philosophy. Behaviorally anchored rating scales, BARS. This is similar to the graphic rating scales. Moving to the top right and moving down, behavioral observation scales. An evaluator records the number of times various behaviors are observed. 360-degree appraisal. This is a multi-rater feedback system where everyone associated with the employee gives feedback. Assessment center. This employs multiple assessment methods and exercises to evaluate a range of competencies. Management by objectives, MBO, is primarily a philosophy of management that espouses a positive, proactive way of managing rather than a reactive way. It is also a performance evaluation procedure because employees are required to develop specific, measurable objectives, and to the extent to which they achieve these objectives, they are evaluated and reported. The focus is on goal setting, to develop clear, precise organizational objectives, delegation, to coordinate individual goals to achieve the overall organizational objectives, evaluation, corrective actions when needed to achieve the planned objectives, feedback and reviews, systematically measure and review performance. Behaviorally anchored rating scales, bars, are similar to graphic rating scales, except that the scales are described more accurately by specific behaviors. The scales are typically developed using the critical incident technique, since those descriptions are specifically effective or ineffective behaviors and the best characteristics to include in an evaluation. An example of bars is shown. A large number of essays are collected to describe both positive and negative behaviors, which are called critical incidents. The behaviors are analyzed and classified into small number, 6 or 8 job dimensions. For each dimension, a list of behaviors are created and ranged from extremely effective to extremely ineffective. The evaluators are asked to independently rate each item on a 7-point scale. The final scale is developed using 6 to 8 job dimensions with corresponding behavioral anchors. A newer rating method similar to bars is called behavioral observation scales. An advantage of this method over bars is that it asks the rater to only describe the frequency of that behavior, whether to evaluate the quality of the performance. The evaluator simply records the frequency that the various behaviors were observed. No decision is made on whether the behavior was good or bad. 2 additional appraisal methods that are used require multiple evaluators. The 360-degree appraisal. Feedback on employee behavior and performance is gathered from multiple sources: subordinates, peers, superiors, and external contacts. A supervisor or manager compiles a summary for review with the employee. Assessment Center. This evaluates an employee's potential and performance for advancement into management. This is a series of activities that usually occurs over 2 or 3 days. It is designed to replicate actual job tasks and responsibilities. It is an excellent predictor of job performance. In this video, I will share the process to conduct evaluator training and the common errors made to support the performance management process. The process of training employees who participate in the performance reviews is strongly recommended. Evaluator training should be conducted each cycle for all employees involved in the process. Different levels of training will be dependent on each person's role. To be effective, at a minimum, the employee and the manager should receive training. The most common types of training includes instruction on the guidelines for the performance review steps, timelines and activities, expected outcomes at each step, and the responsibilities, which should be provided to the manager and the employee. Performance appraisals are more accurate and useful when the evaluations come from sources closer to the person being rated. They all need adequate opportunity to observe the behaviors of the employee prior to providing these ratings. There are several types of evaluators: supervisors, peers, clients, the employee, teams, and subordinates. Training those individuals who conduct performance appraisal is one way to make the experience, if not pleasant, at least more effective. This training can be facilitated by the Human Resource team using role-playing to give the evaluators the opportunity to experience and practice. Some of the topics for training include process and timing, so everyone understands when information is due and what will happen during the evaluation cycle. Performance criteria and job standards, so everyone is evaluating on the same objectives. How to deliver positive and negative feedback. How to create training and developmental goals using the SMART methodology, and how to avoid some of the common rating errors. Several elements should be included as part of the effective annual review. Supervisor assessment. Review the goals and objectives set at the beginning of the review cycle and whether their anticipated results were achieved. Evaluate whether any deficiencies occurred because of inadequate performance or whether the results of circumstances outside the employee's control, such as a change in the organizational direction. Develop a plan to address the discrepancies. Employee self-assessment. This should be a two-way conversation, so the employee should be asked to assess their own performance as part of the appraisal. Give employees advance notice of the scheduled meeting to allow time for reflection about the past performance as well as goals that they may have for the future and areas of professional development that are of interest to them. Assessment from others. It is important for supervisors to obtain feedback from those who have worked closely with the employee. This gives an opportunity to find out areas of concern or outstanding performance which a supervisor may not be aware of. This may also include 360-degree feedback. Goal setting. A key component of the review is to plan and use changes in the strategic plan and the supervisor's goals and objectives to help plan the employee's goals. It is important for employees to participate in setting their own goals to facilitate their commitment to achieving them. Development goals. Supervisors can provide development opportunities for employees to address any areas of deficiency or to prepare them for the next level. The performance evaluation process has been severely criticized, and the criticisms have prompted some managers to abandon performance evaluations as a useless and perhaps harmful practice. Some of the major criticisms of performance evaluations are listed. Central tendency, clustering everyone in the middle of performance categories to avoid extreme or good or bad performance. It's easy to do, but it's wrong. This isn't fair to employees who are really making an effort and can be demoralizing. Contrast effect. This occurs when the managers rate an employee by comparing him or her with other employees. Favoritism. Overlooking the flaws of favored or nice employees, especially those whom everyone likes. Grouping. Excusing below standard performance because it's widespread. Everyone does it. Guilt by association. Rating someone on the basis of the company they keep rather than on the work that they do. Halo horn effect. So the halo, letting one positive work factor affect the overall assessment of the performance. Horn is the opposite, letting one negative factor discolor your opinion. Leniency and severity. So this is rating the employees either softly or harshly, potentially based on personal bias. Recency, ratings only on the recent performance, something good or something bad that has just recently happened, whereas data should be representative over the whole review period. Stereotyping, this is generalizing about an employee's performance based on a specific group, such as age, experience, location, or potentially school. The sunflower effect, rating an employee high regardless of performance to make yourself look good or be able to give more compensation. Bias, allowing your bias to influence the rating. Bias can come from attitudes and opinions about race, national origin, sex, religion, veteran status, disability, hair color, weight, etc. Grudge, evaluating based on the current period, also called retaliation. Preparation prior to a meeting with employees help alleviate some of the stress and discomfort that many evaluators feel, particularly when they're new to giving feedback. The goal of the process is to make sure that employees know that they're valued team members and to motivate them to continue positive performance and improve in areas in which they may be deficient. Discuss evaluations. Open with an upbeat note. Start the discussion with a friendly greeting. This sets the tone for the rest of the session, and then lay out the framework for the discussion. Walk through the evaluation and provide specific information regarding the rationale behind the ratings. Set goals for the next cycle. Even as the appraisal is reflected on elements of the past, the objective should be focused on the future development and action. Create a plan to implement. To help facilitate the employee's growth and development, there should be agreement on a line of action. This should be based on the performance review results. Any action agreed upon must have deadlines and a means of evaluation. Discuss follow-up. Summarize the discussion, ask for final questions, have the employee sign hard copies of the evaluation, and end with positive expectations. The performance appraisal can be stressful and much time is spent on planning the in-person meeting. Equally as important is documenting the meeting. When preparing a formal written assessment, refer to the business's guidelines to ensure compliance. If there is not one, create it so that there's a level of standardization. From my years of professional practice, here are my principles to coast through the process. Consistent. Keep notes on all employees, not just a few. Objective. Use objective criteria. Accurate, but avoid conclusions. Support job-related observations with facts, but avoid conclusions. Specific, focus on deficiencies, not causes. Timely, document situations as they happen. Remember that others may read your comments, so keep the COAST principles in mind. Training those individuals who conduct appraisals is one way to make the experience, if not pleasant, at least more effective. In most cases, this will include submitting the paperwork to HR for retention and processing salary changes if necessary. Encourage supervisors to make continuous feedback as part of the daily interactions with employees. Remember, appraisals with no surprises are easier on supervisors and their employees. Without a formal evaluation program, employers cannot defend their decisions to hire, fire, promote, discipline, or compensate. A defensible procedure should satisfy the following criteria. Identify objective job-related criteria. Document performance events. Communicate performance standards. Use reasonable care. And to train evaluators. In this video, I will share how to use performance improvement plans to effectively improve an employee's performance. A performance improvement plan, or PIP, is designed to facilitate a constructive conversation between the manager and the employee. The PIP process documents objectives to address an employee's unsatisfactory performance issues. It is designed to help an employee correct issues and shift their behavior, or move towards stated consequences that is agreed upon within a specified period of time. HR acts as a broker to help the manager and employee ensure successful completion of the PIP and to ensure that the requested changes are reasonable and attainable. HR's role is to help provide the guidance and necessary expertise in setting up the disciplinary process to be fair and equitable, and to make sure when the performance improvement plan requires changes that it makes sense, and to ensure they're applied uniformly and consistently throughout the organization. In a well-designed performance management program, it may include a policy to implement performance improvement plans so that when the issue arises, employees understand what is required and expected, as opposed to expecting the following acts. A variety of employee situations can necessitate the requirement to establish a PIP, and the key is to remember that PIPs are success plans and not termination plans, and therefore should not be worded as such. Managers must be adequately trained in constructive coaching techniques to help them avoid treating the process as though it's a step in progressive discipline. In addition, it's important to understand the cultural implications of a PIP. Generally, 80 to 90% of employees who are put on a PIP tend to leave the organization during the PIP period. Therefore, it's important to communicate how this tool will be used during the performance process. The PIP is designed to improve behavior and performance and not to punish. It should be used consistently and fairly and must be part of the overall performance management process. Organizations should define acceptable criteria and unacceptable behaviors and penalties for violations. The elements of the PIP includes goals, which are specific targets to help the employee modify their performance, timelines, which outlines the timeframes for goal attainment, and outcomes, which are definable measures of success against the goals. An effective performance improvement plan is a partnership between the manager and the employee and should not be one-sided. Every step from the initial discussion about the poor performance to the defining the weekly checkpoints should be a co-creation and working together to determine how the solution can be achieved by both parties. Here are the steps to provide a general outline for setting up the PIP. Moving from left to right. Concern. Meet with the employee to discuss the performance plan. Let the employee know ahead of time the purpose of the meeting and ask for input. Also give the employee adequate time to prepare. Goals. Clearly define together what tangible success looks like and when it should be achieved. Typically, this is about 4 to 6 weeks. Discuss why the marker of success is important to the team or organization and how it helps move everyone forward. Get on the same page for how a successful outcome will be measured. Agree on the methods of measurement. Develop a plan during the meeting for how to reach a success using SMART goals. Timeline. Set up 4 to 6 weekly checkpoints. Discuss what success for each weekly checkpoint might look like and what will be the measurable output. Feedback. During each weekly checkpoint, discuss the progress made to date based on the metrics previously agreed to. Review. During the last weekly checkpoint, declare success or act on the predetermined consequences. In addition to a written plan, a visual timeline of the meeting is a good idea to reinforce the plan. The sample PIP timeline shows the scheduled meetings. There are multiple meetings scheduled over the given time period. The regular touch points can be done via a chat session, for example. There are periodic checkpoints, which are scheduled in person to track the progress before the goal is expected to be completed. The final review meeting is at the end of the PIP to close out the plan and take the agreed action. When the plan is presented to the employee, schedule the meetings together so that the plan is already in place. The Individual Development Plan, or IDP, also known as a Clear Development Plan, is a career planning tool designed to strengthen employee skills and to help develop the employee for future opportunities. It is used to call attention to employee development areas which may or may not indicate a performance deficiency. The intent is to help the employee achieve goals in defining upcoming performance period for the employee's personal career development. The added bonus is that it usually forms the basis for strategic partnership between the two parties. Though some employers may use IDPs synonymously with PIPs, it is outside of that scope. However, IDPs may be used in conjunction with a performance appraisal process as a final documented step to assist employees in goal setting and individual development for future career development plans. In this video, I will distinguish between coaching and mentoring. To help raise performance levels, two popular types of employee development programs are coaching and mentoring. On the left, coaching is a short-term process of training and supervising employees to better their performance. On the right, mentoring refers to the long-term counseling process carried on to guide and support an employee's career development. Coaching is a capacity development process that is time-bound and well-planned. An individual or group learns to improve performances through workshops, seminars, and other similar activities. Coaching helps in uncovering professional capabilities of employees, understanding their strengths and weaknesses, identifying their potential, build their skills, and other developmental areas, all of which are helpful for the accomplishment of the business goals. Coaching takes time, skill, and planning, and the measure of a coaching session's success lies in the results. If it doesn't lead to change or the desired behaviors, it is not effective. The coaching process shown identifies the following steps. From the top center and moving to the right, contracting. The coach, an expert who may be a senior employee or someone external to the organization, has agreed to provide specific service over a period of time to a group of employees or to one specific employee. Assessment. The coachee, the employee receiving the service, is analyzed on their performances and other job behaviors for the purpose of increasing efficiency and identifying training needs for further improvement. Feedback and action plan. The coach and the coachee set specific measurable goals, agree on the next steps in terms of actions and timing, and then gain a commitment. Active learning. The coach follows the employee's progress and creates a list, wiki, or library of best practices and learning tips based on the experience and the employee's input. Review. The process is to provide an open face-to-face communication between the coach and the coachee. This is to help the employee attain social and emotional maturity and effectiveness. Coaching is a skill set for leaders and professionals in other fields outside of HR. Specifically, coaching is a competency area for HR professionals in the domains of talent development, training, facilitation, and organizational development. This table shows the potential coaching opportunities. Type of employee. During the employee life cycle, development should be an ongoing process to meet the various needs. Training time. This time should support the job requirements. Coaching time. This will be dependent on the focus area. Assigned coach. Help in developing good coaches is important, and HR can help when it comes to making coach assignments by making matches and developing coaching skills. Focus area. Leveraging the data from the performance feedback process to help identify focus areas. Mentoring is a human development activity in which a person known as a mentor is connected with another person called a mentee who has less knowledge and experience to provide open face-to-face communication, focus on general development and psychological well-being, provide encouragement, insight, and counseling, and to help the employee attain social and emotional maturity and effectiveness. Mentoring can be provided either by a person outside the organization or an individual who's within the organization that possesses good knowledge and experience. Usually, coaches and mentors are part of the management in the business and should have the right leadership qualities. Leaders are equipped with the skills that make their sessions effective and successful. Furthermore, the staff or employees look up to their leaders as role models. A critical step in becoming a good coach or mentor is making the other party feel comfortable. This requires authentic connection where both parties feel respected and understood. Here are 4 tips that can help. Build a rapport and get to know the employee. Greet employees warmly and personally. Remember, the person with the most power or authority is responsible for making the other person feel comfortable, so always be kind and warm with employees. Engage in active listening. A coach or mentor should deliberately relax his or her posture when meeting with an employee. If the employee makes a particular sensitive or important point, lean in to indicate interest. Ask open-ended questions. Instead of launching into an issue, a coach or mentee can ask open-ended questions such as, how's it going? How was the weekend? So that conversation can begin with a more casual and natural tone. Both humility and humor are grounded in vulnerability. These qualities make coaches and mentors seem real and lay the groundwork for authentic connections. Being a coach or mentor is not an easy role to perform. These roles are very crucial to the business and its people, and because of this, when investing in coaching and mentoring programs, quality must be observed in the terms of processes, standards, and the people assigned to these roles. Performance management is both a strategic and integrated approach to delivering successful results in organizations by improving the performance and developing the capabilities of teams and individuals. Through this course, we discuss the activities and roles in the performance management process, the types of performance evaluation methods which can be categorized under traditional and modern methods, and the importance of evaluator training each performance cycle. The performance management is driven towards the development of high-performance leaders and fostering employee motivation. HR plays a role in facilitating the process and enabling evaluators to be successful. We reviewed the ANSI set of guidelines explaining how performance management can be implemented. The three components include goal setting using the SMART goal framework, performance reviews distinguishing between performance evaluations, performance assessments, and performance appraisals, and performance improvement plans, PIPs, sharing why it is best included as part of a well-designed performance management program. And as a supporting mechanism, we address coaching and mentoring, which emphasize the value of these roles for the business. The performance management process is crucial for businesses to boost employee productivity and improve their outcomes. HR's role involves facilitating and improving the performance of employees by building a conducive work environment and providing maximum opportunities to employees who are participating in organizational planning and the decision-making process. In learning, we will take a behind-the-scenes look at organizing a training program. In this topic, I'll describe the process and considerations when creating a training program. On the PHR exam overview chart, we'll be addressing Functional Area 3 and covering Learning and Development, which is worth 10% of the exam. The last course in this series is Learning, which is highlighted in red. Learning is often defined as a lasting change in behavior that is the result of experience. When you think of learning, it might be easy to fall in the trap of only considering formal education. However, learning is realistically an ongoing process taking place throughout all life and incorporates both formal and informal learning. In addition to training employees for current needs, comprehensive learning activities are looked on as investment in future competencies and create a factor from which organizations may compete. Training and development refers to the programs designed to keep employees successfully adjusted to the workplace. We'll begin by level setting on the various terminologies used and then take a look at the necessity for this function within the business. As shown in the diagram on the left, the terms learning, training, and education all refer to similar processes. Learning is a process that enables people to acquire new knowledge, learn new skills, and perform behaviors in a new way. Training refers to the acquisition of special skills or knowledge. Education is more general and attempts to provide general knowledge that can be applied in many different settings. Training and development is an indispensable part of human resources, with both activities aiming to improve the performance and productivity of employees. Training. It's time-bound and budget-sensitive and often imposed and driven by systemic change. Generally, it's done in groups and accountable to authorities. Training is dependent on a trainer. Development. This is a continuous and internal process. It is optional with factors in personal change and growth with a view that's based on an internal agenda. Mainly, it's an individual and accountable to oneself. Development can be independent. Learning is a domain that offers training and development opportunities to meet organizational requirements and customer service and team building sessions to enhance working relationships and improve the abilities and skills of employees. The training and development function is a process of supporting and continuously enhancing performance to reach organizational goals through additional learning, education, and improvements. The team helps plan and implement training for organizational events. As well, it helps to facilitate HR programs for personal or professional enrichment. Training requirements are completely dependent on the job's technical involvement, safety hazards, social structures, or teamwork and compatibility of the employee. New employees. From induction, it starts with company orientation and learning the job responsibilities. Professional and technical workers. Developing employees for specific roles and expanding technology and the growth of new knowledge. Experienced workers. Training is needed for new and changed jobs in addition to annual compliance training. On the left from the top, the 3 soft skills that are most often reported as being missing are 1. Problem solving, critical thinking, innovation and creativity. 2. Ability to deal with complexity and ambiguity. And 3. Communication. On the right, from the top, the 3 most reported missing technical skills are 1. Trade skills, such as carpentry, plumbing, welding, and machining. 2. Data analysis or data science. And 3. Science, engineering, or medical. HR plays an important role in helping to ensure that the organization has the right skills. Scan internal and external environment to identify critical learning needs and opportunities. Ensure alignment of learning and development activities with strategic goals. Gather input from stakeholders. Use workforce analytics and cognitive tools to guide development. Evaluate and measure performance to continually improve upon programs and activities. In this video, I'll review the federal laws and regulations relating to learning activities. The acts shown here are separated into 3 groups by each row. The group in the top row has 3 acts which are the primary legislation listed from the earliest to the most recent. They'll be covered in summary format indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found will be provided. The group in the middle has 4 acts which are listed from the earliest to the most recent. Their coverage will be highlighted. The legislative summaries are included in the employment legislation course. The group in the bottom row has 4 acts which are listed from the earliest to the most recent. Their coverage will be highlighted. Their legislative summaries may be covered within their specific functional areas. The Trademark Act of 1946 is a legislation that created federal protections for trademarks and service marks. Officially, it was called the Lanham Trademark Act and set forth the requirements for registering a trademark or service mark for legal protection. Trademark protection safeguards the exclusive use of a trademark that has been registered with the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office or a trademark that has been established by a business or entity or individual through its use for commerce. A trademark, which is considered a legal property, is a symbol, logo, phrase, or word that a company or individual or entity uses to identify and distinguish itself and its products. The Patent Act of 1952 was passed by Congress to clarify the language on patent law and significantly simplified the existing laws by placing all of the details together. Complex technology to simplify ideas and their incremental improvements are patentable under a design, utility, or plant patent. A utility patent with periodic maintenance fees protects inventions for 20 years and grants the inventor the right to exclude others from making, using, or selling the invention. A design patent protects the original ornamental design of a functional item for 14 or 15 years, dependent on when it was filed. The original curvy Coca-Cola bottle is an example of this. A plant patent is a grant to protect new and unique plants with key characteristics. Created by the Patent Act, Title 35 of United States Code groups patent law into categories with different operational responsibilities, which are highlighted on this chart for reference. Part 1, Patent and Trademark Office, covers provisions for governance, its powers and duties, and related matters. Part 2, Patentability of Inventions and Grants and Patents, sets out conditions under which patents may be obtained and the related procedures. Part 3, Patents and Protections of Patent Rights, relates to the patents themselves and the protection of rights under patents. Part 4, Patent Cooperation Treaty, was added in 1970 and was the first major alteration to the Act. It simplifies filing of patent applications in other countries. It helps to expand programs to file foreign patent applications and to seek applications abroad. The Copyright Act of 1976 offers protection of original works for authors so that others may not print, duplicate, distribute, or sell their work. For businesses, if anyone writes technical instructions, policies and procedures, manuals, or even email responses to customer inquiries, it would be a good idea to speak with an attorney and arrange some copyright agreements to clarify whether the employer or the employee who authored those documents will be designated the copyright owner. Written agreements can be helpful in clarifying any possible misunderstandings. The use of musical, literary, and other original works without permission of the owner of the copyright is prohibited under most circumstances. The copyright owner is the author of the work with two exceptions known as work-for-hire exceptions. The first is that an employer who hires an employee to create original works as part of their normal job duties is the owner of the copyright because the employer paid for the work to be done. The second exception is that the copyright for work created by a freelance author, artist, or musician who has been commissioned to create the work by someone else is owned by the person who commissioned the work. For trainers who want to use the work of others during training sessions, two circumstances do not require permission. Public domain. Copyright protects original works for the life of the author plus 70 years. After that, the works may be used without permission. Works for hire are protected for the shorter of 95 years from the first year of publication or 120 years from the year of creation. Other works in the public domain include those produced as part of the job duties of federal officials. Some works published without notice of copyright before January 1, 1978, or those published between then and March 1, 1989, are also considered to be in the public domain. Fair use. The Act specifies that use of a work for the purpose of criticism, commentary, news reporting, or teaching, including multiple copies for classroom use, scholarship, or research, is not an infringement dependent on 4 factors. 1. The purpose and character of the use. Is it to be used for profit or non-profit educational purpose? 2. The nature of the work itself. Is it a work of fiction or is it based on facts? How much creativity did it require? 3. The amount of the work. How much of the work? 1 copy or 50? Or what portion, a paragraph or entire chapter, that will be used? The effect. What effect will the use of the material have on the potential market value of the copyright work? Permission for use of copyright protected material that is outside the fair use exceptions can generally be obtained by contacting the author or publisher of that work. These 4 acts provide equal access to training. The Civil Rights Act, Title VII, 1964. Title VII makes it unlawful for public or private employers, employment agencies, licensing agencies, and unions to refuse to hire, to fire, or otherwise discriminate against any individual in compensation or the terms or conditions of his or her employment based on certain protected classes. Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967. It is unlawful to discriminate against employees 40 years of age or older with respect to any term, condition, or privilege of employment, including arbitrary and age-biased discrimination in hiring, promotion, training, benefits, compensation, discipline, and terminations. The Americans with Disability Act, 1990. Title I of ADA prohibits private employers, state, local governments, employment agencies, and labor unions from discriminating against qualified individuals with disabilities in applying for jobs, hiring, firing, and job training. Uniform Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act, 1994. This act protects civilian job rights and benefits for veterans and members of the reserve component. It requires that reasonable efforts, such as training or retraining, be made available to enable returning service members to refresh or upgrade their skills to help them qualify for reemployment. These 4 acts impact training. The Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938. According to regulations, an employee's time attending a meeting, seminar, lecture, or training must be counted as hours worked unless it meets each of the 4 requirements. The attendance is outside the employee's regular working hours. The attendance is in fact voluntary. The meeting, seminar, lecture, or training is not directly related to the employee's job, and the employee does not perform productive work while attending the meeting, seminar, lecture, or training. If each of these 4 requirements is met, the employer does not need to count the employee's time attending a meeting, seminar, lecture, or training as hours worked. The Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970. Many OSHA standards explicitly require employers to train employees in the safety and health aspects of their jobs. A policy statement has also been issued to reiterate the guidelines that employees requiring training by OSHA standards must have that training presented in a language and vocabulary that the employees can understand. The Mine Safety and Health Act of 1977. Mine employers are required to develop and implement a written plan that contains effective programs for training new miners and newly experienced miners, training miners for new tasks, annual refresher training, and site-specific hazard awareness training. The Needle Stick Safety and Prevention Act of 2000. The Act requires that employers will develop standardized curricula on bloodborne pathogen exposure prevention and selection of use of safety engineered devices, provide annual instruction to all workers at risk of sharp injuries on the appropriate use and disposal of safety devices, and to develop training strategies for the introduction of new devices so frontline workers understand the proper use and disposal. In this video, I will share how behaviors are acquired through learning theories and applications. The major theories include classical conditioning, operant conditioning, and social cognitive theory. These theories are also known as reinforcement theories since they explain behavior in terms of reinforcing consequences of behavior. They explain how individuals acquire new behaviors and why their present behavior is sustained. Classical conditioning occurs when 2 stimuli are repeatedly paired. Operant conditioning. Behaviors are dependent on or controlled by its rewards and consequences. Social cognitive theory. Knowledge acquisition directly related to observing others within the context of social interactions, experiences, and outside media influences. Classical conditioning is a type of learning that happens unconsciously. It is the process that occurs through associations between unconditioned stimulus and a neutral stimulus. It is a form of behaviorism in which specific stimulus produces a predictable response. For example, if a telephone call consists of one harassing problem after another, the sound of a ringing telephone can become a conditioned stimulus, eliciting high blood pressure. Operant conditioning is a type of associative learning. It is a process of learning through reinforcement and punishment. According to operant conditioning, behavior is a function of consequences, and 5 reinforcement contingencies explains the relationship between behavior consequences. Starting from the bottom left and moving around the circle. Positive reinforcement contingencies. The correct response is followed by a positive reinforcer. Punishment contingencies. The wrong response is followed by an unpleasant consequence. Avoidance contingency. A response is made to avoid an unpleasant consequence. Escape contingency. An unpleasant consequence is experienced and a response must be made to terminate it. Extinction contingency. no reinforcement is provided after response in effort to terminate it. Social cognitive theory emphasizes the importance of vicarious learning, symbolic thinking, and self-regulatory processes in understanding human behavior. Vicarious learning, also called intimative learning, refers to the process of learning by observing others, watching how they behave, and seeing the consequences that they experience from their behavior. According to the social cognitive theory, behavior is influenced by the environment, but at the same time, the environment is influenced by the individual's behavior. As visualized on the left, the environment, behavior, and personal factors such as skills, values, and physical limitation interact to influence each other. This interaction is called reciprocal determinism. In this video, I'll share the importance of adult learning theories. The adult learning process was called andragogy to separate it from pedagogy, which refers to the art of teaching and the methods of instructions that are used. Andragogy is learner-centered, focused on what is happening to the learner. It implies a shared concern for learning rather than a pedagogical expectation that learning will take place no matter what. The 4 principles of andragogy are listed on the left. Requires involvement. Adults need to be involved in the planning and evaluation of their instruction. Experience-based. Experience, including mistakes, provides the basis for the learning activities. Enhanced by participation. Adults are most interested in learning subjects that have immediate relevance and impact to their jobs or personal lives. Problem-centered. Adult learning is problem-centered rather than content-oriented. Malcolm Knowles was an American educator best known for his works on coining the term andragogy for adult learning. To support his theory, he suggested the 4 principles applied to learning and also hypothesized these 5 assumptions about the adult learner. Self-concept. Moving from dependency on others to autonomy on self-directed learning. Experiential learning, drawing on past experiences for future learning. Readiness to learn, involving needs specific to the current condition. Orientation to learn, applying information in current situations to resolve immediate issues. And motivation to learn, coming from a source of personal inspiration and desire versus outside conditions. These 5 assumptions are a good reminder to how adults generally perceive training content. The rate of learning can be analyzed by examining the learning curves, graphs that show numbers or percentages of correct responses during successive learning periods. In the first column, negatively accelerating learning curve, decreasing returns. Increments in performance are large in the early stages of practice but become smaller as practice continues. A negatively accelerating learning curve is probably the curve that occurs most frequently. Positively accelerating learning curve, or increasing returns. In this learning curve, learning proceeds slowly at first and then gradually improves. It typically occurs when the material to be learned is very difficult or complex, such as when a trainee lacks the necessary background or aptitude, or when motivation is low at first but increases as mastery improves. The S-shaped learning curve. This combines a positive accelerating learning curve at the beginning with a negatively accelerating curve in later trials. The S-shaped curve probably would describe the most learning situations. A learning curve with a plateau. This is a period where no learning seems to occur. Forgetting refers to the apparent loss of information already encoded and stored in the memory but cannot be retrieved. Forgetting from the long-term memory, LTM, can be explained using theories of interference, retrieval failure, and lack of consolidation. Forgetting information from short-term memory, STM, can be explained using the theories of trace decay and displacement. Trace decay theory. This states that forgetting occurs as a result of automatic decay or fading of the memory trace. This theory focuses on the time and limited duration of short-term memory. The theory suggests short-term memory can only hold information for between 15 to 30 seconds unless it's rehearsed, After that time, the information trace decays and fades away. Displacement. When short-term memory is full, new information displaces or pushes out old information and takes its place. Proactive interference. This occurs when you cannot learn a new task because of an old task that has been learned. This is where old memories disrupt new memories. Retroactive interference. This occurs when later learning interferes with earlier learning, where new memories disrupt old memories. Retrieval failure theory. Information in the long-term memory cannot be accessed, such as information is said to be available but not accessible. It cannot be accessed because the retrieval cues are not present. There are many different ways of categorizing learning styles, and Neil Fleming and Collins Mills' VARKS model is one of the most popular representations. The VARK modalities describes the 4 types of learners that will identify personal learning styles to effectively manage exam preparation time. V is for visual learners. They learn best through seeing, such as slide presentations, videos, and diagrams. If you're primarily a visual learner, it may help you to transform the content into charts, diagrams, tables, and models. A is for auditory learners. They learn best through hearing, such as lectures, discussions, and audio tapes. If you're an auditory learner, you'll probably benefit from participating in a study group. R is for reading and writing learners. They learn best through text, such as reading and writing. If this is your primary style, you'll definitely want to create your own summary sheets or outlines of the concepts while you're studying. K is for kinesthetic learners. They learn best through touching, such as handling objects or construction modeling. If you're primarily a kinesthetic learner, employing computerized exams and Quizlets will be rewarding. Learners may be well versed in more than one learning style, but there's generally a preferred style of learning that works best. Learning retention is about moving knowledge from our short-term memory into our longer-term memory. I'll use an example of what we remember after 2 weeks to share the information in the table. These 4 learnings are acquired through passive learning, generally one-directional with little or no interaction. Passive learning is not bad. It has its place and can be effective in the right situations or when supplemented with other activities. See if you recognize why the other 2 items are generally more effective for the exam preparation. After 2 weeks, we remember 70% of what we say and 90% of what we say and do. The science of learning curve describes that 70% of the new information is lost within 24 hours if we don't make an effort to retain it. Since there is a significant amount of material to be covered for the PHR exam and 24 hours just isn't enough time, generally cramming isn't a good strategy for most people. Therefore, you'll need to make learning active to help increase retention. Here's a quote: I see and I forget. I hear and I remember, and I do and I understand. In this video, I will identify the strategies used to achieve training results. Organizational development requires a good training strategy that will service its developmental needs, such as increased competencies in critical areas, direct work experience for new employees, or simply all well-rounded trained staff. It is a formal document linking training to organizational goals. It shows the value of investments in training programs. It identifies employees who need training and plans accordingly, and ensures that employees will have the skills and knowledge to help move the business forward when needed. In developing the training strategy, it's important to pay attention to the bigger picture and to implement the necessary practices to meet the long-term strategic goals. The training strategy assessment is a systemic inquiry of training needs within an organization for the purposes of identifying priorities and making decisions and allocating finite resources in a manner that is consistent with identified program goals and objectives. There are 3 assessment levels. Organizational assessment. This evaluates the level of organizational performance. An assessment of this type will determine deficiencies that could use a training solution. Job assessment. This examines the skills, knowledge, and abilities that are required for affected occupational groups. It identifies how and which job discrepancies or gaps exist, as well as examining new ways to work that could fix those discrepancies or gaps. Employee assessment. This analyzes how well an individual employee is doing in a job and determines the individual's capacity to do new or different work. It provides information on which employees need training and what kind. Training can come at a high cost, but should not be the sole consideration. Other delivery factors should be considered and weighted to determine the best solution. Leveraging on-site versus off-site training as the major drivers, these considerations have been incorporated. Advantages. On-site. If presented in a conference room or lunchroom, it will be convenient for employees to attend the training. They can leave their workstations and return without having to spend travel time. They will also be available to answer questions that may arise during the training period, which allows other work to proceed without having to wait for them to return to answer. This tends to provide greater transfer of training since it is done at the workplace. Off-site training. When trainees leave the work area, they're able to focus on the training content and they think more broadly about the implications of what they are learning. Training that involves complex learning and reasoning is best presented away from a work site. New and unique environments such as mountain retreats and beach houses facilitate creative thinking and fresh approaches to important problems. Disadvantages. On-site training. There is a tendency for work distractions to diminish the value of training. There's also an extra administrative burden to have suitable facilities and support the services. There will be no additional attendees from other companies to allow for networking and learning from one another. Off-site training. Off-site training will cost more than if the sessions are run in-house. Employees will need to take time off from work as well as they will be away from the office. In addition, they will need to travel to the training venue, which can cost additional time and money. Obstacles to learning can result from the social and working environment. These everyday challenges are not only counterproductive, but also have a negative effect on the employee's ability to engage in training. The resistance to learning can be caused by intrinsic or extrinsic factors such as low tolerance for change, lack of trust, peer group pressure, bad previous experience, and lack of organizational commitment. In this video, I will share the different types of models for instructional design. When training has been identified as a proper intervention to an organizational challenge, a program must be selected or in some cases developed. Instructional design models help instructional designers make sense of abstract learning theories and enable real-world applications. They help provide structure and meaning to a learning problem. They have common principles and patterns that are used to design learning experiences, courses, and instructional content. Instructional design models are used to explain the processes used to design and develop instructions. There are several models that can be used in different settings. These are three of the most popular ones. ADDIE. ADDIE is a 5-stage process that provides guidelines to create effective training material. It stands for Analyze, Design, Develop, Implement, and Evaluate. Most instructional design frameworks are variations of ADDIE. The acronym AGILE stands for Align, Get Set, Iterate, Implement, Leverage, and Evaluate. It is used to accomplish content chunking to break up large amounts of training content into more manageable modules. SAM, the Successive Approximation Model, relies on repetition and collaboration. It is an agile development process that emphasizes collaboration, efficiency, and repetition. ADDIE is a 5-step linear process that focuses on approvals and exit criteria for each step before advancement. It is a classical waterfall approach for development. It was developed by the Florida State University for the U.S. Army. The ADDIE's waterfall approach allows teams to follow a series of steps at each phase. Starting at the top and moving around the circle, analyzing the inputs, designing the solution schema, developing the learning interventions based on the solution schema, implementing the learning intervention, and evaluating the outcomes of the learning intervention. Each step has an outcome that feeds into the subsequent step. The Agile Instructional Design is a project-oriented approach introduced by Conrad Gottfredson, a performance support practitioner. It encompasses the 5 stages involved when designing e-learning experiences: align, get set, iterate and implement, leverage, and evaluate. It is geared toward meeting the needs of today's businesses to be agile and adaptive. Businesses are always looking for faster and more efficient ways to train their employees and to improve the on-the-job performance. Agile is an iterative process that gives them the opportunity to use collaboration, feedback, and iterations to streamline the e-learning design and development process. This does not only speed up e-learning course development time, but it also makes the finished e-learning deliverable more successful. Starting on the far left with align and then moving to get set. Number 1, instructional designers meet with stakeholders to brainstorm and formulate a plan for moving forward. 2, all members of the group agree on the content and prioritize the impacts. 3, the content is discussed and developed rapidly before another meeting is called to address any modifications or additions. 4, once all issues have been remedied and concerns have been discussed, the team meets and repeats the process again for each section. Every segment of the content is fully developed prior to creating the next module or the next unit. This process becomes iterative until the full content is developed. SAM was developed by Michael Allen, the chairman and CEO of Allen Interactions, Inc. It relies on the Agile philosophy to focus on an iterative process of analyze, design, and develop. Using this basic iterative approach, the ideas and assumptions of the focus groups are discussed, remodeled, and checked before full-scale development, and thus creating a minimal viable product in less time. Designers engage in a collaborative cycle process that begins with analyzing the training needs and gathering information, designing the project plan and brainstorming for input, and then developing content with the real-time changes identified. A typical SAM method has 3 phases. The preparation phase, which is a very short phase. This is generally a one-time and quick phase to gather information for the background and knowledge. The iterative design phase. This phase kicks off with a savvy start, where the initial team brainstorms and establishes the base outcome of the project. It is similar to the project kickoff meeting. This is iterative, and the design keeps bouncing around the team members and all stakeholders until everyone agrees upon a final design. The iterative development phase. Here the team loops through the development, implementation, and evaluation. The key stages include a final design proof, alpha, and beta before rolling out the gold. As the instructional product is being developed, the team continually analyzes and evaluates so that at any point in time, if a change needs to occur, it can happen quickly and limit any risk of the project moving out of budget or time. With a feedback loop and upfront results, this approach recognizes reviewing iterations during the development and not after deployment. SAM's popularity lies in the fact that the framework can adapt to the scale of the development of the project. A simple project with less complex learning interventions can have a simple analyze, design, develop approach, while a complex project may develop an extended approach with as much as 8 phases. The ADDIE, Agile, and SAM models are instructional design tools used for creating training programs. The ADDIE model is distinct in that it applies to building training content as a whole, whereas Agile and SAM chunk training into small units for easier consumption and revision. These methodologies also share similarities, such as the first 2 phases. While ADDIE and Agile models continue with a one-to-one phase mapping, they all align to a combined phase for SAM. An instructional design model is just that, so there is flexibility to adapt to fit the specific needs. What is important is that the components address all the key issues and is consistently applied. Here, both the waterfall and agile models in the display, both the waterfall and agile models have been overlaid to address these strategic training issues. Employing a project manager with strong coordination skills will help to ensure the processes and cross-mapping will remain aligned. In this video, I will define the different types of training analysis methods. Training is an effective tool for improving productivity and increasing operational efficiency, but it's not the answer to every organizational problem. Training can solve problems related to employee skills or knowledge about specific processes, but it cannot solve problems because of structural or system issues. Before developing a training program, it's important to find out what is causing the problem and whether training is the appropriate solution. To do this, we take a look at the training needs assessment and analysis using these steps. Step 1. Identify clear business goals that the training supports. Step 2. Determine the tasks workers need to perform so the company can reach that goal. Step 3. Determine the training activities that will help workers learn to perform the task. And step 4, determine the learning characteristics of the workers that will make the training more effective. A needs assessment should first be conducted to evaluate the specific deficiencies to be addressed. It determines whether the training will solve the problem, and if it will, proposes possible solutions. Starting at the top and center of the process cycle and moving to the right, here are the steps. Step 1, identify the goal. The needs assessment begins with identifying the desired outcome. Step 2, gather and analyze data. This requires collecting relevant information that will be used to determine the cause of the problem. Step 3, identify the training gap. Compare where the business is going and where it wants to be, and then assess the training gap. Step 4, determine the training goals. The performance gap is a starting point for identifying and correcting the actions that need to be put in place. And step 5, propose the solutions. This should include a comprehensive list of possible solutions with the estimated budget impact and the training timeline. The result of the needs assessment is a proposal that describes the desired outcome, the current situation, and the gap between the two. The proposal should include as many alternative solutions as feasible, with the estimated cost and time needed to implement each of them, and the learner and development's recommended solution. During the assessment phase, a key consideration is whether the program will be created internally, or whether a prepackaged program will be used, or whether the process will be outsourced. These decisions are based on a variety of factors that will be unique to every business and will include the size of the organization, the training expertise of the in-house staff, the uniqueness of the subject matter, and the availability of the prepackaged programs for the topic. For example, sexual harassment training may be best conducted by a trainer specialized in the subject matter who is able to answer in-depth legal questions and what-if scenarios. Conversely, a training program that is specific to a proprietary manufacturing process may be better developed in-house. A need for training is indicated only if the performance deficiency is caused by an inadequate job knowledge or skill. The development of a sound training program requires a systematic approach to gather and interpret data about the training needs. The individual analysis is embedded in the task analysis, which is embedded in the organizational analysis, which is depicted in the visual. Training programs are intended to correct performance deficiencies. A good training program includes organizational analysis, which is how well the organization is achieving its goals, task analysis, the skills needed by the workforce to accomplish these goals, and an individual analysis, the strengths and the weaknesses of the current employees. A task analysis lists the different tasks an employee performs and identifies the kinds of skills and behaviors required to perform them. Since the task analysis identifies what the employees will actually do, it serves as a basis for deciding which activities they should be taught to perform. This analysis largely relies on the ability of an expert to identify the appropriate behaviors and how well they should be performed. A good task analysis identifies a list of the tasks to be performed, where the skills and knowledge are best acquired, the conditions under which the tasks are to be performed, the quantity and quality of the performance required, the skills and the knowledge required to perform each task, and a description of when and how often these tasks will be performed. In this video, I will identify the methods to acquire training. Training programs that realize their value are beneficial to the business and may even boost employee morale. There are lots more reasons to do employee training, such as to improve the communication, boost skills, stay compliant, and holistically, a training program has a strong impact on the business. Here are a few top motivators. Determine effectiveness and efficiency of the business. Improve quantity and quality of productivity. Reduce learning time to reach standards of performance. Create favorable attitudes, loyalty, and cooperation. Satisfy human resource planning requirements. Reduce the number and cost of accidents. And to help employees advance in their personal development. The first step in designing a training program is to translate the training needs into objectives. When the training needs are assessed, the trainer should present the results in behavioral terms. A good needs analysis that identifies clear behavioral objectives contributes to the development of quality training activities and facilitates the evaluation process. The three key areas to developing training objectives are: 1. To start with an active verb to describe what the learner will be able to do at the conclusion of the training. 2. Create a standard of performance which should be expressed in the terms of a number, degree, or accuracy. And 3rd, provide the relevant constraints and time limitations for performing the behavior. The integrated training content design and development processes are an interdisciplinary iterative approach that is focused on collaboration. On the left, the design process kicks off jointly, and the two highlighted steps related to storyboards is where the two teams begin to diverge in their related processes. This is a comprehensive integration mapping that concentrates on optimizing the interaction among the various disciplines to develop and achieve standards for producing high-quality content. Training can use different combinations of inductive and deductive reasoning to help learners learn. On the slide from left to right, the funnel approach. It applies general theories to specific situations using deductive reasoning. The inverted funnel. This does the opposite of the funnel approach. The hourglass. This uses a combination of deductive reasoning at first, followed by inductive reasoning to discover new principles. The tunnel strategy. It involves a systematic presentation of information that must be committed into memory. Benjamin Bloom published his taxonomy on the cognitive domain. The intent was to characterize the types of learning objectives to define the levels of mastery. It covers the 6 levels from lower order thinking to higher order thinking. Learning can occur at different levels, starting from the lower level at the bottom and working towards the top. Knowledge, this is to recall information that's learned, such as defining terms and memorizing facts. The second level is comprehension. This is to know or understand what a message means so you can explain it to someone else. The next level is application. This is to apply what you have learned to solve a problem, so to prepare, produce, or modify information and ideas. Analysis is the next level up. This is to break knowledge into discrete parts so that you can effectively analyze a situation to solve a problem. The next level up is synthesis. This is to bring together ideas to form new solutions, so to organize, plan, construct, and to create. And then at the very top level is evaluation. This is to assess or judge the value or quality of ideas based on specific criteria, such as to recommend a solution, critique a proposal, or judge the merit of an idea. This taxonomy represents a hierarchy of increasingly sophisticated levels, which is called cognitive learning. Content chunking is a strategy of breaking content up to shorter bite-sized pieces that are more manageable and easier to remember. This is a great technique for designing successful online training. It allows learners to easily comprehend what they're seeing, hearing, or reading. Good comprehension leads to the formation of mind maps that quicken the learning process. This information is committed to memory and can be quickly recalled. I've used this course as a model so you can see how it plays out. On the left-hand side, you'll see I started with the course called Learning. Then I've subdivided it into the next level where I've separated training and development as the processes and then into strategy. So really the actual learning of creating a program goes from the strategy and all the different functional areas within the mechanics of a training program design, and all the auxiliary pieces falls under the theoretical pieces of training and development. When training content is developed internally, some of the details may get pushed to the side or lost within the everyday shuffle. Here are 3 key areas to keep top of mind that will require pre-planning. Learning objects. This is a collection of content items such as practice items and assessment items that are combined based on a single learning objective. They make learning objectives reusable by content chunking them appropriately so that they can be used across the business. This saves development time by reusing content in various areas. Testing. Beta testing or user testing in software development is helpful to get the kinks out of pre-release. Pilot testing is a soft launch of the program to a small set of users to test the mechanics of the program before the official launch. Content revision. Content revisions, which applies to both programs, allow time for feedback and to make updates before the final rollout. Training materials. A variety of materials such as leader guide, user guides, or handouts may be required to be developed. When training is offered to multilingual audiences, it will be necessary to translate the materials into the language being used. It's also important to review those translations to be sure that the interpretations of the words used will be acceptable and appropriate. Words and terms used in one culture are not always acceptable and can mean something different. Devising suitable delivery methods for a training program is subject to a number of factors, including what information is to be covered, who will be attending the training, the experience level of the participants, the availability of technology, as well as other items. Blended learning is most effective as it uses multiple delivery methods to enhance the learning experience. Blended learning is the most effective as it uses multiple delivery methods to enhance the learning experience. This term is currently used to describe different ways of combining delivery methods, such as multiple web-based learning tools, a combination of instructor-led delivery with some form of technology, or combination learning technology with the performance of actual job tasks and job performance learning to enhance the user experience. In this video, I will identify HR's role during the implementation phase. Training implementation is the phase of training where all the preceding work comes together for the presentation. Many teams may be involved in executing these steps. Our focus will be on the highlighted steps. On the first row, the second step, order materials and equipment, and then on the second row, starting with the last 3 steps, in the lower right-hand corner with a highlighted box and moving left, plan logistics and implementation, schedule the program, and communicate the program. Trainers should give careful consideration to the kinds of materials that would help trainees to learn new information and remember it. They will be responsible for selecting content that will complement and reinforce the curriculum. The materials typically used includes manuals, handouts, user guides, and audiovisual materials. It will also include assessment sections and critical thinking modules for reinforcing learning. Most important is that trainers have a legal responsibility and moral obligation to obtain permission or pay the respective fees to use copyrighted materials. The effectiveness of a training program is enhanced if the training environment is conducive to the training methods and content. Environmental distractions can dilute or even destroy the acquisition of new knowledge and skills. The ideal learning environments depend on such variables as whether the training is on-site or off-site, as well as space requirements, seating arrangements, and comfortable temperatures. An on-site conference room may provide adequate training space if the size of the group is small or the room is large enough. It may be necessary for a variety of reasons to conduct the training off-site. Although the cost will be greater to rent a facility, the reduction of distractions may result in a more effective training experience with longer-lasting results. The types of training for which each is most appropriate will depend on the amount of space needed for the size of the group and on what training activities will take place. Passive training that requires participants to listen requires the least amount of space, whereas more space is required for situations in which participants will be taking notes or practicing work activities. In addition, the room temperature should be comfortable for most people. Sufficient restroom facilities should be available to accommodate the number of participants, and beverages and food should be easily available and appropriate. A learning management system, or LMS, is a computerized-based program that stores and organizes data related to training and development. It may be a standalone system or part of a larger human resource management information system or other business systems that will help to schedule, track, report on training activities. A layout of the LMS's modules is shown. The components that may be included in an LMS will be dependent on the size of the business and complexity of the training needs. The registration module is in the top left, could be used to automatically enroll students in required courses such as a safety training, which is required by OSHA, and then notify managers when employees don't attend. Using the training resource management module, which is the second box in the left column, this will enable the capability of managing the organization's learning tasks in a wide range of situations, from tracking attendance, maintaining training calendars, to providing planning tools for managers. Businesses that develop their own content will use the Learning Content Management System, LCMS, to create, deliver, and modify course content. This is housed within the LMS, and that is shown in the lower right-hand section within the inner box. In this video, I will define the requirements for training trainers. In an increasingly globalized world and multicultural workplace, professionals face many challenges, including dealing with cross-cultural sensitivities. Two areas to take note of are cultural sensitivity. Emphasis is placed on the awareness building in order to dispel racial bias and stereotypes. An example is a facilitator is a member of a minority group and has lived outside of the home country. The second area is cross-cultural. Focus is on communication, effectiveness, and productivity enhancement. An example is a facilitator is required to speak 2 or more languages and have lived and worked abroad. When looking for trainers or facilitators, these are the top 5 recommended platform skills. Clearly communicates the session's topics, goals, and relevance to the participants at the beginning of the session. Effectively manages nervousness so that it does not distract the participants. Uses humor, analogies, examples, metaphors, stories, and delivery methods other than or in conjunction with lecture or PowerPoints. Faces the participants most of the time and works the room. Summarizes and closes the sessions with energy. There's no one perfect teaching method for every situation. The approach used will depend upon the training circumstances and the materials being covered. The different delivery approaches have been separated into 2 types. Teacher-centered approach. Here the teacher is actively involved in teaching while the learners are passive. They are in receptive mode, listening as the teacher teaches. Learner-centered. They place the learner at the center of learning, and the learner is responsible for learning, while the facilitator or trainer is responsible for facilitating the session. Visual aids are an important part of presentations. They can help to keep the audience engaged, help to establish a point, or keep the presentation and presenter on track. If not used well or in excess, they can also ruin the presentation. Displayed are a variety of tools that can be leveraged, but only if they are necessary to maintain interest and to assist in the comprehension of the presentation. Do not use visual aids just because they're available or can demonstrate technical competence. Doing so makes it harder to get the message across clearly and concisely. Body language can be complex and difficult to understand. Slight shifts in stance and changes in facial expression tend to happen naturally over the course of a conversation or social interaction. However, someone with a constantly erect posture or fixed expression may be putting in a lot of effort to keep their true emotions from showing. Keep these tips in mind. Have a conversation. It never hurts to ask someone how they feel when restless feet or clenched fists are noticed. Consider previous body language. Body language can vary from person to person. If someone's unique body language suddenly seems different, it's a cue that something might be going on beneath the surface. Aim for a level of eye contact. Don't stare or maintain continuous eye contact, but it does help to meet someone's gaze or hold it for the better part of a conversation. Remember to listen. Good communication involves listening. Don't get too caught up in trying to decipher someone's gestures or position so that their words get lost. The 7 C's of communication, also known as the 7 principles of communication, are a useful way to ensure good business communication. Starting at the top of the first column on the left, clarity. Clear or plain language is characterized by explicitness, short sentences on concrete word. Briefly worded information emphasizes the essence of a message. Conciseness. A message is clear when the storyline is consistent and when this does not need to contain inconsistencies. When facts are mentioned, it is important that it is consistent supporting information. Systematically implementing a certain statement or notation also contributes to clear business communication. Concreteness. This is often supported by factual materials such as research data and figures. The words used as well as the sentence structure can be interpreted unequivocally. Nothing is left to the imagination. The top of the second column, courtesy. In addition to considering the feelings and points of views of the target group, it's also important to approach the audience in a friendly and courteous manner. Use terms that show respect for the receiver and contribute toward effective communication. The same also goes for the manner in which you address someone. Correctness. In written business communication, grammatical errors must be avoided and stylistic lapse or wrong use of verbs are not sufficient in verbal communication. A correct use of language increases trustworthiness as the receiver will feel that they're not taken seriously. Top of the third column, consideration. It's important to relate to the target group and be involved. By taking the audience into account, the message can be geared toward them. Completeness. The message must be based on facts, and complex messages needs additional information and/or explanation. A good subdivision of subjects will help clarify the message, as a result of which there would be a complete overview of what is said. The 7 C's of communication have 2 more variations that are often overlooked, namely creativity and credibility. The top of the last column. Creativity is especially important in text when search words are used. It's essential that the search words are consistently used in different settings. Credibility. By creating an atmosphere of trust in a conversation or in text, you credibly add to the message. This can be achieved by clearly striking tone, which indicates the information being discussed contains the right information. My personal addition is connected. We need to be connected socially through people and networks to be successful. Social networking has changed our lives both personally and professionally. It has not taken the place of the human network, but it seeks to enhance it. With the onset of COVID-19, we have experienced an unprecedented change in how we live, work, and interact. We are being forced into a connected world. I may have just added COVID as my number 11. We'll see. In this video, I will share the techniques to assess training program effectiveness. As with all human resource programs, learning activities must be measured for effectiveness. These measures typically relate to whether or not organizational development and learning and development programs resulted in the desired changes. Learning and development metrics include business measure impacts, impact on the production or other outputs, return on investment, what was the cost and return of initiatives, and employee feedback and surveys. The balanced scorecard system will provide evaluation results expressed in figures and, if necessary, in graphs. These 4 major KPIs will influence the effectiveness of training sessions organized for employees. Increase in training budget. The increase in training budget will allow for development of employee skills and investing money in HR programs. However, huge training budgets do not necessarily equate to profits. Managers will need to ensure there's a return on investments. Cost savings. This is the cost saved due to organized training. The more saved, the more efficient the business becomes, which can translate into special bonuses for employees who create new saving methods or reinvest into additional training programs. Cost per employee. If the cost per employee increases while expected profits do not, then something is potentially wrong with the training program. The cost per employee is the average of all money spent on trainings divided by the total number of employees. Expected revenue increase. Trained employees expect to earn more money for their increased skills, and the employer expects these employees to produce more to yield increased profits to cover the costs. If training yields no results, then the program's value will need to be reevaluated. Many programs are often not evaluated because evaluation takes time. However, evaluations are important because feedback helps in the design of future programs and ensures that training programs meet organizational needs. Employee survey results. The employee satisfaction rating from employees can be helpful. Their subjective feelings and beliefs can be converted into subjective scores. Job impact results. The supervisor's feedback or ratings provide feedback that the training had on the employee's performance. Instructor evaluations. This collects learner feedback to ensure that the training needs are being met. It also helps to determine how to improve future training programs. Donald Kirkpatrick was Professor Emeritus at the University of Wisconsin and a past president of the American Society for Training and Development, who is credited with creating the most recognized and widely used training evaluation model in the world. The 4 levels were developed around the time he wrote his PhD. Level 1, reaction. The degree to which participants find training favorable, engaging, and relevant to their jobs. Level 2, learning. The degree to which participants acquire the attended knowledge, skills, attitude, confidence, and commitment based on their participation in the training. Level 3, behavior. The degree to which participants apply what they learned during the training when they're back on the job. Level 4, the degree to which targeted outcomes occur as a result of the training and the support and accountability package. Kirkpatrick certified facilitators stress starting with the end in mind, which means beginning with level 4 and moving backwards in order to establish the desired outcome before planning the training. When this is done strategically, reaching these 4 levels does not have to be any more expensive or time-consuming, but will still help to ensure on-the-job performance of the learned skills and behaviors. As technology innovations accelerate, so does the opportunity to enhance programs and delivery methods. This leads to upskilling the workforce with significant and measurable results that affect all areas of the business. HR should actively engage with stakeholders to show tangible results, achieve desired outcomes, measure program effectiveness, and build HR credibility. Every time I engage in a learning activity, I'm always amazed that there's still more to learn. I am an adult and therefore I'm a lifelong learner. On this journey, we've explored the organizational learning requirements for training and development. We've looked at the key legislation, looked at the learning theories and applications, had a comparative look at the waterfall and iterative design instructional theories and models, and looked at how to establish a training strategy. The demographic changes in the workforce, along with the rapid technological advances and continual skills shortages, are propelling forces that will change the landscape of the future of learning and development. HR professionals are primed to take notice and actively engage to learn how they can prepare the workforce for this change. Large and many mid-sized businesses have one group dedicated to training and development, and when it does not make economic sense to staff a dedicated person or function, these programs can be sourced externally. Whatever HR's role will be, our tour of these processes clarified the activities involved. We had a look at training analysis, training and design development, the training implementation plan and explored activities, guidelines on training and delivery planning for instructors, and looking at techniques for measuring effective training programs. The key function of development plays a vital role for businesses, and this provides HR professionals to lend their expertise and guidance to enhance the capabilities of employees and align their contributions with organizational goals. HR professionals will use their understanding of HR learning techniques and theories to bring creativity and innovative programs to develop the workforce for the business's needs today and in the future. Every overworked person feels that they should be paid more for their jobs. But is that how it should work? In job architecture, we'll examine the approach that enables employers to consistently and fairly apply total reward programs that will ensure organizational effectiveness and help employees navigate their careers. In this topic, I will describe the process used to determine what a job is worth. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we'll be addressing functional area 4 and covering total rewards, which is worth 15% of the exam. The first course in the series is Job Architecture, which is highlighted in red. Job architecture has traditionally been viewed as a baseline for robust compensation redesign and is essential to accomplishing critical organizational redesign initiatives where job structure, workforce leverage, and span of control have become outdated and no longer support organizational goals. It is a systemic analysis that helps businesses build people-based financial systems such as compensation structures and variable pay programs that are equitable and fair. This table overviews the processes across total rewards and will serve as a quick reference to locate the activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the first column is job architecture. This is a systemic and dynamic approach that encompasses the structuring of job levels, job titling conventions, grades, career paths, span of controls, the criteria for career movement, and equitable compensation programs based on the value of a job. All of these activities help enhance organizational investment in talent and, in turn, employees' understanding of their roles and the opportunities for growth and advancement. Effective job architecture improves workforce planning and compensating jobs in a consistent manner that reflects internal equity and competitive market practices. We'll take a look at defining the elements of a total reward strategy by understanding its functions and motivators. Total rewards encompasses the elements of compensation, healthcare, benefits, recognition, and development. Together, they will provide the optimal organizational performance. When these attributes are applied to the functional area, the impacts are shown from left to right. Talent planning and acquisition, The availability of potential employees, labor market conditions influence rewards, learning and development, performance evaluations should be a significant determinant of individual compensation. Total rewards, higher skill levels should lead to higher compensation levels, and employee and labor relations, rewards are negotiated with employee groups and labor unions. Developing a differentiated total reward portfolio will enhance the employer brand and employee value proposition to make the business stand out against the competition and provide valuable feedback to the HR functions. These are the derived benefits: influence potential applicants in the hiring process, deliver a consumer-grade experience, influence performance levels, bias the evaluation process, stimulate interest in training and reinforce development of new skills, prioritize inclusion and diversity, and create adequate and equitable rewards. Motivating employees with incentives and rewards is one way to improve performance and increase revenue generation. It can also be a model for improving employee morale, provided it's done correctly. Attempting to motivate employees in high-pressured or unsustainable ways can backfire and decrease morale. Intrinsic rewards. This prompts a person to do something because the reward provides some degree of internal, personal, or professional fulfillment. For example, paid volunteer days. Not everyone is motivated by intrinsic rewards in the workplace, as it might be internalized as public accolades or increased responsibility that is not valued. Extrinsic rewards. These rewards work from the outside in. For example, an employee reaches a team goal because of peer pressure from the team to succeed to achieve the bonus. These reward programs can intimidate low-performing staffers and frustrate high achievers. For example, if the entire team reaches a predetermined objective and the team has to carry the one person to achieve the goal and they all receive the same incentive, resentment may ensue. HR can be highly effective with designing appropriate recognition rewards through innovation and creativity, and looking to other organizations for best practices and simply getting to know the employees within their own business. Awards can run the gamut from plaques, jewelry, certificates, flex time off, conference attendance, tickets to events, and opportunities to fill in for an advanced position on a temporary or interim basis. A well-designed and executed total rewards program in alignment with business goals will motivate a productive workforce that feels appreciated and rewarded for their contributions. In exchange, the business achieves optimal performance from its employees, which will drive organizational success. Here are some tips. Positive reinforcement. This can be as simple as a friendly greeting, saying thank you, or a compliment on work in progress. Design of work and work environment. Involve employees in the process to enhance the work environment to make it more fun and engaging. Goal setting. Provide regular feedback, recognize achievements the way the employee prefers, make coaching and mentoring a staple. Formal extrinsic rewards. It's not always about more money. Consider non-monetary awards. Go above and beyond to reward great work, like tickets to the employee's favorite concert to show appreciation. Pay for performance systems. Design effective compensation programs that will recognize high achievers and inspire others to want to reach that goal. While employers understand they need to provide a work environment that creates motivation, they also need to provide a work environment that fosters employee motivation. This comes from paying attention to employee relations, communication, recognition, and getting involved in issues that are most important to people. In this video, I will define the total rewards programs. Total rewards is a functional area of human resources that pays and rewards employees. It has operational influence on processing payroll, complying with wage and hour laws, and managing benefits administration. It also has the strategic influence to increase overall employee performance and satisfaction. The development of a sound wage and salary system requires 4 basic decisions. Each decision answers a critical question regarding a business's total reward program. Pay level decision. This is the overall level of the business's compensation structure. The decision answers the question, how much money do members of the business receive relative to people performing work in other businesses? Pay structure decision. This is the pay awarded to different jobs within the business. The decision answers the question, how much money is paid for one job relative to other jobs within the same business. Individual wage decision. This is individual compensation, regular and supplemental earnings. The decision answers the question, how much money does an employee receive relative to the money received by other employees who perform similar work. Indirect programs. These are the incentives to entice employees to perform work efficiently. The decision answers the question, which programs are necessary to attract qualified talent to join and stay. These 4 decisions illustrate the kind of total compensation comparisons that an employee would make in their evaluation decision. The overall total reward strategy which a business pursues should determine the remuneration to its employees. Where the strategy of the business is to achieve rapid growth, the remuneration should be higher than what its competitors are paying. Where the strategy is to maintain and protect current earnings because of declining funds of the business, the remuneration levels should match or even lag the market. 3 categories of factors influencing pay level from left to right are: 1. Organization. Among the internal factors which have an impact on the pay structure are the business strategy, job evaluation, performance appraisal, and the employee. Factors external to the organization that can impact the pay level are labor market, cost of living, government legislation, society, and the economy. In most cases, the cost of living will rise in an expanded economy. Since the cost of living is commonly used as a pay standard, the economy's health exerts a major impact upon pay decisions. Labor unions, the government, and society are all less likely to press for pay increases in a depressed economy. 2. Unionization. The collective bargaining strength of a labor union can also influence pay levels in certain industries. Pay structures in these industries need to be fixed and revised in consultation with the unions for ensuring smooth labor relations. 3. Productivity. Productivity can arise due to increased efforts of the employee being rewarded through piece rate or other forms of incentive payments. Also, as a result of the factors beyond the control of the worker, such as improved technology, sophisticated machines and equipment, better management, etc. Higher wages and lower costs are possible only when productivity increases appreciably. Most businesses have a stated or implied pay level policy, but they tend to communicate the policy verbally rather than in writing. Those with an above average pay policy is more likely to communicate its policy. However, it doesn't mean that announced policy will be followed. A sound pay level policy is expected to achieve 3 objectives: attract an adequate supply of labor, keep present employees reasonably satisfied with their compensation, and avoid costly turnover. These objectives are essential for organizational effectiveness. However, pay level changes seem to have only a small impact on them. The pay structure decision determines how much each job should be paid relative to other jobs in the business. It provides equal pay for jobs of equal worth and an acceptable set of pay differentials for jobs of unequal worth. The amount of money paid for each job is based on the job demands and not how well the job holder performs them, although the pay structure must allow for individual variances based on performance, experience, and seniority. All jobs in the organization are not worth the same rate of pay. Some jobs require greater skill and mental ability than others. Some require greater physical effort, and some entail considerably more responsibility. External equity is a pay level competitiveness versus the market. It establishes the ranges for each position and requires the business to compare pay structures with the market data for similar industries, occupations, and locations. Businesses may decide to make pay decisions that lag, which is pay below the market, match the market, lead, pay above the market. Attracting and keeping employees depends on many non-wage factors, especially unemployment levels in the economy. Internal equity is equal pay for equal work within the business. When businesses leverage market data to establish pay ranges, they incorporate data into their overall pay structure. It helps to promote an equitable process by assigning jobs of comparable value to the same grade range and making the pay range the same for those jobs. This assures that employees within the business are paid fairly versus each other. In this video, I will describe the key components of the job architecture framework. Job architecture is also referred to by its subcomponents: job catalog, job leveling, or job structure. It serves as the foundation of an effective pay program design. It provides the infrastructure for the human capital and financial practices that drive the business. A well-designed job architecture can aid in attracting and retaining top talent, engaging and growing employees, maintaining better controls around the people and costs, and responding quickly to the changing business needs. Job architecture serves as both an underlying framework and a guide that can reflect future talent needs, motivate behaviors that support business strategies, and communicate a consistent language of work. Changes in the organization, such as new HR technology systems, shifts in the business strategy, or revisions to compensation programs are common triggers to job architecture projects. The job architecture framework has three subcomponents as shown in the center. Job catalog is the infrastructure for organizational job codes, titles, functions, and families. Job leveling is a systematic process of determining the business's relative ranking of jobs, and job structure is the equitable distribution between pay grades and ranges to create distributed pay. Job architecture is at the core of human capital strategy as it affects the outputs on the right-hand side, such as key programs for talent acquisitions, learning and development, and performance management, and not always in a good way. When job architecture is outdated, workforce management can become more about reacting than planning. People practices may no longer meet changing business needs for the workforce flexibility or help understand the development of opportunities and career advancement. Businesses sometimes hesitate to modify or create their job architecture structure, as it can be a daunting task to think about analyzing and bringing consistency to hundreds or even thousands of jobs across the business. However, there are many ways to approach the scale and implement the effort to lessen the pain and realize the gain. The diagram shows the three components with key activities. The work can be taken on by each component or individual activities, or by creating a new subcomponent with the desired activities. Job architecture projects creates an opportunity to recalibrate pay practices to better reflect market practices and its total rewards philosophy. The outcome is often the redesign of pay grades and assigning jobs to these grades to reflect the business's updated job structure and career progression. This helps to ensure that pay is administered based on the job's level and responsibility, and that the grade assignments reflect the job's value. In this video, I'll define the value of the job structure process. The job structure process defines pay programs and can be designed to reflect the external and internal value of the jobs. It helps to define discrepancies among the business's pay practices, job design, and market values for the jobs, which helps to build legally defensible and equitable pay system. To accomplish this, a system must be followed from the top to the bottom. Analyze the jobs. Critical elements are provided in the job content to assess the job for all the other processes. Price jobs. This takes a look at the market or other benchmarks to evaluate pricing. Evaluate jobs, using ranking, classification, or other methods to determine the relative worth of jobs both internally and externally to the business. Create the pay structure. This is establishing how grades, ranges, and the range spreads will be tied together to assign equity in the organization. Place jobs in grades and ranges. Grade levels are established and jobs assigned to them. Data is used to build the pay ranges with minimum, midpoint, and maximum pay clearly identified. Administer the plan. This documents the philosophy, processes, and roles to assist managers in executing and maintaining program compliance. Communicate the plan. This provides a fair and equitable structure for making pay decisions. As with all other programs, job structure is no different and will need to be evaluated and adjustments made to improve the process. Pay transparency has been billed as a viable solution to close a gender pay gap, and regulations are using a discrimination framework rather than a retaliation framework. More businesses are taking notice as a lack of equitable pay hinders achieving workforce diversity that is needed for businesses to thrive in today's economy. Pay transparency goes a long way to holding companies accountable to pay decisions being made. In addition, it matters to employees. According to the 2019 Global Talent Trend Study, only 19% of employees in the United States, compared to 22% globally, give their company an A grade for equity in pay and promotion. Also, during the past 5 years, employees' perception of fair pay has declined from 57% to 52%. The potential advantages include supporting the achievement of strategic business objectives, reducing conflict among employees and between employees and management. Some of the potential challenges will include leading to jealousy and performance problems and employees questioning the system's fairness, posing a risk that information may be used for inappropriate or unintended purposes, requiring protection of employees' privacy and proprietary information, and raises individual and cultural concerns about fairness in the global environment. Total rewards are controlled by the financial health of the business in the private sector and the collection of taxes in the public sector. Therefore, the controlling of costs is a key responsibility for management. From the HR perspective, there are 3 key areas that require close attention. 1. Labor and associated costs for most employers is the single largest business expense. 2. Building pay ranges using market data from pay surveys helps to keep salary costs within the budget ranges. And 3. Maintaining compliance by many labor laws to avoid penalties and potential lawsuits will also have the financial impact. Businesses make a significant investment in total rewards programs, so it is crucial to have an accurate measure of the costs as well as to keep tight controls on spending. 3 cost control measures are used. Ranges. Setting limits on the pay ranges aligns with the pay strategy that supports the organizational culture. Using comp ratios to help determine if compensation is competitive will help to guide range exception conversations and potentially deter them. Budgeting. Using a top-down approach to controlling costs will help HR keep costs in line with the expected cost outlays. Auditing. Monitoring expenditures using metrics and dashboards to quickly and easily recognize issues. An effective job architecture reflects future talent needs, motivate behaviors that supports the business strategies, and communicates a consistent language of work for employees. Some of the most visible outcomes of a well-established job architecture includes the infrastructure for the human capital and financial practices that drive the business. It establishes a foundation for effective reward design by determining the value of jobs based on talent drivers, business needs, and market practices. A sound, easy-to-use system for determining the value of jobs based on the talent drivers, business needs, and market practices. A consistent methodology and decision support for assigning job levels and titles that are based on enterprise-wide criteria, which eliminates guesswork and promotes trust and confidence in the business's job assignments and reward practices. And lastly, it improves workforce planning and career paths become logical, transparent, and fiscally responsible to support employees and the business strategy. In this video, I will explain the documentation derived from the job analysis process. Job content creation and determining how to use it to interact with jobs are important. There are 4 specific results that will drive effective job architecture and total rewards. Job analysis. It identifies the job tasks and qualifications of the incumbents. Job documentation. This creates job descriptions and job specifications. Job evaluation. This establishes the values of jobs in the business. Pay structure. This establishes pay grades and pay ranges for the jobs. Job analysis refers specifically to the study of jobs within a business. It accurately depicts and informs talent planning decisions by helping HR professionals understand the skill sets of current employees through skills inventories, the structure of jobs through job analysis. It also identifies the knowledge, skills, abilities, and other characteristics necessary to successfully perform the job, looking at current and potentially the future state. It will form the basis for all human resource practices. In explaining the usefulness of job analysis, we'll start with the job analysis box at the bottom left and then move to the right. Job analysis focuses on what the job holder does and the knowledge and skills and the abilities needed to do it. It then creates job documentation, which derives the content to create job descriptions, which is a summary of the job, and job specifications, which is a statement of essential concepts. This leads to job competencies, which refers to the knowledge, skills, abilities, and behaviors that are essential for successful performance. It describes what people need to know and to be able to do in order to execute their responsibilities effectively. Taking a pause here, we'll take a look at how these competencies are derived. Starting at the top center and working our way back down to competencies again, the Department of Labor provides industry competencies that businesses can use to derive organizational competitiveness. Organizational competencies. Competencies for the organization can be derived through those provided through DOL, or they can be purchased, developed in-house, or in partnership with a consulting firm. However they are obtained, the business creates a competency model that can be used across the business. These are then fed into the appropriate jobs. Now we're back at job competencies where we previously left off. From here, performance standards are now created. This identifies the functions, tasks of a job, and required performance to achieve a specific performance rating. Job profile. This clarifies the details of the job description and outlines the details of the job in a short form and fills in the personality attributes that helps bring the job to life for recruiting purposes. Job analysis and competency modeling are performed for many reasons. Although the American with Disabilities Act does not require job descriptions, the EEOC guidelines encourage employers to prepare written job descriptions listing the essential functions of each job. Some of the major uses of the information includes by functional area, talent acquisition can be used in recruiting and the selection process, in learning and development, for training, evaluation, and the orientation, in total rewards, part of human resource development planning, job redesign, and of course compensation. In employee and labor relations, for disciplining and safety, as well as legal protection. A job description is the best known output from the job analysis and forms the foundation for many human resource functions. The major items included in a job description are the the job identification, which gives the basic identification details, the job summary, which is a general summary of the major responsibilities and components that make the job different from others, the duties and responsibilities, which covers both the essential functions and the non-essential functions may also be included as well, and the job specifications, which includes such items as knowledge, skills, abilities required to perform the job, plus the amount of education and experience that is needed. A job description should be concise, and observable action verbs should be used to describe the specific activities in each major category. A job specification states the minimum qualifications required for performing a specific job. The information typically falls into one of three categories: general qualifications such as experience, training, and specific job preparation, education and professional requirements including high school, vocational education, university degrees, and professional certification, and then knowledge, skills, and abilities. A clear understanding of job content data is critical across HR domains. Using the HR functional areas: talent acquisition, recruit the right talent; learning and development, communicating performance expectations for supervisors and employees, and establishing criteria for job performance. Total rewards, used for benchmarking and to evaluate jobs and compensate employees fairly, and to develop equitable pay structures. Employee and labor relations, to help reduce the organization's liability to discriminatory charges and allegations, as well as to assist employers in recognizing and addressing reasonable accommodations and other legal compliance requirements. In this video, I will share the differences between exempt and non-exempt employees. The Fair Labor Standards Act of 1938, FLSA, is administered by the Department of Labor, or DOL, and covers all employees except those identified in the law as exempt from the regulations. The determination of exemption status is often misunderstood by both employers and employees. Employers often think that they will save money by designating jobs as exempt and paying employees a salary. Employees often see the designation of a job as exempt as a measure of status within the company. Neither of these perceptions are accurate, and jobs that do not meet the legal exemption requirements can have costly consequences for employers. To assist employers in properly classifying positions, the DOL regulations include exemption tests, which is depicted in the process flow to determine whether a job meets these requirements and is therefore exempt from FLSA requirements. If every box can be answered yes, the employee is exempt and not covered by FLSA. The three tests are: in the first box, the salary basis test. For this exemption to be satisfied, FLSA requires the employee to receive a proper salary and is not paid on an hourly basis. If the employee is working on an hourly basis, the weekly earnings will fluctuate with the number of hours that is worked in a given week. This will make it easier to classify the employee as exempt or non-exempt based on the salary amount. To be considered for exemption, it is important that the employee have a consistent weekly salary irrespective of the number of hours worked. The second box, the salary level test. In order to be classified as exempt, an employee must earn $455 or more per week, or $23,660 per year. The weekly earning remains unaffected whether the employee is working full-time or part-time. The third box, the job duties test. The nature of the work performed and the types of duties associated with the job are an important factor to be considered when deciding on exempt or non-exempt status. If all these boxes are answered yes, the employee is therefore exempt, and the categories are listed just below the exempt employee box. However, if any one of the boxes can be answered no, the employee is considered non-exempt and will be covered by FLSA. In the box at the bottom of the screen, A non-exempt employee must be paid in accordance with FLSA requirements. In most circumstances, it requires employers to pay all non-exempt employees an overtime rate 1.5 times the employee's regular hourly rate for each hour the employee worked in excess of 40 hours per week. Certain positions may be exempt from one or all the FLSA requirements: minimum wage, overtime, or child labor. For example, police officers and firefighters employed by small departments or fewer than 5 employees are exempt from overtime requirements, but not exempt from the minimum wage requirement. On the other hand, newspaper delivery jobs are exempt from the minimum wage, overtime, and child labor requirements. Primary duty is defined as the principal, main, or major, or most important duty that the employee performs. Determination of an employee's primary duty must be based on all facts in each case, with a major emphasis on the character of the employee's job as a whole. The DOL looks primarily at the job role performed by the employee and the salary structure to determine exemption, so it's critical for the employer to ensure that the employee is actually complying with the job duties as specified for the job position, since any discrepancy can make the exempt employee eligible for non-exempt paid overtime. The law does not specify a specific methodology for determining the employee's primary duties, but the DOL does give preference to the 50% or more model. The employer must classify each job as exempt or non-exempt once the task to be performed have been clearly determined by the job position. It will also be important to periodically audit the job and the employee's role to ensure that the duties haven't changed to the extent that the FLSA exempt employees should now be treated as non-exempt. Employees who meet the salary basis requirement may be exempt as executives if they meet all of the following requirements. The employee must be compensated at a rate of no less than $455 per week, exclusive of board, lodging, or other facilities. The employee's primary duty, meaning the major or most important duty the person performs, must be managing the enterprise or a recognized department or a subdivision of the enterprise. The employee must customarily and regularly direct the work of 2 or more full-time employees or their equivalent. The employee must have the authority to hire or fire other employees. Then the employee's recommendations about hiring, firing, advancement, promotion, or other changes of job status for other employees must be given a particular weight. The professional exemption includes 3 types: learned, creative, and teaching. Each type is defined separately according to its own specific duties test. Learned professional. The primary duty must be the performance of work requiring advanced knowledge in the field of science or learning customarily acquired by a prolonged course of specialized intellectual instruction. Work is intellectual in nature and requires exercise of discretion and judgment. The employee must be compensated on a salary or fee basis as defined in the regulations at a rate of not less than $455 per week, exclusive of board, lodging, or other facilities. Creative professional. The primary duty must be the performance of work requiring invention, imagination, originality, or talent, and is recognized in the field of artistic or creative endeavor. The employee must perform in the recognized field or of creative or artistic endeavor. The employee must meet the minimum salary requirements, as previously described. Teaching professionals. The employee's primary duty must be teaching, tutoring, instructing, or lecturing in the activity of imparting knowledge. The employee must be employed and engaged in a teaching activity as a teacher in an educational establishment by which the employee is employed. There is no minimum salary or salary basis requirement applied to teaching professionals. In addition, there is no minimum educational or academic degree requirement in educational establishments. The administrative exemption is the least specialized of all the exemptions, and it likely plays into the majority of classification decisions. This also means that it's the most misunderstood and misapplied exemption. Employees qualifying for the administrative exemption do not need to manage others, but they should be empowered to make decisions that can be directly tied to the performance of the business, or as per the FLSA language, matters of significance. To qualify for the administrative employee exemption, all the following tests must be met. The employee must be compensated on a salary basis at a rate of not less than $455 per week, exclusive of board, lodging, or other facilities. The employee's primary duty is the performance of office or non-manual work directly related to the management or general business operation of the employer or the employer's customers. The employee's primary duty includes the exercise of discretion and independent judgment with respect to matters of significance. The administrative exemption will also apply to human resource managers who formulate, interpret, or implement employment policies. When interviewing or screening functions are performed by the human resources manager or personnel manager who makes the hiring decisions or make recommendations for hiring from a pool of qualified applicants, these duties constitute exempt work, even though they are routine in nature, because this work is directly and closely related to the employee's exempt function. Management consultants who study the operations of businesses and propose changes in these businesses generally meet the duties requirements for the administrative exemption. However, personnel clerks who screen applicants to obtain data regarding their minimum qualifications and fitness for employment generally do not meet the duty requirements for the administrative exemption. To be exempt as an outside sales employee, all the following tests must be met. The employee's primary duty must be making sales or obtaining orders or contracts for services or for the use of facilities for which a consideration will be paid by the client or their customer. The employee must be customarily and regularly engaged away from the employer's place or places of business in performing his or her primary duty. In determining the primary duty of an outside sales employee, work performed incidentally to and in conjunction with the employee's own outside sales or solicitations, including incidental deliveries and collections, is considered exempt outside sales work. Other work that furthers the employee's own sales efforts is also considered exempt work. For example, writing sales reports, updating or revising the employee's sales or display catalog. Outside sales employees are not subject to the minimum salary requirements of other exemptions. To be exempt as a bona fide computer employee, all the following tests must be met. The employee must be compensated on a regular salary or fee basis at a rate of not less than $455 per week, or if paid on an hourly basis, at a rate of not less than $27.63 per hour. Note that this is at a higher weekly minimum to qualify for this exemption when paid on an hourly basis. The employee must be employed as a computer systems analyst, computer programmer, software engineer, or other similarly skilled worker in the computer field performing the specific duties that the DOL has outlined. Highly compensated employees must meet all of these conditions to be considered exempt. Paid $100,000 or more annually, primarily perform office work or non-manual work, and regularly perform at least one of the duties that classifies under the executive, administrative, or professional exemptions. Employers can lose the exemption if they did not intend to pay on a salary basis. There are two methods to safeguarding exemption status. Improper deductions. The DOL looks at a variety of factors to determine whether employers have an actual practice of improper deductions from exempt pay. These factors include the number of improper deductions compared to the number of employee infractions warranting deductions, the time period during which the improper deductions were made, the number of employees affected, and the geographic location of the affected employees and managers responsible for these deductions. Safe harbors. The DOL provides provisions for payroll errors that could affect exemption status. The safe harbor applies if all the following are met. There is a clearly communicated policy prohibiting improper deductions that includes a complaint mechanism for employees to use. The employer reimburses employees for improper deductions. The employer makes a good faith commitment to comply in the future. Employers who meet all the criteria will not lose exemption status for the affected employees unless they willfully violate the policy by continuing to make improper deductions after receiving employee complaints. In this video, I will share the various methods used for job evaluation. Job evaluation is also called job valuation. It is a systematic approach of determining the relative worth or value of each job in a business. The relative worth of each job is established by identifying the factors that determine worth and by comparing the requirements of each job with these factors. The basic purpose is to eliminate inequities and create a pay structure that identifies appropriate pay ranges for different jobs. It supports the need for a total reward strategy to further the business's strategic objectives. Job analysis is part of any job evaluation program, but actually precedes job evaluation. Job analysis. This is a process of identifying and determining in detail the contents of a particular job, whereas job evaluation, this specifies the relative worth or value of each job in the business. It is also a procedure for developing a pay structure by evaluating the jobs within the organization to determine their relative value. The outputs of job analysis and job evaluation are then aligned to the purpose of the program. Many different job evaluation systems have been developed and used in various organizations, and most of them consist of one of these methods shown in the table, or a combination of them. Job evaluation methods can be non-quantitative or quantitative. Non-quantitative. The primary objective of a non-quantitative method is to establish a relative hierarchy of jobs based on the job's relative worth. These methods are often referred to as whole job methods because they rank jobs on a whole based on their perceived worth without placing a numerical value on each job. As an example, non-quantitative methods would be to rank a clerical job below a supervisory job on the basis of their relative, not quantitative worth. Job ranking and job classification are considered non-quantitative methods because they do not produce a precise numerical score for each of the jobs being evaluated. These methods produce a position for each job in the job worth hierarchy. Job ranking and job classification methods are also called whole job valuation methods because they determine the relative worth on the job based on the overall or global assessment of the contents of the job. Quantitative. These methods evaluate factors on a defined measurable scale and provide a score as a result of a measurable comparison of one job to another. The factor comparison and point factor methods are quantitative methods that evaluate the content of the jobs on a factor-by-factor basis and produce a precise numerical score for each job. The job ranking method is the simplest method requiring the littlest time or paperwork. It is easiest to use, explain why it is popular, but it leaves unanswered questions why one job is worth more than the other, as well as how much of a gap exists between jobs. It consists of ranking jobs from the highest to lowest in value. Jobs are ranked in order of difficulty and pay ranges are assigned to each level. Because this is a subjective method for evaluating jobs, evaluators can be influenced by any preconceptions they may have about different positions or duties, and this impacts the way in which jobs are ranked. Although ranking is a simple and cost-effective method for use in small businesses, it can become a very complicated process in a complex business with many positions to evaluate. It's also difficult to compare unrelated jobs. Job classification assigns jobs to levels that best correspond as a whole to their duties and responsibilities. It groups jobs into a predetermined number of grades or classification with a description. Classes can be further identified by using benchmark jobs that fall into each class. Benchmark jobs have the following characteristics. The essential functions and knowledge, skills, and abilities are established and stable. They represent the entire range of jobs in each class. A significant percentage of the workers employed are in these jobs. External market rates for these jobs are an acceptable basis for setting wages. The General Schedule GS is a predominant pay scale for federal employees, especially in professional, technical, administrative, or clerical positions. The system consists of 15 grades from GS1, the lowest level, to GS15, the highest level. There are also 10 steps within each grade. The grade level is assigned to the position, determines the pay level for that job. The most commonly used job evaluation method is a point factor method because it is not very difficult to administer after it has been established and the decisions are defensible. It uses specific compensable factors as its reference points to ensure relative job worth. Compensable factors are significant job characteristics that contribute to the value of the work and business as a whole. Two well-known systems used to identify compensable factors are the Hay Plan, which uses standard criteria comprising 3 compensable factors: know-how, problem-solving, and accountability. The Factor Evaluation System, FES, determines the levels of duties and responsibilities using the point rating system to evaluate selected positions. It uses weighted factors to address the major position characteristics of responsibility, education, experience, job conditions, physical work requirements, supervision, training, and so on. There are 5 steps involved in the point factor method. Starting on the left and moving right, identify key jobs. These are the benchmark jobs, not necessarily the most important jobs in the business, but the jobs that are equitably paid, stable, and well-defined. Identify the compensable factors. These are the factors that will be used to distinguish one job from another. 6 to 8 factors are generally sufficient. Experience, responsibility, and education are most often used. Dependent on their general applicability, include physical demands, mental requirements, skill, working conditions, and supervisory responsibilities. Weight the factors according to their overall worth. Usually the most heavily weighted factors are knowledge, responsibility, experience, education, degree of difficulty, and supervisory skills. Divide each job factor into degrees that range from high to low. Assign points to each degree. The number of points assigned to each degree should correspond to the weighting of the factors. As an example, see the chart on the second row. If the factor for skill is weighted 40%, the factor of working condition is weighted 10%, and both factors have 5 degrees. Degree 2 for skill should have 4 times as many points as degree 2 for working conditions. Going back to the workflow and dropping down to the second row on the right-hand side, the final result will be a table that gives a complete range of points from 50, the least number, in column 1, to 200, the most, in column 5. Based on the assigned point value, the machinist in this example has 126 points on a scale of 50 to 200 points, and the shipper has 130 points because that job ranks higher in responsibility, perhaps due to the value of the merchandise the shipper is handling. The resulting points will usually determine the pay grade to which the jobs will be assigned. The factor comparison method is more complex than the previous methods and is rarely used based on survey results indicating that only 10 to 15% of businesses use this as a job evaluation method. It's mostly formally used in large businesses, union environments, civil service and government employment, nonprofit agencies, and colleges and universities. It is conceptually similar to the point factor method, but slightly more complex, and because of its added complexity, it is not as popular. The process cycle for the factor comparison method consists of 5 steps, as shown on the process cycle, starting at the top center and moving to the right. Identify the benchmark positions. Identify the job factors, such as mental demands and key responsibilities. Rank jobs by each compensable factor. Assign monetary amounts to each job on each factor. And then compare unique jobs with key jobs. A market-based evaluation system is not a true job evaluation system, but it helps to develop a job-worthy hierarchy that can be used to price jobs, particularly when the business is sensitive to the competition. It uses the prevailing wages to represent the relative worth of jobs. In this approach, key jobs are measured and valued against the market, and the remaining jobs are inserted into the hierarchy based on their whole job comparison to the benchmark jobs. Market-based evaluations can be beneficial when a business has similar jobs in various locations. The disadvantages include that data will be unreliable only when gathered for a significant amount of jobs in the business. The results are more vulnerable to legal challenges than job content approaches. They do not recognize the internal job value and as a result are more likely to lead to discontentment and frustration. In this video, I will share the steps in compensation benchmarking. Job pricing is the process of placing a dollar value on the worth of a job. It considers the job description, the relative industry, and the regional values to group similar jobs into pay grades. The data is then analyzed to determine an appropriate internal value. Most businesses assign a pay range rather than a specific fixed amount to allow for individual differences in performance. Benchmarking is a process of collecting information on prevailing market compensation and benefit practices. It validates existing job descriptions to identify the external market rate for each position. When matching a job with the competition, it's important to compare duties, scope, and reporting relationships, but not necessarily titles because they're often misleading. On the left are the process steps. Starting at the top center and then moving to the right. Pull the job analysis for the position being compared. Reference 3 to 5 benchmark sources for accurate job descriptions, and use reliable benchmark sources for the job and salary data. The major tool for making pay level decisions is the compensation survey or pay survey. In a non-union firm that has an average profit picture for its industry, the most compelling definition of equitable wage is using the ongoing wage determined by the compensation survey. Both employees and managers are inclined to accept that that will be an equitable pay level. Most businesses rely on pay surveys as a systematic way to collect, evaluate, and classify their jobs and pay structures and to provide market information to top management. The table shown displays the options to collect pay survey data, including whether the survey should be conducted internally or gathered externally. On the far left starts with internal. Businesses that want to maintain the maximum control over their pay information often choose to sponsor a custom survey. The advantage of this approach is that the organization has the ability to design the survey, manage its administration, and do its own data analysis, as well as customize reports specific for its use. Another advantage is that the business is able to maximize its control over the transfer of data, thereby reducing the risk of inappropriate disclosure to highly sensitive confidential information. While choosing to conduct its own internal survey, a business should contract with an outside consulting group or independent consultant to design the survey and the process to receive the data in a confidential manner. On the far right is the external survey. Using an outside person or group relieves the pressure of the business and ensures compliance with the Department of Justice antitrust guidelines. External surveys have different options. National surveys are widely used through the U.S. Department of Labor and the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Many professional groups such as the Society of Human Resource Management, SHRM, and consulting firms conduct surveys of wage and job data for a wide range of professions and organizations. In between the spectrum of internal and external, there are a range of options that are available in varying degrees of flexibility. The major limitation in using data gained from a compensation survey is that it is difficult to equate job descriptions and employee benefits. Job titles do not adequately control for different job requirements. Therefore, it is possible that the market data may be seriously misrepresented how a particular job should be paid. Compensation surveys also fail to account for the length of tenure the employees may have and typically do not report the average length of service along with the average number of hours per week that an individual may work. Understanding these limitations, consider which option would work best based on the internal time and expertise available to work on the survey, the relevance and match of the external survey to the internal jobs to be matched, the recency of external survey data, and the expense associated with the type of survey. Businesses have an interest in survey data based on their market exposure, completion, their product or service, and employees. These terms are used to refine the accuracy of the survey data. Aging. This is a technique used to make outdated data current, a phenomenon that regularly occurs with printed data as a result of the time lapse between when the data is collected, organized, printed, and published. As an example, aging occurs when pay movement or increases average 1.5% a year and the pay survey used is 1 year old. To be reasonably accurate, the survey data would need to be increased by 1.5%. Leveling. Pay surveys provide summary descriptions of each job surveyed. In many cases, this description is close but not exactly a match to the business's job. To accommodate the separation between the two jobs, a leveling technique is used. Leveling consists of adjusting the survey number by an appropriate percentage needed to achieve a match. As an example, the business's engineering job description indicates approximately 10% less scope of responsibility than described in the same job on the pay survey. Reducing the pay survey job data with a 10% reduction would be an appropriate technique to provide an accurate match. Geography. While many surveys are developed with a specifically described geographical location identified, in cases where this is not done, it would be appropriate to determine the percent difference in job value for any given location and factor that into the comparison. Measures of central tendency is another way to measure pay data. There are 4 standard measures of central tendency. The first 2 are on the first row, representing the first 2 items. Mean or average. The arithmetic average or mean is the average value arrived by giving equal weight to every participant's actual pay. This method is appropriate when the data to be determined is the average pay for a given job as opposed to the actual pay levels applicable to that job. Weighted average. This number provides an average result taking into account the number of participants and each participant's pay. The remaining 2 items are the first 2 items on the second row. Median. This number is sometimes referred to in the pay survey as the 50th percentile. This is a middle number in the range. It is calculated by averaging the 2 middle numbers in the range when the data is sorted from the lowest to highest. Mode. This is the most frequently appearing number in a pay survey in the range. In this video, I will define the building blocks and steps for a pay structure. A pay structure is a hierarchical group of jobs and pay ranges that may be used across the business to achieve organizational goals. The type of structure used may depend on the industry, business size, location, or employee classification. A robust structure is created to provide flexibility to reward performance and skill development while controlling overall base pay cost. Caps can be applied on pay ranges for jobs or locations, which allows for better automation control. The pay structure is developed following the job evaluation, which can be internal or external. The following components are the building blocks. Pay grade. This organizes jobs of similar values into groups and as a reflection of the external market or internal job value. Pay ranges. This establishes the upper and lower boundaries of each pay grade. It is more commonly recognized as a span between the minimum and maximum base pay for a job. Range spread. This is the dispersion of pay from the lowest boundary to the highest boundary of a pay range. The percentage will typically vary by job category. A traditional pay structure is organized with numerous layers and pay grades. With a relatively small distance between each pay grade, it enables the recognition of differing rates of pay for performance and guarantees a reasonable level of control over internal compression and salary expenditures. It provides a hierarchical system enabling employees to be promoted from one pay grade to another. Traditional pay structures are used 24% of the time and set their pay ranges using strategies other than market-based data. On the right is a sample pay structure, which demonstrates the pay grades on the left-hand side and then showing the pay ranges for each of the pay grades. A broadband pay structure is the most flexible type of pay structure and is used by only 5% of the businesses. It consolidates several pay grades or job classifications for a more simplistic view of the structure. It streamlines narrow pay ranges into fewer wider ranges or bands. Periodic pay audits should be conducted to identify any pay disparities. On the right-hand side is an example of a broadband pay structure. It shows the broad ranges between 3 job classifications. While broadbanding has some advantages, it also has some disadvantages. Advantages. Businesses usually adopt broadbanding as a way to simplify their pay levels and to reduce management oversight requirements. As a result, it is typically more popular in large organizations than small ones and works well in flat organizational structures. Disadvantages. In some cases, broadbanding doesn't work well with businesses that focus on promotional opportunities. The reduction in pay grades as a result of broadbanding correspondingly reduces the number of opportunities for promotion. In this video, I will share how pay grades and ranges are defined. Pay grades are a reflection of the organizational structure and philosophy. They're usually expressed in the terms of a range of salaries from the lowest pay level to the highest pay level, based on credentials and experience. This process is a fair way to group evaluated jobs into non-exempt and exempt jobs and into job families. The number of pay grades will depend on the size and structure of the business and should be balanced to distinguish between levels of difficulty, but not so many as to dilute the significance of the system. The distance between the lowest and highest paid jobs will determine the amount to pay employees within a specific field. It should also allow for pay increases and the promotion policy. Initially, jobs are placed into pay grades based on groupings done to develop the grades. If market data was collected only for benchmark positions, the rest of the jobs will need to be placed in the ranges based on internal equity with the benchmark positions. The assignments are reviewed with the senior management to ensure they make sense in the context of the business strategy and direction. A chart similar to the display or a spreadsheet will show the jobs in each grade by business unit so that executives can determine whether changes are necessary. Once an agreement is reached, the structure is finalized and communicated to employees. The pay range establishes the upper and lower boundaries of each pay grade. It looks at market data for benchmark jobs in each pay range to help determine the range midpoint. The pay range will reflect the equal dispersion of pay on either side of the midpoint. Jobs are sorted from the least to the greatest by market average. The natural breaks in the results are used to develop the preliminary ranges. Best practices or a specific methodology is then applied to rationalize final decisions. When a pay structure is developed, jobs are grouped into pay grades according to how they're evaluated, and a range of pay rather than a specific amount is usually assigned to each pay grade to reward individual performance. By grouping similar jobs into a limited number of grades, rather than dealing with a large volume of separate jobs, businesses can simplify the administration of the compensation system. A business could have fewer pay grades by expanding the width of each grade. Typically, each of the jobs are plotted on a chart to determine if natural clusters of jobs exist. Then the same rate of pay is assigned. Pay ranges establish the upper and lower boundaries of each pay grade. Market data for benchmark jobs, ideally a key job, will link to a market value in each pay range to help determine the range midpoint. The range spread reflects the equal dispersion of pay on either side of the midpoint to the lower and upper range boundary. For pay range calculations, typically a consistent range spread based on the midpoint of the pay data is used, such as the 50th percentile. There's a simple method for determining the minimum, midpoint, and maximum of a pay range when only the midpoint of the survey data is known. Let's walk through the pay calculations. The midpoint is $20,000. The range spread is 40%. Step 1. Calculate the range minimum. Divide the midpoint by 1 plus the range spread divided by 2, or $20,000 divided by 1 plus 40% divided by 2. Remember, division and multiplication is always done first. The amount is $16,666.67. Step 2. Calculate the range maximum. The range minimum plus the range spread multiplied by the range minimum, or $16,666.67 plus 40% times $16,666.67. Once again, multiplication and division is done first. The amount is $23,333.34. This creates a salary range that has a minimum of $16,666.67. The midpoint or medium is $20,000. The range maximum is set at $23,333.34. This formula can be used to establish a pay range for a job based on the midpoint of salary market data to create a market-based pay structure, which is used by 55% of businesses. Quartiles and percentiles show the dispersion of pay data throughout a pay range. These are commonly recognized reference points used to measure positions against the market as well as for internal compensation administration. Some businesses establish specific policies about where they wish to be positioned in the labor market. These policies use a quartile strategy. Data in pay surveys reveals that the dollar differential between quartiles is generally 15% to 20%. The pay range shown highlights quartiles, percentiles, and pay strategies. Looking at the diagram, first quartile, the pay range is $55,000 to $60,000. This is the lowest quartile of salaries for this job that fall below the 25th percentile. An employer using a first quartile pay strategy may choose to lag the market by paying below market levels for several reasons, such as experience a shortage of funds. Second quartile, the pay range is $60,000 to $65,000. This will go up to the 50th percentile or the median. The 50th percentile is the most used measure of the middle of the possible pay values for a job. Most employers choose to position themselves in the second quartile, the median, which is the middle of the market, which is identified by the pay data from surveys of other employers' compensation plans. This level attempts to balance employer cost pressures and the need to attract and retain employees by providing mid-level compensation scales that meet the market for the employer's jobs. Third quartile, the pay range is $65,000 to $70,000. This will go up to the 75th percentile. A third quartile pay strategy uses an aggressive approach to lead the market. This strategy generally enables a business to attract and retain sufficient workers with the required capabilities and to be more selective when hiring. It has a higher cost approach, so businesses often look for ways to increase productivity of employees who receive above average market wages. Fourth quartile, the pay range is $70,000 to $75,000, which is at the top of the range, and it goes up to the 100th percentile. This is the highest quarter of salaries for this job. Paying above the 75th percentile is an individual pay decision. In this video, I will share the factors in determining an employee's pay. Many factors besides the job market influence pay levels. These factors need to be considered as a whole. The major factors influencing pay can be divided into 4 categories. From left to right: external factors. Changes in labor supply and demand and in unemployment are the most important external factors influencing the amount of pay that employers must offer to attract and retain qualified employees. Another external factor that is frequently overlooked is social expectations or social customs. Organizational factors. Industry standards, presence or absence of a union, and the size of profitability of the company are also key. In addition, the pay philosophy, whether the company is a pay leader or a pay follower, will also have an impact. Job factors. Although the Equal Pay Act forbids paying men more than women for equal work, certain jobs, such as a nurse or secretary, have historically been viewed as female jobs that pay less than male jobs, even though these jobs are now held by both men and women. Individual factors. Most important are productivity and seniority that will have an impact on individual pay. The individual wage decision is a key element in the development of the total reward package. It is concerned with the relative pay of individuals who perform similar jobs in the same business. If employees perform similar jobs and their performance and experience are equal, it is reasonable to pay them all the same. However, if some are more productive or have more experience and training, then they should receive more money. The 4 factors to consider are, from left to right: performance. Performance differences are clearly the most reasonable and well-accepted justification for paying different amounts. Experience. A common justification for giving some employees more money is that they have more work experience. Seniority. Pay differentials based on seniority or length of service are found in many compensation systems. Potential. Occasionally, businesses will pay higher than average wages to individuals who demonstrate outstanding potential. When changes are made to an existing pay structure, pay for some employees may fall outside the range. Pay that falls below the minimum of the pay range is referred to as green circle rate of pay. Employees may also be green circled because of their experience or their skills do not match the requirements of the position or as a result of a performance issue. Conversely, red circle pay rates refers to employees whose pay falls above the maximum of the pay range. This may occur when an employee is demoted without a corresponding decrease to the base pay, or because of a transfer or for some other unusual circumstance. Compar ratio is a short form of comparison ratio, which is used to compare an employee's salary or wages to a market midpoint. It is an indicator of how much an employee's pay will match, lead, or lag the midpoint, which is a normal indicator of the market value. Compar ratios less than 100%, usually expressed as compar ratios less than 1.00, means the employee is paid less than the midpoint of the range. Compar ratios above 100%, 1.00, means that the employee's pay exceed the midpoint. Comp ratios are computed by dividing the employee's pay by the midpoint of the pay range and multiplying it by 100. A comp ratio is a simple formula that is commonly used for comparison against a group of employees. It is especially useful when providing recommendations for pay increases or promotions or merit increases. In this video, I will describe the processes involved in communicating the pay information and the impact of pay transparency. The pay structure is only valuable when it is consistently applied throughout the business. Most create a compensation handbook or a variation of a similar tool to help managers apply the system consistently. Compensation handbooks typically contain the following information: the business's compensation philosophy, the roles played by HR, line managers, and executives in the pay administration process, basic information on how pay increases are administered, a description of how salaries or wages for new hires are determined, and information on determining bonuses and other incentives to award employees for going above and beyond the call of duty. The goal of communicating the compensation plan is to achieve buy-in at all levels of the business so that the pay structure will be applied to accomplish its goal of providing a fair and equitable structure for making pay decisions, which includes placing incumbent employees within the ranges, identifying red-circled and green-circled workers, testing for pay compression, especially in jobs that are difficult to fill, and planning for pay increases. Pay transparency is becoming a hot topic, and employers will need to decide where they fall on the transparency spectrum as depicted in the model shown. Starting on the left, Level 1 starts the journey where pay is not discussed. Most businesses are squarely at Level 3, where the manager and the employee have pay discussions. Managers need to understand how the salary structure will be used to influence behavior in a way that encourages employees to accomplish their goals and objectives. They need to be well versed in how the structure works so that they can effectively explain pay decisions to employees. Pay transparency is a journey that depends on where the business is starting from and its organizational culture. With increasingly competitive markets, Level 6 may soon be the norm. I'm not expecting to see Level 7 in the private sector anytime soon for regular employees, as it can open up a lot more issues than businesses are ready to handle. But as organizations and employees become more open, there is still hope. In this video, I will describe the benefits of a total reward statement. A total reward statement, also known as employee benefit statement or total compensation statement, is a personalized summary of an organization's financial commitment for each of its employees. It summarizes the various ways in which an organization compensates its employees. It can help employees appreciate the investments the employers make in them. Communicating total rewards is a way to share the business's compensation philosophy. It covers how the compensation program will be used to attract and retain employees. To be effective at all stages of the employee life cycle, it requires proper communication. A total reward statement can raise employee awareness of the benefits available to them, and it helps to attract, motivate, and retain employees. The following items may be included in a total reward statement, starting from the top of the circle and moving to the right. Compensation. This will include the base salary or hourly pay, overtime, bonuses, commissions, and incentives. Healthcare benefits. An explanation of the medical, dental, mental health, and vision care, along with information about flexible spending accounts and cafeteria benefit plans. Insurance. This will list plans including life insurance, short-term and long-term disability, accidental death and dismemberment, and travel insurance. Vacation and leave. This describes the organization's leave and benefits, including paid holidays, personal leave, sick, vacation, jury duty, bereavement, and other types of leaves. Retirement. This is an explanation of the benefits provided for retirement, such as pensions and 401k matches. Employment. This lists the government required expenses for hiring the employee, including Social Security, Medicare, unemployment insurance, and workers' compensation. Additional benefits. This would include welfare programs, child care, elder care, award programs, legal assistance, tuition reimbursement, uniforms, food services, transportation assistance, employee assistance, fitness centers, adoption services, etc. Job architecture needs will vary by business size and industry. Over this course, we were able to identify the building blocks through reviewing the importance of job analysis and its many uses, classifying jobs for FLSA exemption status, determining how job evaluation helps establish satisfactory wage differential among jobs, defining the many facets of the job architecture framework, and focusing on the elements of the job structure. A systematic analysis of job architecture helps businesses define compensation structures and variable pay programs on a solid foundation. To maintain a healthy job architecture structure, annual maintenance and periodic reviews will help to ensure market alignment and keep abreast with trends. As more businesses change their job architecture design in response to market forces from pay equity to rapid growth and for various other reasons, we covered the key aspects to keep top of mind. The value of having a total reward strategy, the motivators and value of total reward programs, the alignment of people to the right jobs and pay, how to communicate pay information throughout the business, and how to leverage total reward statements to communicate value. Equal pay legislation is requiring employers to rethink pay practices and put more focus on paying employees consistently and fairly. Job architecture can help facilitate pay fairness by enabling comparison of pay for comparable jobs and uncovering inequities in pay practices. The effective design of a total reward system ensures the right amount of flexibility while still maintaining consistency with other HR programs, and will rely on a sound job architecture design, such as pay programs and promotional practices. The call to action for HR professional is clear. The challenge is just where to begin. Fortunately, this work can be done in small chunks, but it does take time. Whoever said money wasn't everything must have worked in benefits. We'll uncover all the different forms of money payments in compensation. In this topic, we'll troubleshoot questions regarding how much to pay employees. On the PHR exam program overview chart, we will be addressing functional area 4 and covering total rewards, which is worth 15% of the exam. The second course in the series is compensation, which is highlighted in red. Businesses develop a pay determination system that helps attract, motivate, and retain employees. Most employees receive base pay in the form of salary or hourly wages, but there's much more than base pay. The inducements include all of the rewards that individuals obtain from work, including both financial compensation and non-financial rewards. This table overviews the processes across total rewards and will serve as a quick reference guide to locate activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there's no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the middle column is compensation. Compensation administration is a strategic human resource function that has a significant impact on other human resource functions. Staffing, performance evaluation, training and development, and employee relations are all influenced by the compensation system, and they in turn influence compensation. The reason compensation has such a large impact on the business's overall strategy is because it has a strong influence on job satisfaction, productivity, labor turnover, and other organizational processes. Financial compensation includes pay, financial incentives, and benefits, while non-financial rewards include characteristics that are associated with the job content and the job environment. These non-financial rewards are an important element in employee motivation and are often more important in motivating employees than financial incentives. Compensation programs should be carefully designed to meet organizational goals and objectives and to include different types of financial compensation and non-financial rewards. Employees are willing to work for inducements or rewards. An employment exchange occurs when there is a balance between the inducements offered by the business and the contributions made by the employees. All pay decisions should satisfy these 6 compensation objectives, from left to right. Compliant, be consistent with the numerous federal, state, and local laws. Motivational, provide sufficient incentives to motivate employees to perform efficiently. Adequate, be large enough to attract qualified employees to join the organization and stay. Equitable, provide internal equity relative to other employees in the business and external equity relative to employees doing similar work within the industry. Security, offer income that is secure and predictable with some assurance that pay is somewhat insulated from the changes in employment, profitability, individual performance, and personal health. Efficient, administer a compensation system that is efficient and can be supported financially on a continuing basis. If these objectives are not considered simultaneously, distortions will appear in the design of a compensation system. For example, paying a high base salary to all employees may provide a high degree of security, but it would not be motivating nor efficient. There are many types of compensation programs that may be used to attract and retain employees: monetary and non-monetary compensation, direct and indirect compensation. As with all HR systems, total rewards must support the ability of the business to achieve strategic goals. The factors that motivate a person to work and which can be used to enhance their performance can be classified into 2 categories. First, monetary. These incentives have explicit monetary value and employees know their worth. They can also be taken in the form of monetary rewards such as bonuses, commissions, merit pay, profit sharing, and stock plans. Second, non-monetary. These incentives are designed to recognize a special achievement or completion of something that enhances an employee's job performance or value to the business. This can be the attainment of a sales goal, the culmination of a special research project, or graduation from a training program that leads to a desirable certification, perhaps the PHR. Employers commonly include job security, training, and flexible time. There are 2 basic components of a business's compensation program that are designed to compensate and provide benefits to employees. Direct compensation. This is the most widely known and recognized form of compensation and the most sought after by workers. Direct compensation is the money which is paid to employees in exchange for their labor. This includes everything from hourly wages to set salaries, bonuses, tips, and commissions. Indirect compensation. This includes all the monies paid on behalf of an employee that are not included in direct compensation. This form of compensation is often understood as a portion of the employee's employment terms that are covered in items such as temporary leaves of absence, benefits, and retirement plans. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to foundational compensation activities. These 5 acts shown in the boxes are listed from the earliest to the most recent. They will be covered in summary format indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Davis-Bacon Act of 1931, sometimes called the Prevailing Wage Law, was the first federal law that attempted to protect the amount of pay received by employees. The act covers work on construction or repair of federal buildings for which the contract involves more than $2,000. It requires businesses holding federal contracts to pay laborers and mechanics the prevailing wages of the locality in which the work is performed. Overtime must be paid at 1.5 times the local rate. The purpose of this law is to ensure that the local areas where the public work projects are awarded receive the intended employment benefits. It prevents contractors from importing cheap labor from other areas and auctioning jobs to the lowest bidders. The Copeland Anti-Kickback Act of 1934 was passed during the Great Depression to prohibit the unfair treatment of employees who needed jobs so desperately that employers could take advantage of them. The act authorizes the Secretary of Labor to make reasonable regulations regarding the deductions that a federal contractor can make from an employee's wages. Contractors have to demonstrate that their payroll deductions are proper, and they also have to file weekly statements showing the wages actually paid and the deductions made. These were provisions incorporated from President Herbert Hoover's Executive Order 5778. The Anti-Kickback Law was passed in 1948 as an amendment to the Copeland Act. It made it illegal for federal contractors to threaten or otherwise induce employees to give part of their rightful compensation to the contractor. The Walsh-Haley Public Contracts Act of 1936 was named after its congressional sponsors, both Massachusetts Democrats Senator David I. Walsh and Representative Arthur Healey. As amended, the act establishes minimum wage, maximum hours, and safety and health standards for work on contracts in excess of $15,000 for the manufacturing or furnishings of materials, supplies, articles, or equipment to the United States government or the District of Columbia. It sets the basic labor standards and minimum wage rates for all work done under a federal contract exceeding $1,000. The minimum wage standards are established by the Secretary of Labor rather than local prevailing rates. It covers workers that must be paid not less than the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, federal minimum wage and overtime pay of at least 1.5 times the worker's regular rate of pay for all hours worked in excess of 40 hours in a week. It prohibits the use of child labor under age 16 and convicts, with some exceptions. All provisions of the Act are administered by the Wage and Hour Division, except the safety and health requirements, which are administered by the Occupational Safety, Health and Administration, OSHA. The contractor must display copies of the Service Contracts Act, Walsh-Haley Public Contracts Act poster during the period that covered work is being performed on the contract. The Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, of 1938 is commonly referred to as the Wage and Hour Law and establishes the foundation for employee treatment. It is a major influence in how individuals are paid, the employment of young workers, and in how records are to be kept on employment issues such as hours of work. The law introduced a maximum 44-hour, 7-day work week, established minimum wage, guaranteed time-and-a-half pay for overtime in certain jobs, and prohibited most employment of minors in oppressive child labor, a term that is defined in the statute. It applies to employees engaged in interstate commerce or employed by a business engaged in commerce or in the production of goods for commerce, unless the employer can claim an exemption from the coverage. The Act was the first federal law to require employers to maintain records on employees' race and sex identification. This is an extensive law and should be reviewed and understood by HR professionals. The federal minimum wage for covered non-exempt employees has been stuck at $7.25 since 2009, while states and cities across the United States have increased their local minimum wages. The map displays the states that follow the federal minimum wage and those that are higher. Some will go as high as $15 an hour. When an employee is subject to both the state and federal minimum wage laws, the employee is entitled to the higher of the two minimum wages. According to the National Conference of State Legislature, at the beginning of 2020, 18 states increased their minimum wage. 8 states automatically increased their rates based on the cost of living. 10 states increased their rates under previously approved legislation. Currently, 29 states and the District of Columbia pay a minimum wage that's higher than the federal minimum wage. The federal child labor provisions of the FLSA, also known as child labor laws, were enacted to ensure that when young people work, the work is safe and does not jeopardize their health, well-being, or educational opportunities. These provisions also provide limited exemptions, which are outlined in the table by age group. Children of any age may work for businesses owned entirely by their parents unless they would be employed in mining, manufacturing, or other hazardous occupations. Children 16 years of age and up may work for an unlimited number of hours. Children 14 and 15 years of age are restricted to jobs such as newspaper delivery to local customers, babysitting on a casual basis, acting in movies, TV, radio, or theater, working as a home worker, gathering evergreens, and making evergreen wreaths. Under no circumstances, even if the business is family-owned, may a person this young work hazardous jobs. The work hours must be outside of school hours and have restrictions. There are no restrictions on youth 18 years of age or older. FLSA requires the maintenance of accurate records by all employers. The information that must be maintained includes personal information such as biographical data, employment information such as assignment data, labor details. In general, the positive time method is best for non-exempt employees because it leaves no doubt as to the actual hours worked by the employee and protects both the employee and employer if there's ever a question about overtime payments due. The DOL regulations will also accept exception reporting, which is typically used for exempt employees. Payment details. FLSA requires employers to keep records of wages, hours, and other related items. These FLSA records are usually maintained by the payroll department and must be preserved for at least 3 years. They must include payroll records, collective bargaining agreements, and sales and purchase records. When employers do not pay employees at least the minimum wage and overtime wages that are required, employees may be able to claim back wages through FLSA. FLSA has methods for recovering back wages, which are shown in the first column on the left. The Wage and Hour Division of the United States Department of Labor supervises the back payment of wages. The Secretary of Labor has 2 options. They can bring a lawsuit forward for back wages and liquidated damages, or they can get an injunction to restrain any person from violating FSLA. The Portal to Portal Act of 1947 amended FLSA to define hours worked and clarified what was considered to be compensable work time and established that employers are not required to pay for employee commute time. One exception to this general rule is when an employee's workday has ended and they are called back to work and have to travel unusually long distance to get to the work site after the normal work hours. This travel time may be counted as hours worked. The Act requires employers to pay non-exempt employees who perform regular work duties before or after regular hours or for working during their lunch period. The Act and its regulations provide some helpful guidance regarding when an employer must count travel time as hours worked for wage payment and overtime purposes. Employers, especially those whose employees are frequently on the move are wise to try to understand their obligations to employees who travel. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to compensation activities prior to 1995. The acts shown are separated into two groups by each row. The group in the top row has 4 acts, which are the primary legislation listed from the earliest to the most recent. They will be covered in summary format indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The group in the bottom row has 4 acts, which are listed from the earliest to the most recent. Their coverage will be highlighted. The legislative summaries are included in the Employment Legislation course. The Equal Pay Act, EPA, of 1963 was the first anti-discrimination act to protect women and prohibits discrimination on the basis of sex. Prior to the act, the comparable worth standard was used by the United States government to make compensation decisions. When Congress passed the act, it deliberately rejected the comparable worth standard in favor of the equal pay standard. Jobs are considered equal if they require equal skill, effort, and responsibility, and if they are performed under similar working conditions. Equal pay, however, does not mean the same as comparable worth. 2 jobs may require similar levels of skill, effort, and responsibility and have comparable worth to the organization. They do not have to be paid equally if they are different jobs or in different job categories. The Act applies to all employers and employees covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, and is administered and enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, EEOC. The Equal Pay Act provides 4 exceptions to the employer obligations to pay male and female employees the same wages. As shown in the table displayed, the Act allows for 4 differences in pay when they are based on 1. A bona fide seniority system. Wages or salaries are based on the length of the service. 2. A merit pay system. Pay is determined by the legitimate performance measures. 3. A production system. Earnings are measured by the quantity or quality of the production. And 4. A differential. Pay differences are based on any factor other than gender that are fair measures. The Service Contract Act of 1965, also referred to as the McNamara-O'Hara Service Contract Act, governs service contracts between individuals or businesses and the federal government to provide service employees for government agencies. It requires any federal service contractor with a contract exceeding $2,500 to pay its employees the prevailing wage and fringe benefits for the geographic area in which it operates, to provide safe and sanitary working conditions, and to notify employees of the minimum allowable wage for each job classification, as well as the equivalent federal employee classification and wage rate for similar jobs. The basic provision or requirement of the Act requires contractors to pay at least the minimum wage of $7.25 per hour as set forth in the Fair Labor Standards Act. Additionally, contractors are required to pay overtime at the rate of 1 1/2 times the hourly rate for each hour worked over 40 hours in a week. Employees are entitled to receive notice in writing of wage and benefit information. The Act expands the requirements of the Davis-Bacon and Walsh-Healy Acts to contractors providing services to the federal government, such as garbage removal, custodial services, food and lodging, and maintenance and operation of electric equipment. Federal contractors already subject to the requirements of Davis-Bacon, Walsh-Healy, or the laws governing other federal contracts, such as public utility services or transportation of people or freight, are exempt from the Service Contracts Act. The compensation requirements of this Act are enforced by the Wage and Hour Division in the Department of Labor. The safety and health requirements are enforced by the Occupational Health and Safety Administration, an agency also within the DOL. The federal wage garnishment law is found in Title III of the Consumer Credit Protection Act, CCPA, of 1968, and applies to all employers and employees. Employers are required to withhold funds from an employee's paycheck and send the money to an entity designated in a court order or levy document. Title III of the Act protects employees in 3 ways. Prohibits employers from terminating employees whose wages are garnished for any one debt, even if the employer receives multiple garnished orders for the same debt. Sets limits on the amount that can be garnished in any single week. Currently, the weekly amount may not exceed the lesser of 2 figures, 25% of the employee's disputable earnings, or the amount by which the employee's disposable earnings are greater than 30 times the federal minimum wage, currently set at $7.25 per hour. And the last protection is to define how disposable earnings are to be calculated for garnishment withholdings. Earnings that may be garnished include wages, salaries, bonuses, and commissions. Other income from pension plans or employer-paid disabilities may be subject to garnishment as well. The law does not protect employees from termination if the employer receives garnishments for more than one debt. The Tax Reform Act of 1986 made extensive changes to simplify the Internal Revenue Service's IRS tax code. Businesses received reductions in the corporate tax rate and suffered the loss of reductions in allowances for certain business expenses. The goal of the act was to increase fairness and provide an incentive for growth by reducing the maximum rate of ordinary income and raising the tax rate on long-term capital gains. It eliminated many passive losses and tax shelters. This is the act which required all dependent children to have Social Security numbers, which reduced the number of fraudulent dependent children claimed on income tax returns by 7 million in the first year. Employee questions about the number of exemptions to claim on their Form W-4 are influenced by this requirement for dependent Social Security numbers. These 4 acts also have legislative impacts to compensation. The Civil Rights Act, Title VII, 1964, it prohibits discrimination on certain protected classes. It has a provision for compensation discrimination. Age Discrimination in Employment Act of 1967. This prohibits discriminating against employees 40 years of age or older in hiring, promoting, training, benefits administration, disciplining, and terminations. The Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act, USERA, of 1994, entitles service members to return to the same civilian employer with the seniority, status, and rate of pay they would have obtained if continuously employed. The Congressional Accountability Act of 1995. It requires the United States Congress and its associated agencies to follow many of the same employment and workplace safety laws as the private sector. In this video, I'll review the federal laws and regulations related to compensation activities after 1995. The acts shown are separated into 2 groups. The first group is the top and middle rows with the 5 acts which are the primary legislation listed from earliest to most recent. They'll be covered in summary format indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and the compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The second group in the bottom row has the 4 executive orders which are listed from the earliest to the most recent. Their coverage will be highlighted to share the impact on compensation. The Small Business Job Protection Act, SBJPA, of 1996 made it easier for small businesses to operate and create jobs. It raised the minimum wage and made significant changes to pension plans. The minimum wage was raised, but tipped employees may be paid a minimum of $2.13 per hour as long as tips are sufficient to reach the minimum wage level. New employees under age 20 can be paid a special opportunity wage of $4.25 per hour for the first 90 calendar days, but employers may not displace current workers to hire opportunity workers. Non-discrimination tests for 401k plans were simplified to provide safe harbor provisions that satisfied the actual deferral percentage and actual contribution percentage tests. The definition of a highly compensated employee was narrowed, which simplified the calculation of contribution limits for highly paid employees when lower paid workers do not meet contribution thresholds. The Act also amended the Portal to Portal Act by declaring that hourly employees who commute to and from work sites voluntarily in company-owned vehicles do not need to be compensated for this time. The Act also replaced the Targeted Job Tax Credit Program with the Work Opportunity Tax Credit (WOTC) program that allowed employers a credit of the percentage of wages paid to qualified members. The Act also simplified the rules for determining the status of independent contractors. If an employer satisfies the requirement of a reasonable basis test for classifying independent contractors and cooperate with the reasonable information requests from the IRS, the burden of proof switches to the IRS to prove that an individual is an independent contractor. After 1996, lending institutions no longer enjoy the benefit of having to pay tax on only half of their interest income from money lent to employee stock ownership plans. The Internal Revenue Service (IRS) Intermediate Sanctions Regulations of 2002 provides guidelines for determining reasonable compensation for executives of nonprofit organizations. It was enacted by the IRS and applied to nonprofit organizations that engage in the transactions that result in the benefit of disqualified persons with the organization. These rules allow the IRS to impose penalties when it determines that top officials have received excessive compensation from their organizations. Intermediate sanctions such as a fine or excise tax, which is also called an excess benefit transaction, may be imposed either in addition to or instead of revocation of the exemption status of the organization. Although the main focus of the Sarbanes-Oxley Act (SOX) of 2002 compliance is the reporting of the financial transactions and activities, HR professionals may be called on to participate in SOX reporting requirements. The Act requires information that materially affects an organization's financial status to be reported to the Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC), in some cases immediately when an organization becomes aware of this information. Some instances where this would apply to HR management are ensuring that material liabilities from pending lawsuits or settlements of employment practices claims are reported in the financial statements, participating in reviewing and testing of internal controls for hiring, compensation, and termination practices, reporting immediately any material changes to the business's financial condition. Although in most cases this would not be an HR responsibility, the settlement of a large class action lawsuit could potentially reach the threshold of a material change. Failure to provide this information within the timeframes required by the Act can result in criminal penalties, including incarceration, for employees who obstruct legal investigations into financial reporting issues. The Act also prohibits employers from retaliating against whistleblowers who report financial conduct that they reasonably believe violates federal laws designed to protect shareholders from fraudulent activities. The Lilly Ledbetter Fair Pay Act of 2009 was the first piece of legislation signed by President Barack Obama after he was inaugurated the 44th President of the United States. It was passed in reaction to the United States Supreme Court decision in Ledbetter versus Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, Inc., 2007. The law amends the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and states that the clock will reset each time an illegal act of discrimination is experienced by an employee. In Lilly Ledbetter's situation, her pay was less than that for men doing the same job. The old law didn't permit her to succeed in her complaint of discrimination because she failed to file 20 years earlier on the first occasion of her receiving a paycheck for less than her male counterparts. Under the new law, the 180-day statute of limitations for filing an equal pay lawsuit regarding pay discrimination resets with each new paycheck affected by that discriminatory action. Businesses that are proactive should identify and remedy any potentially discriminatory pay practices. The Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection Act of 2010, commonly referred to as Dodd-Frank, was a response to the 2008 global financial crisis and intended to prevent a similar instance. The act brought the most significant changes to financial regulations since the regulatory reform that came following the Great Recession. It made changes in the financial regulatory environment affecting all federal financial regulatory agencies and almost every part of the financial services industry. Since the 1980s, banks and other financial institutions have paid notoriously high salaries to their executives, sales individuals, and other high-level employees. Following the financial crisis, compensation arrangements in the financial sector have come under increased scrutiny. Dodd-Frank addresses the issues of pay and incentives most clearly in two distinct areas of the Act: the proposed rules governing bonuses and the pay ratio disclosure requirements. At financial institutions and public traded companies, global payroll stakeholders should be aware of these provisions as they are critical to understand. Dodd-Frank amends FCRA in the event any adverse action is taken against an applicant or an employee, either partly or wholly, because of information contained in a consumer report. Additionally, notification requirements include, from left to right, an individual's credit score used, the range of credit scores possible under the credit scoring model used, each factor that adversely affected the credit score, date score was created, name of the consumer reporting agency or the person that furnished the credit score. Executive orders dictate how agencies manage the operations of the federal government itself. However, approximately 25% of the United States workforce is employed by businesses that do business with the federal government and are impacted. Executive orders that relate to federal contractors can have a broad impact on the workforce. These executive orders relate to worker wages. Executive Order 13658 of 2014 is based on the minimum wage for federal contractors. It raised the minimum wage for workers on federal contracts to $10.10 on January 1st, 2015, and increases it annually thereafter based on inflation. Executive Order 13665 of 2014 was based on non-retaliation for disclosure of compensation information. It prevents contractors and subcontractors from punishing employees for discussing, disclosing, or inquiring about their own pay or that of their coworkers. Executive Order 13672 of 2014, it prohibits contractors and subcontractors from discriminating on the basis of sexual orientation or gender identity in hiring, firing, pay, promotion, and other employment practices. Executive Order 13706 of 2015 requires that employees of federal contractors accrue 1 hour of paid sick leave for every 30 hours worked on a federal contract, up to 7 days annually. In this video, I will identify the types of base pay systems. Base pay is the initial rate of compensation an employee receives in exchange for services. It excludes extra lump sum compensation such as bonuses or overtime pay, raises or increased payments, and benefits. An employee's base pay can be expressed as an hourly rate, weekly amount, monthly salary, or an annual salary. The business's compensation philosophy drives the type of compensation program that is used. The choices are single or flat rate systems, performance-based systems, seniority-based compensation systems, and person-based compensation systems. In single or flat rate systems, employees receive the same rate of pay regardless of their performance or seniority. This is commonly used for union hourly positions, training wages in a flat rate job, or elected jobs in the public sector. Generally, the rates relate to the target market survey data for the job. Performance-based pay systems may include merit increases or promotions based on individual employees' performance against the business's performance systems. Employees' performance ratings determine the eligible range of increases for the review period. Differentiating pay based on performance means that the base salaries of employees in the same classification or salary range may vary one from another. When using a performance-based compensation system, it's important to keep accurate records and justify the reasons for disparity in salaries between employees in the same positions. This documentation will be useful in defending against claims of unfair pay practices should they occur. Seniority-based or step-rate systems make pay decisions based on the length of time employees have been in a position or on years of related experience. They're representative of an entitlement compensation philosophy where employees feel that they deserve a certain pay or benefits based on the length of service as opposed to individual performance. In a union context, long-term and short-term compensation decisions are the result of negotiations between the union and the employer. Because of this, workers may not necessarily be driven by the business's compensation philosophy. 3 different programs are available. Automatic step rate. At the prescribed interval, each employee receives a 1-step pay increase. Step rate with performance. This is like the automatic system, except it is influenced by performance. The size or the timing of the pay increase may vary. Combination step rate and performance. Employees receive step rate increases up to the established job rate. Above this level, increases are only granted for superior performance. Person-based systems must be designed to fit the requirements of the job and the business's overall compensation philosophy. Different models have been used in the design of these systems to award individuals with superior knowledge or skill mastery. Knowledge-based systems would benefit scientists whose pay is based on knowledge in a field or domain. Skills-based system for professionals who excel at defined competencies. Competency-based system, machine-based operators cross-trained on a variety of different production equipment. In this video, I will distinguish between the types of wage incentive methods. Wage payment methods are formal wage methods for labor workers to generate higher levels of productivity while maintaining quality. It rewards workers in proportion to their efforts and achievements. To be successful, the program should align to organizational goals and match the needs of the workforce. There are 2 basic systems of wage payment methods: piece rate system and time rate system. Both systems have their merits and demerits, and the compromise from the experts is the development of the incentive wage system. Let's review all 3. The piece rate incentive system. In these systems, wages are based on the quantity and quality of the work that is performed. The rates are determined by these measures. The time rate system. In this system of wage payment, the workers are paid the wages on the basis of time. This system does not consider the employee's productivity during this time. The incentive wage system. These systems provide incentives to the workers to produce more and more, as well as maintaining the quality. The workers are paid a bonus or premium for the additional work. It is important to note that almost all these systems of incentive wages provides for minimum guaranteed wages to the workers. Piece rates have existed for many years, and several theorists have advocated paying workers on a piece rate basis. The most passionate advocate is Frederick W. Taylor, the founder of scientific management. He argued that the best way to motivate workers to higher productivity was to offer them additional money for producing more. As a rule of thumb, the advocates of scientific management claim that piece rates established by time and motion studies increase productivity at least 25% over day work. Here are the two systems. Straight piecework plans. This plan pays a fixed rate per piece regardless of how little a worker produces. Most plans have a guaranteed base rate that is at least as high as the minimum wage rate. Differential piece rate plan. The plan pays a lower rate to workers who produce less than the standard amount and a higher rate to workers who exceed the standard. It significantly rewards productive workers since they are not only paid for producing more pieces, but they are paid a higher rate for each piece, normally 20% higher than the lower rate. The Halsey Premium Plan was the first wage incentive program established in the U.S. industry by Frederick A. Halsey. It was a method for improving the straight piece rate system in an effort to reduce wage cutting by management. Under this plan, standard time for doing each job or operation is fixed, and the worker is given wages for the actual time it takes to complete the job or operation at the agreed rate per hour, plus a bonus equal to, or usually, 1/2 of the wages of the time saved. In practice, the bonus may vary from 33.5% to 66.5% of the wages of the time saved. If there is no savings in the standard time allowance, the worker is only paid the day rate. The Standard Hour Plan, or 100% Premium Plan, is another form of incentive piece rates. It usually requires the establishment of performance standards through time and motion studies. The worker is paid an hourly wage, but the hour is measured in units instead of minutes. If the worker performed the standard amount each hour, then the worker will receive the hourly wage. But if the worker produces above the standard, then the worker receives proportionally more money. Standard performance is usually set at 60 units of work per hour, with a unit of work equaling what a worker should produce in 1 minute. Therefore, if a worker consistently produces 90 units of work per hour, the worker receives 1 1/2 hours pay for each hour worked. In this video, I will identify the types of differential payment methods. FLSA defines the requirements for overtime pay as time and 1/2 the regular rate of hours worked in excess of 40 hours of work. Here are the definitions. Overtime rate is equal to 1.5 times or 150%. Regular rate of pay is all performance-related compensation, for example, bonuses and commissions. Hours work includes all hours the employer suffered the employee to work. Compensatory time, commonly referred to as comp time, provides employee paid time off instead of paying for the overtime at the same rate overtime would have been paid. The laws surrounding comp time varies between exempt and non-exempt employees, federal and state law, and whether the employee is public or private sector. Private sector. FSLA non-exempt employees are required to be paid the minimum wage and overtime payment if they work over 40 hours in a work week, and they are not eligible for comp time. Exempt employees who meet specific guidelines set out by the U.S. Department of Labor are not required to be paid overtime. Employers can have their own flexible arrangement programs at their discretion. Public sector. Some federal, state, and local government employees may be eligible for compensatory time off. This time must be paid at the same rate as overtime pay, 1.5 hours of compensatory time for each hour worked. Failure to compensate an employee with identical rates is a violation of FLSA. Law enforcement, fire protection, and emergency response personnel and employees engaged in seasonal activity may accrue hours. An employee must be permitted to use the compensatory time on the date requested unless doing so would unduly disrupt the operations of the agency. In addition to their base pay, employees often receive additional compensation for factors that make work more difficult or unpleasant. This is known as differential pay. It can also be used as an incentive to accept work that would normally be considered as important. The wage differentials are considered an important and essential part of making compensation fair. Except for overtime, FLSA does not require differential pay. Premium pay is additional pay provided to employees for working certain types of hours or under certain types of conditions. According to FLSA, premium pay needs to be ordered in advance, except when there are compelling reasons when it has to be offered immediately. Every employee needs to be eligible for premium pay. No one can be excluded from receiving it. There are 3 types. Obligatory. This may be paid at a higher rate than required by law, based on company policy, a union contract, or state law. Special days. These are days that are not normally work days, such as holidays, vacation days, 6th or 7th day of work in a single work week, after 8 hours in a day. Special times. Non-regularly scheduled working times, such as callback, on-call, reporting, hazardous conditions, holidays, or weekends. Labor cost differentials impact the cost of labor on a consistent basis. They are a variable cost dependent on the number of employees on the payroll, the base pay amount, the differential amount, numbers of hours worked, and potentially other factors that need to be monitored and controlled. There are 3 types. Geographic-based differential pay. This is an additional compensation paid to the employee to account for variations in the cost of labor and other cost of living among geographic locations. Some companies use cost of living as a factor to determine geographic pay differentials. However, most use cost of labor as a primary factor to determine pay differences among geographic locations. Location-based differential pay. This is given for employment under adverse conditions such as severe climate or because the location of the employment is in a hazardous or isolated area that may be outside of the United States. These may also include allowances for certain foreign areas which are tax-free or adjustments for living outside the continental United States. Time-based differential pay. This is also called shift pay, which is a specific hourly amount or percentage of regular rate of pay to reward for hours normally considered undesirable. This new rate must be used to determine the employee's overtime earnings for over 40 hours in a work week. Employers can establish their own policies regarding shift differentials as long as they comply with overtime laws and minimum wage legislation. Portal-to-portal pay is a calculation of an employee's earnings from the time they step foot on the employer's property until the time they leave. The table displays the 6 common rules that employers are faced with as it relates to whether or not time should be compensated. In all cases, payment is required, but there are some conditions that will exclude a payment as well. The Portal-to-Portal and Fair Labor Standard Acts and their regulations provide some helpful guidance regarding when an employer must count travel time as hours worked for wage payment and overtime purposes. Employers with employees who are frequently on the move should understand their obligations to those employees who travel. Under the Portal to Pay Act, employers do not have to pay a non-exempt employee for hours spent when traveling when Travel hours occur outside the employee's normal work days and normal work hours, and the employee does not work during those hours. Unless both conditions are met, the employee must be paid for the hours. In the example shown, the non-exempt employee's normal work hours are 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. On Friday, the employee would be paid 5 hours because the trip commenced during the normal workday and work hours, and payment must be made until conclusion. On Saturday, the employee is paid for 12 hours worked. On Sunday, the employee is traveling back, leaving at 7 a.m., but the hours start calculating during what would be the regular work hours until the trip concludes, for only 4 of the 6 hours travel. If the employee was driving, the entire time would be paid for 6 hours of paid time. Mileage reimbursement is not required by employers. However, there are rules and best practices that both employers and employees should follow. Reimbursement. An employer is not required to reimburse an employee for mileage. W-2 workers can no longer deduct non-reimbursement expenses such as mileage. Rate amount. The IRS sets the rate each mileage driven for work is worth at the beginning of each calendar year. Most employers will use this rate or set their own for reimbursement. For example, an employer can have a policy stating it will reimburse at 50 cents, whereas the IRS rate may be higher. In this instance, only self-employed workers can deduct the difference. In this video, I will identify the various types of variable compensation programs. One of the most popular recommendations of rejuvenating productivity is to offer financial incentives or pay for performance. It can play a strategic role in increasing organizational effectiveness by providing for payments beyond expectations and motivating employees to perform at higher levels. This may be a factor when determining overtime pay. In addition, it's important to research tax ramifications before implementing these plans. Most pay-for-performance programs are either individual, group, or organizational-wide variable programs or some combination of all three. Individual. The reward system is tied to the performance of the individual employees. The types of plans will depend on the category of employees for which they are designed to help improve their individual performance. Some examples of plans are commission plans, bonus plans, and awards. Group. This program rewards employees for their collective performance rather than for each employee's individual performance. They are most effective when all group members have some impact on achieving the goal, even though individual contributions might not be equal. Well-designed group programs ultimately reinforce teamwork, cultivate loyalty to the business, and increase productivity. Some examples of these plans are gain-sharing plans, team bonus plans, and non-cash plans. Organization-wide. This is a program in which all or most employees can participate. It rewards for overall results. Some examples of these plans are bonus plans, stock plans, and profit-sharing plans. Cash award programs are used to improve individual performance. They provide extra cash compensation based on performance. They are one-time bonus amounts and do not increase an employee's regular pay. Incentives may include lump sum bonuses, spot awards, referral bonuses, and recognition bonuses. Non-cash incentives refers to rewards offered to employees that are not monetary in nature. Merit awards are used to recognize performance, special contributions, or length of service. Incentives may include trips, trophies, certificates, and promotions. Sales commissions help to motivate the sales teams. This involves provisions of extra pay for every unit sold beyond a certain limit set by the business. For example, a sales agent who sells goods worth more then $2,000 is usually given a commission of 10% of extra sales. The use of sales commissions help businesses in motivating the sales team. There are typically 4 different types of sales incentive programs. Straight salary. This is used when more time is spent on the sales service than sales to establish or build a relationship, typically a longer sales cycle. Salary plus commission. This is used when the organization wants to reward behaviors that are supported by a strategy. The plan in place needs to be adaptable. A salary draw. This is used when not meeting a particular goal will not necessarily affect the pay. For example, providing a loan to help establish a pipeline. Straight commission. This is used when the goal is to increase volume and to control costs. An example is in high volume sales. In this video, I will identify the types of incentive programs that is paid based on combined efforts. Teams share a common goal or purpose. A team is a group. Groups share common characteristics. Not every group is a team. Team and group incentives are an essential pay component that rewards cooperation when employees work together. They're most effective when individual performance is difficult to measure, or if a small team and its members discern that individual effort makes a difference and a coordinated effort is required. Gain sharing is similar to profit sharing, except that the bonuses are paid on improved productivity rather than a % of the profit. Gain sharing plans normally reward employees on a monthly or quarterly basis, depending on how productivity is measured. The most popular gain sharing plans are Scalon, Rucker, and ImproShare. Scalon plan. This is a combination of a gain sharing plan and an employee suggestion system. A Scalon plan has come to represent the philosophy of the industrial relations whereby management and the employees work cooperatively to increase the efficiency of the business and then share in the rewards. It divides labor costs by revenue costs for its labor ratio. Rucker's share of production plan. This is similar to the Scalon plan, but based on a more sophisticated accounting analysis of value added. In this plan, the ratio is calculated by dividing the labor cost by the value added rather than by the total revenues as recommended by Scalon. Under a Rucker plan, a historical relationship is established between the total employee earnings and the value added by the employees through the production process. The value added by the business is simply the sales of output less the cost of materials used. A standard productivity ratio is calculated, which expresses the production value required for each dollar of compensation. As productivity is increased, compensation increases and is shared between the labor and management. The ratios are revamped if major changes in products or production processes occur. ImproShare plans. These are similar to Scalon and Rucker plans, but ImproShare plans are tied directly to the measures of productivity rather than to the dollar value of the product. The basic idea is that a firm sets the base level of performance, tracks improvements in performance, and then pays bonuses proportionate to the amount of time saved, either to all workers or just to those workers in the group being measured. Improvements in productivity are shared with employees, which explains why they're called ImproShare plans, improved productivity through sharing. Organizational incentive plans are often used as motivational techniques to inspire employees to work harder towards achieving organizational goals and objectives. They are the financial rewards given to employees and are often implemented to inspire and motivate employees to be loyal to the business and to work to achieve organizational goals and objectives. They are usually in addition to individual and team or group goals. Organization-wide discretionary plans are offered at the employer's choice. The employee is neither guaranteed nor entitled to the plan, and it is generally not associated with a specified amount of work or reaching a particular goal. Two types of organization-wide discretionary plans exist. Bonus plans. This is a method of recognizing and rewarding hard work that is given to employees along with their fixed base pay. It is dependent on the variables set out by the business and is typically a one-time additional payment at a certain time of year. Stock plans. Corporations can offer employees a discounted price to purchase their stock, which may result in a tax benefit. The types of plans include employee stock purchase plans and employee stock ownership plans. The philosophy behind profit sharing is that those who contributed to creating the profits should participate in receiving them. In these plans, employees receive a share of the business's profits in addition to their regular pay. The types of profit sharing plans are cash plans, deferred plans, or some combination. Cash plan. In this sub-plan, payments are made to employees at the end of each period, usually quarterly or annually. A major advantage of a cash profit sharing plan is that it provides greater motivation because employees immediately see their efforts have created greater compensation. Deferral plan. This plan has the advantage of not being taxed immediately, which means that a larger amount of the money is invested and will be taxed at a later time when the money is withdrawn. Furthermore, a deferral profit sharing plan has the advantage of helping employees develop retirement programs. The features of profit sharing plans are listed in the bottom table. Discretionary. Each year, the Board of Directors determines if there will be a payout and how that payout will be calculated. Constant percentage. This can range between 20 to 25%. Ascending or descending scale formula. Percentages increase or decrease as profits increase or decrease. Allocation formula. This determines how funds will be divided among the individual participants. In this video, we will address the different types of pay increases. When changes are made to an existing pay structure, pay for some employees may fall outside the pay range. There are three common situations. Green circle rates. Pay that falls below the minimum of the pay range is referred to as a green circle rate of pay. Employees may also be green circled because their experience and/or skills do not meet the requirements of the position or as a result of performance issues. Red circle rates. Conversely, red circle rate refers to employees whose pay falls above the maximum of the pay range. This may occur when an employee is demoted without a corresponding decrease to the base pay because of a transfer or for some unusual circumstance. Wage compression. This occurs when new employees are hired at a rate of pay that is greater than that which is earned by current employees for similar skills, education, and experience. These situations are usually the most challenging during high-growth economic times or when there's a high demand for certain skill sets. Wage compression may also occur if the business's pay practices, merit increases, and promotional budgets are not in line with the market. One way to reduce wage compression is to provide salary adjustments for the current population. There are a few possibilities to calculate and communicate changes in pay. In the end, they will all net out to be the same, so the determining factor will be the method that is easiest to calculate when processing the payroll and creating operating budgets. A different method can also be used to communicate this information to employees. Flat rate increase. A flat rate increase of salary or hourly rate usually results in a dollar amount increase to be paid on a payroll basis. For piece rate earners, this is an additional amount to the current rate of the piecework completed. Percentage increase. An increase of the current pay is set by a percentage regardless of how they are paid. Most employers prefer to communicate changes with this method as it's easier to explain the rationale. Operating budgets. The percentage method is easier to prepare new operating budgets reflecting the increase. However, most managers prefer the flat rate method to create budgets for hourly employees and piece-rate workers. A lump sum increase is something that is given instead of an increase in salary. It is not added to the fixed base salary, but rather given in the form of a single payment. This is a reason why it's also known as a lump sum bonus. There are many uses for the lump sum increase, but it's most popular for red circle rate employees. To comply with FSLA, in situations where a non-exempt employee is involved, the employer must include the lump sum payment to calculate the regular rate of pay when calculating overtime. The most popular pay-for-performance method is the merit pay increase, which consists of periodically evaluating the performance of all employees and giving commensurate pay increases. Although merit pay is generally intended to reward employees for their productivity, other aspects of their performance may also be recognized, such as attendance, positive work attitudes, or initiative. High performers receive larger merit increases than lower performers. The merit pay increase is awarded in addition to the cost of living increases or pay increases for additional education or years of service. The merit increase can be treated as either an addition to the base pay or a one-time individual bonus. Merit pay increases are relevant regardless of how they're paid. Employers provide base pay increases to maintain competitive pay levels for those performing at an acceptable level, as well as recognizing outstanding performance. These types include general pay increases. This is given to all non-union employees regardless of job performance. They are not linked to market pressures and are usually subject only to the availability of the funds. Seniority pay increases. These are commonly offered in unionized environments and based solely on the length of service. Non-union settings usually combine seniority with performance increases. Market-based increases. These adjust an employer's pay by better matching market levels. They are used when employee retention is threatened to make pay competitive with the market. A cost of living adjustment, or COLA, is an increase made to income to counteract the effects of inflation. It is a pay increase given to all employees based on market pressure. It is usually measured against the Consumer Price Index, CPI, which is the measure of price in goods and services in each area over a period of time. COLAs can be paid at a lump sum or over a period. They are usually negotiated in a unionized environment. It can be argued on the basis that they simply reflect the increased cost of living. They are also more persuasive during periods of high inflation. Non-union employers typically resist the pressures to provide COLAs. The reason behind this is that once they get started, it's usually difficult to stop, thereby diminishing the business's ability to control its labor costs. In this video, I will describe the elements of executive compensation. Executive salaries are primarily offered to the C-suite executives, with a select few that may be added at the discretion of senior leadership. Their salaries are significantly larger than what is provided for other employees and creates tax implications, so most salaries will have a cap. However, their value is extended through deferred compensation, which results in stock options and grants. There are many different forms of executive compensation offering a variety of tax benefits and performance incentives. The pyramid shows the most common type of compensation, and the shape depicts its ratio. Starting from the top, base salary. This is the sum of all standard cash compensation the executive receives for the year. Executive bonuses. These are offered to attract and retain key executives as an incentive on top of base salary. Also, as an option, instead of paying bonuses directly to executives, funds can be used to pay for life insurance or annuity plans. Perquisites or perks. These are various benefits given to executives, including the use of a private jet, travel reimbursement, and other rewards. Exit packages. These are packages given to executives when they leave the company for a variety of reasons other than gross misconduct. A golden parachute or golden handshake is a severance that the executive will receive if terminated or the company changes leadership. It is customary for some executives to receive health care benefits upon retirement for years of service or other reasonable perks. These are packages given to executives when they leave the company for various reasons other than gross misconduct. A golden parachute or golden handshake is a severance the executive will receive if terminated or if the company changes leadership. It is customary for some executives to receive health benefits upon retirement for the years of service or other reasonable perks. Deferred compensation and long-term incentive plans. Deferred means compensation will be paid at a later date, typically for tax purposes. However, changes in regulations have lessened the popularity of this type of compensation method. Long-term incentive plans include all compensation tied to performance for tax purposes. Current tax laws favor pay-for-performance compensation. Stock plans, when used in the right way, help to inspire management to maximize shareholder value. This top 5 list is an excerpt from Bloomberg's Pay Index, which tracks the 100 highest paid executives at companies that submit compensation details to U.S. regulators. The figures on the index consist of salaries, bonuses, and benefits paid in 2018. They also include the value of awarded stock options and restricted shares that may yield payoffs in the future. For comparison purposes, all equity awards are valued at each company's fiscal year end, not as of the date they were granted. Let's start with number 5 and roll forward. Nikesh Arora, CEO of Palo Alto Networks, Inc., $130,730,811. He took over Palo Alto Networks in June 2018 and received shares that will be distributed over 7 years. He also received stock options that fully vest if the share price quadruples. His previous employer, SoftBank Group Corp., paid him about $300 million in his tenure. Number 4, Tim Cook, CEO of Apple Inc., $141,657,076. Most of his compensation came from a stock award granted years ago that the index allocates over a decade. He received a $12 million bonus for 2018, his biggest ever, which he plans on giving most of it to charity. Number 3, Bob Iger, CEO and Chairman of Walt Disney Company, $146,161,652. He signed a new contract in late 2017 that promised a sizable raise and special awards of restricted shares with an estimated value of more than $100 million, most of which haven't vested as yet. Some of those are tied to year-long performance goals, including Disney's stock return relative to the S&P. In March, the company curtailed some of the increases and firmed up the performance goals after investors said they were too lax. Number 2, Brendan Kennedy, CEO and Chairman of Tilray Inc., $256,006,946. In July 2018, Tilray Inc. became the first cannabis company to list its shares on the United States Exchange and ended 2018 with a 315% gain. In September 2018, the company had an intraday stock record of $300 per share, which increased Kennedy's worth to more than $2 billion. However, by the end of the year, the price had dropped to $70.54, which was still more than quadruple the IPO price. As a first-timer on the list, he's among the world's top paid managers and joins an exclusive club of entrepreneurs whose gambles yielded compensation packages of a magnitude rarely seen by blue-chip companies. And number 1, Elon Musk, CEO of Tesla Inc., $513,278,929. He stands high atop with a total that is 76% of the combined list and puts it all on the line with 89% of his pay in stock awards, which are often contingent on performance conditions, and payouts are reduced if they are not met. On the other hand, if goals are exceeded, the windfall could be significantly bigger than initially estimated. His total includes 2018 grants and option awards received in 2012. However, Tesla disputes Bloomberg's treatment of his options by stating this analysis wrongly assumes that Elon receives 1/10 of the combined value of his 2012 and 2018 performance packages, when in reality, not a single dollar was realized last year. Tesla indicated that the 2018 options are tied to ambitious milestones and none of them have been vested so far, and that Musk has never accepted the minimum salary Tesla is required to pay him under California law. Non-qualified deferred compensation plans are an agreement for the employer to pay the employee a certain amount of compensation in the future. It usually provides an additional benefit to the key executives through plans such as Top Hat plans, 457F plans, excess deferral plans, and rabbi trusts. The employer does not deduct future compensation or receive a tax benefit. The employee does not need to pay current income tax except Social Security and Medicare taxes. There are no IRS specified contribution limits or non-discriminatory requirements. The future compensation of the employee may reside with the regular business funds, so they are not protected in the case of bankruptcy or fraud. Corporate boards of directors are made up of outside and inside directors. The outside directors are primarily executive retirees and business executives who have experienced great success through their careers. The inside directors, such as C-suite executives, do not receive additional compensation. Outside directors who assist the board on a part-time basis, and many while managing their own full-time jobs, can earn a significant amount of compensation dependent on their arrangement. The display shows the types and levels of compensation, starting at the lowest level and moving up to the highest level. Here are examples of what Fortune 500 companies pay their outside directors. Base pay or retainer. As a board member, responsibilities typically include preparing for and attending 4 to 6 board meetings per year and reviewing company filings and materials, as well as advising management on a wide range of matters, including succession, strategy, compensation, and acquisitions. The typical amount can go up to $100,000 annually. Service incentives. Holding certain board positions receive an additional annual retainer. $35,000 to $200,000 for the board chair, $35,000 for the audit committee chair, $30,000 for the compensation chair, $25,000 for special committee members, which can include audit, compensation, governance, or nominating, $20,000 for other committees chairs, such as strategic planning, finance, or technology. Executive perquisites. These are similar to those offered to company executives. In addition, product companies will offer new products on request at no charge and or for additional discounts. Stock plans. This is paid in addition to other cash payments. $175,000 in annual stock grants, $250,000 in restricted stock. According to Lodestone Global, it's very common for equity to be the main compensation for outside director pay. In 2016, the number of companies that use equity retainers more than doubled to 21%, while meeting fees were still nearly all paid in cash. Depending on the business's structure and the industry, HR's role in executive compensation may vary, but may include monitoring and evaluating compensation systems, consulting on strategy, and participating in selecting outside experts. In this video, I will explain the close interaction between the human resources and payroll processes. Similar to human resources, payroll is a name that has many meanings. It can be the domain, the people doing the work, or the processes to pay the employees. Regardless, payroll is the most visible and sensitive process of any business. It ensures that all employees' pay is calculated and distributed. The financial records for employee transactions are maintained, and the government and other bodies receive the appropriate documentation and funds in a timely manner. Payroll may reside in human resources or finance, and in some cases, it may be a standalone function. The key responsibilities for the payroll domain are to pay employees accurately and on time, which encompasses a wide range of duties for this process. The type of business, the number of employees, the type and volume of transactions, and the activities of the payroll team will help determine the right number of resources required to support the organization. Payroll and HR have a tight integration to ensure that manager and employee inquiries are satisfactorily addressed. The key areas are timekeeping. This is to gather, calculate, and verify timekeeping data. It also troubleshoots and resolves issues prior to the payroll processing. Paycheck processing. This verifies payroll change requests to ensure that there's a proper authorization and the data has been entered and processed accurately. It also reconciles pre- and post-payroll runs via payroll reports. It creates the direct deposit file for the banks and requests related payments from the Treasury. It also processes any late payroll transactions with manual checks. It's involved with printing and distributing the payroll checks and stubs to employees. Payroll accounting. This involves the transfer of payroll details to the general ledger, disposition of all monies collected from employees to be paid to third parties, and payment to government authorities. In addition, month-end, quarter-end, and year-end transactions, filings, reconciliations, and reporting are also completed. Record keeping and legislative compliance. Employers must keep documents that determine wage calculations for 2 years. The federal law also requires employers to keep payroll data on file for at least 3 years. Payroll calculations may be done manually using tax tables and various other sources of information. Alternatively, payroll can be calculated using payroll software, which is typically a system that is set up and regularly updated to do payroll calculations behind the scenes each time a payroll is processed. On the left-hand side of the diagram are the major processes to execute the payroll. On the right-hand side are the key outputs to various stakeholders. Making the business case to switch to a payroll provider can be an easy one, as there are many factors centered around productivity and profitability, which are the key benefits of outsourcing payroll. As shown on the diagram, from top center and moving to the right, they include accountability. Employing expert help relieves a huge burden off the business, as payroll is the biggest financial asset a company has to manage. Accuracy. Penalties for errors and omissions or late payroll tax filing can be very costly. Payroll mistakes are painful, angering employees, and not reporting timely or accurate to the government pose red flags to the IRS. Businesses are not experts in the changing world of government tax regulations. However, they are legally responsible for any cases of misrepresentation or failure to accurately report employment taxes to the federal and state government agencies. Mistakes lead to audits and penalties, situations no business wants or needs. Professional payroll providers must stay current with rules and regulations and changes in the tax rates. Productivity. Payroll processing is a time-consuming process and demands a great deal of time and attention to detail. Outsourcing payroll immediately frees up precious time and allows employers to concentrate on their core business and frees up time to work on more strategic tasks that could ultimately affect the bottom line. Employers only need to make contact with their outsourced payroll specialists by approving time each pay period. Security. Payroll processing is a complex and potentially risky business. Even with long-time trusted employees, there's always a risk of identity theft, embezzlement, or funds tampering with company files for personal gain. There's also evident risk when using in-house payroll software. How safe and secure is the payroll data on the company's server or network? This is a very real question that can consume a business's attention and energy. Most payroll services have technologies that can spot and alert clients to various types of payroll fraud. Additionally, online payroll solutions offer a safe haven for your confidential payroll data. In addition to redundant backup on multiple server locations, a quality payroll provider invests in state-of-the-art systems for storing and protecting data, simply because it's part of the service they provide to its clients. Value. Direct costs of processing payroll can be greatly reduced by working with a payroll provider. Payroll can be easily streamlined with many repetitive tasks that can be done more efficiently when completed en masse by an outsourcer. In addition to reducing the overhead costs, the stress of not having the right person available is also gone. In this video, I will demonstrate how to troubleshoot payroll issues to address employee concerns. Payroll is often a blended function between human resources and accounting, and it's highly operational in nature. Payroll mistakes are costly, and not just from an administrative burden. Many employees depend on their paychecks to be correct, so the process should be built to reduce the likelihood of mistakes. Employers are responsible for withholding taxes and other deductions from the employees' payroll checks, so knowing how to calculate net pay is essential for running an accurate and legal payroll. The calculation diagram shows a detailed payroll process. The flow will be starting from the left to the right and then from top to bottom as necessary. Gross pay. This is the employee's income before taking out deductions. It is the agreed to or calculated payments the employee earned for the period. It may also include additional earning types and allowances. Taxable benefits. When the employee receives a benefit of significant value, tax is paid on that value. Therefore, the item is considered a taxable benefit or imputed income. The amount is added to gross pay to calculate taxes and then removed. Pre-tax deductions. These are subtracted from gross pay to determine some or all the taxes so taxable income can be lowered. Examples of pre-tax deductions include Section 125 healthcare premiums, 401k plans, and some life insurance premiums. The amount still remains a deduction in the final calculation. Statutory taxes. These are types of payroll deductions that are mandatory, such as Social Security, Medicare, and federal income taxes. Depending on where employees work, state and local income taxes may need to be withheld. Statutory deductions. Orders may be received to deduct mandatory non-tax deductions such as child support payments, quadros, garnishments, and levies. The instructions on these need to be followed explicitly and executed on the soonest payroll. Voluntary deductions. This group includes group healthcare insurance, some retirement plans, and other authorized deductions. Note that no deductions can be made from an employee's payroll unless explicitly authorized. The responsibility for payroll taxes continues even after paychecks have been issued to employees. Businesses are responsible for paying their portion of payroll taxes. These taxes are an added expense over and above the expense of the employee's gross pay. The payroll process for a single pay period can sometimes take 2 or 3 days to complete because of the detailed process. Employers are required to maintain payroll records for their employees. Even when non-exempt employees are properly paid, businesses can still find themselves in trouble if they don't keep proper payroll records. FSLA's requirements are focused on the information contained rather than on the method or format used. The top left-hand corner shows the box for employee data and list of biographical information. The box to the right shows employment data and lists the types of assignment data. The box below them is employee tax and payroll data, and it lists items for time records for all workers, exemptions, and year-end statements. The box on the right shows organizational payroll data and lists items for payment details, distributions withheld, and the IRS reporting. In this video, I will overview the process for calculating multiple straight time rates of pay. The first and one of the most time-consuming payroll processes is calculating the employee's time. The workflow shown has the steps involved, starting with a box on the top left and following the sequence. Employee works. Calculate hours worked. Employees' hours are usually tracked through a time clock system or some other method. Each pay period, the hours must be tabulated to determine the total hours worked for the period. The regular pay formula is rate times hours. Determine the rate. The FSLA has established guidelines for minimum wages that must be paid. The federal minimum wage for non-exempt workers is $7.25 per hour. For tipped workers, it's $2.13 per hour cash wage if claiming a tipped credit. Based on the total hours, determine if overtime has been established. Overtime provisions for FSLA requires that covered employees receive 1.5 times their regular rate for all hours worked in excess of 40 hours in a given week. Check for overtime. If there is overtime, the flow moves out to the right and then down and back to pick up the number of hours and perform the overtime calculation. Overtime provisions for FSLA requires that covered employees receive 1.5 times the regular rate of pay for all hours worked in excess of 40 hours in a given week. Calculate gross pay. With regular pay and overtime pay, gross pay can be calculated by adding the two numbers. The basic formula for calculating net pay or take-home pay is gross pay minus deductions equals net pay. Process deductions. Deductions cover both voluntary and involuntary deductions and are taken away from the gross pay. Net pay. This is the remainder that's left for the employee to take home. Here's an example of a calculation. The monthly salary is provided along with the hours worked in a week, the number of overtime hours, and the overtime multiple. Based on this information, the first step is to calculate the hourly rate. First, calculate the annual pay. Monthly salary times 12. That's $2,375 times 12 equals $28,500. Next, calculate the weekly pay. That's the yearly salary divided by 52 weeks in the year. That's $28,500 divided by 52. That's $548.08. Then calculate the hourly pay. That's the weekly salary divided by 40 hours. That's $548.08 divided by 40, which is $13.70. Step 2, calculate the overtime. First, the regular pay, which is hours times hourly rate. 40 hours per week times the hourly pay of $13.70 equals $548.08, which is also the same amount as a calculated weekly pay. The overtime pay then is overtime hours times hourly rate times the multiple, which is 8 times $13.70 times 1.5 is $164.40. The total weekly earnings is regular pay plus overtime pay, which is $712.48. When an employee works at 2 or more different types of work for which straight time rates have been established, the regular rate for that singular work week is the weighted average of those rates. Earnings from all rates are added together and the total is divided by the number of hours worked for all jobs. FSLA requires employers to pay overtime based on an employee's regular rate of pay. For non-cash in the form of goods or facilities, the reasonable cost of the employer or fair value, such as goods or facilities, must be included in the regular rate. Here's an example of calculating multiple straight time rates. For each individual job, the hours worked in that week is given and the overtime multiple. Calculate the stock clerk pay, which is the job 1 hours times the job 1 hourly rate, 18 times $9, which is $162. Calculate the cashier pay rate, job 2 hours times the job 2 hourly rate, 30 times $8.50 is $255. The total straight time pay is a total of both jobs, which is $417. Step 2 is to calculate the overtime. The premium overtime rate is a total straight time pay divided by the total hours. That's $417 divided by 48, which is $8.69. The premium overtime pay is the adjusted hourly rate times the multiple times the overtime hours. That's $8.69 times 0.5 times 8. The total is $34.76. Step 3 is to calculate the weekly earnings. Calculate the weekly earnings is total straight time pay plus overtime total hours is $417 plus $34.76 equals $443.32. The total weekly earnings is then the total of the overtime pay plus the weekly earnings is $451.76. In this video, I will share the calculations for overtime on wage payment plans such as piece rates. Wage incentive methods involve extra costs to establish and to operate properly. These include standardizing methods, allow time, materials, and production design. Installation, maintenance, and record keeping can also be a challenge. With an improperly structured and planned systems, troubles and disputes between labor and management may arise. In addition, it may create conflicts with groups of workers. This is a calculation with piece rate with overtime pay calculation. The rate is provided along with the number of production pieces and the hours in the work week. Step 1. Calculate earnings. Pieces produced times the piece rate. 125 times $3.75 equals $468.75. Next, calculate the hourly pay. Weekly earnings divided by the total hours worked. $468.75 divided by 48. That's $9.77. Step 2. Calculate the overtime. First, calculate regular pay. Hours times hourly rate. 40 times $9.77 is equal to $390.63. Then, calculate overtime pay. Overtime hours times hourly rate times the multiple. 8 times $9.77 times 1.5 is equal to $1,117.24. The total weekly earnings is then equal to $507.87. This is a calculation for the Halsey Premium Plan pay calculation. The guaranteed rate is provided, plus the hours requirement and the completion time, the savings rate, and the hours that are less than 8 hours. Step 1. Calculate earnings. Completion hours times the guaranteed rate. 36 times 12 equals $432. Calculate the bonus. The first part is time saved. The hours requirement minus the completion time. 48 minus 36 equals 12. The second part of the bonus is time saved multiplied by savings times rate, which is 12 times $4, which is $48. The total weekly earnings is then $480. Step 2, calculate the effective hourly rate. To calculate the hourly rate is total earnings divided by total hours worked. $480 divided by 36. The effective hourly rate is $13.33. In this video, I will share when the business needs to contribute to payments for tipped employees. Tipped employees are those who customarily and regularly receive more than $30 per month in tips. Legislation provides rules for both the employees and the employer. The employees are required to honestly and accurately report all of their cash and credit card tips. The employer is required to meet all other aspects of federal reporting requirements. From a reporting perspective, the employees are required to keep track of these tips, while the employer is expected to ensure that the staff reports these tips as income every pay period. There are payroll services available that can help with these requirements, with the tracking and reporting of tip income and filing the correct reports to the IRS. Under FLSA, tips are the property of the employee, and the employer is prohibited from using any of the employee's tips for any reason other than as credit against the minimum wage obligation to the employee, known as a tip credit, or in furtherance of a valid tip pool. A tip credit. Employers are allowed to take the tip credit against any tipped employee's hourly wage. This tip credit can be the amount between the required cash wage of $2.13 and the federal minimum wage of $7.25 per hour. This means that the most tip credit an employer is allowed to take is $5.12 per hour. That's $7.25 minus $2.13. Essentially, the employee's tips make up for the tip credit amount. This is why most servers are only paid an actual $2.13 per hour. Valid tip pool. Employers can require employees to contribute all or a portion of their tips to a tip pool, which is split among other employees who serve customers and regularly receive tips. Bartenders, servers, bellhops, and front counter personnel, for example, can all split the money put into a tip pool. However, if the money in a tip pool is going to employees who do not customarily receive tips, such as maintenance workers, dishwashers, chefs, or managers, it's considered an invalid tip pool under FLSA. Let's take a look at tip pay calculations. Here are the basics. The federal minimum tip wage is $2.13 per hour. The employer's tip credit is $5.12 per hour. The employee must make $7.25 per hour when combining tips and wages. Therefore, $7.25 times 40 hours per week equals a minimum of $290 minimum weekly gross. The employer must pay the required cash wage, which is 40 hours times $2.13 per hour, which is $85.20 per week. Let's look at two examples. Example A. The server reports tips of $1,189. The question is the employer requirement of $85.20 plus the tips received by the employee $1,189 greater than the $290 that's required? Yes. Therefore, the employer is only now required to pay the $85.20 as cash wages. Let's try another one. Example B. The server reports tips of $111. Is the $85.20 plus the $111 greater than $290? No, it's not. Therefore, the employer must pay the additional wages so the employee earns at least the minimum wage. So the minimum gross weekly wages of $290 minus the $111 in tips equals the $179 which the employer must make up to the employee. Employees are an employer's greatest asset, and they have a coexistence on each other through the employment relationship. An employment exchange occurs when there's a balance between the inducements offered by the business and the contributions made by the employees. Employees are willing to work for the inducements or rewards they receive from working, and it requires employers to design compensation programs to attract and retain talent, offer compensation methods that will induce employees, secure the best and brightest executives with top compensation packages, and fairly provide changes for increased value perceived from employee work through payment changes. Perceptions about employee practices influence employee engagement and job satisfaction, which ultimately impacts the bottom line. HR's quest in finding and retaining top talent is crucial to achieving organizational goals, and it involves having competitive pay practices at all levels and maintaining consistency. Due to increased competition within the labor market, development and implementation of the appropriate incentive plans for employees have become one of the greatest challenges that most businesses face today. We addressed a variety of options available across industries and employee types. Differential payment methods are used to supplement regular pay. Variable payment methods are used to reward individual high achievers. And incentive programs are used to recognize teams, groups, and organizational-wide improvements. The rewards or benefits of an incentive must also be provided at regular intervals in a progressive manner based on the performance of employees. Furthermore, incentive plans should be exercised without any bias or favoritism. The administrative aspect to compensation programs requires a lot of attention to detail. There are impacts at the organizational, category, and employee based on standard and changing federal laws and regulations, the payroll process and supporting payment issues, and calculations for a variety of payment types. The biggest challenge with compensation is getting it right. The right mix for the business, the right incentives for the right employees, and the right calculations. It is a huge responsibility for HR, but it also requires the talents and efforts of many professionals. HR's role is to provide the oversight and coordination to ensure that it all comes together well and to be the face of the organization in supporting managers and employees. So many rules and regulations and the ever-increasing costs, why do employers even bother with employee health care? We'll explore reasons and options in benefits. In this topic, I will share the different types of benefits and eligibility requirements to join and sustain them. On the PHR exam overview chart, we will be addressing Functional Area 4 and covering total rewards, which is worth 15% of the exam. The last course in this series is Benefits, which is highlighted in red. Employee benefits, also known as perks or fringe benefits, are provided to employees over and above salaries and wages. These may include overtime, medical insurance, vacation, profit sharing, and retirement benefits, to name just a few. They are important to attract and retain qualified talent. This table overviews the processes across total rewards and will serve as a quick reference to locate activities within the function. Each business may bundle these differently, so there is no right or wrong answer, just whatever is correct for your structure and the people supporting the work. In the last column is benefits. Employers are not required to offer employee benefit programs, but many employers do because it demonstrates to employees that their health and future is important to the business. The right mix of benefits can enhance the employer's value proposition and be a differentiator from competitors, which can help increase retention and attract great candidates. In discovering the various types of employee benefits, we will identify the strategies for developing successful benefit programs by understanding their purpose and their structure. Benefit programs provide a dignified way for employees to receive a relatively secure and constant level of income, regardless of illness, accident, or time away from work. Benefit programs require employees to adopt an attitude of sharing and giving. Benefit programs are also called indirect compensation and are designed with an employee focus to promote organizational loyalty, reward continued employment, and enable employees to live healthy lives, to help them care for their families, and to help provide for retirement benefits. In addition to helping employees, employers benefit from these programs by helping to attract and retain talent, increase employees' loyalty and commitment to the organization, in addition to providing tax-advantaged health and welfare benefits. Benefit programs are organized into 3 categories. The first one is government-mandated benefits. These are involuntary benefits and are sponsored or partially sponsored by the employer. Healthcare benefits, these are the critical piece of a compensation package, and they are the crown jewel. They include optional and voluntary and are set to attract and retain staff. Other benefits, these may be offered dependent on the business's strategy and direction of the industry or region. Every employer must at least consider whether to offer healthcare benefits or other benefits in order to remain competitive with other businesses for the most talented employees and to avoid penalties imposed by healthcare reform. Here are some of the drawbacks to offering employee healthcare benefits. Healthcare costs. The cost of healthcare premiums continually rise on an annual basis, making it difficult to financially plan, especially for small employers who are often hit the hardest. Cost sharing. Most employers push their costs down to the employees to control their portions. Employees are generally unhappy about the increased costs and the perceived lack of coverage. Administration. Employers who are not properly staffed may feel the burden from filling out forms, remitting premiums, and handling inquiries. Liability. Employers can and have been sued by employees in malpractice claims for not selecting what they perceive to be good providers. Employee benefits represent a significant financial investment on the part of the employer. To effectively meet its purpose, the employer's total benefit program must be cost-effective, meet their stated purpose, must be affordable for both the employer and the employee, and must comply with state and local and federal laws. To accomplish these objectives, data must be collected and analyzed to determine whether the employer's benefit program actually meets its objectives. This process is known as a benefits needs analysis. It consists of several steps that include data collection and analysis that culminates in a report called a gap analysis. The process is as follows. From left to right, review the overall culture and strategy, review total rewards philosophy, analyze workforce demographics, analyze existing utilization costs and data, dropping down to the second row and moving from right to left, determine potential benefits and coverage costs, conduct the gap analysis, and then evaluate and improve benefit offerings. There are a number of advantages to offering healthcare benefits to workers. Here are a few of the major ones. Qualified employees. Whether benefits are absolutely necessary to attract and retain the most qualified candidates will depend upon factors such as what competitors or other similar-sized companies are offering for healthcare benefits. Healthcare Reform Assessment. The Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act and related legislation requires employers with 50 or more full-time employees or a combination of full-time and part-time employees that is equivalent to 50 full-time employees to offer adequate healthcare coverage or be subject to assessment if their employees receive premium tax credits to buy their own insurance. This mandate is in effect beginning in 2015. Tax advantages. Another reason why many employers choose to offer healthcare benefits is so that they themselves can take advantage of less expensive health insurance than they could get on their own, as well as tax breaks for the contribution made by the business. Self-employed individuals can deduct 100% of their healthcare premium costs as a business expense. Small businesses with fewer than 25 employees may be eligible for tax credits for purchasing health insurance for their employees. Group purchasing power. If an employer decides not to contribute towards employee health insurance, they can offer them group rates through the business. In addition, small businesses, generally those with 50 or fewer full-time employees, can purchase healthcare coverage through a government-run insurance marketplace established specifically for them, the Small Business Health Options Program, called SHOP. Employees' welfare. Insurance plans offer preventative care that can keep employees healthy and working. If employees don't have preventative care and yearly physicals, which they might not do if they don't have insurance, they could end up being out of the office for longer periods of time with more serious illnesses. In this video, I will review federal laws and regulations related to healthcare administration of benefits activities. These 4 acts shown are listed from the earliest to the most recent. They will be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. Congress amended Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1994 with the Pregnancy Discrimination Act of 1978. This act defines pregnancy as a protected class within the definition of sex for the purpose to clarify that discrimination against women on the basis of pregnancy, childbirth, or any related medical condition is an unlawful employment practice. It defines pregnancy as a temporary disability and requires accommodation on the job if it is necessary. It guarantees the employee rights to return to work to the same or similar job with the same pay following her pregnancy disability. The Drug-Free Workplace Act of 1988 requires that government contractors make a good faith effort to ensure a drug-free workplace. Employers are required to prohibit unlawful drug use in the workplace and institute drug awareness education for employees. Although these drug measures do not mandate drug testing, careful drug testing is consistent with the intent of the Act and could even be regarded as evidence of the required good faith effort. The Act requires that federal contractors with contracts of $100,000 or more must follow these requirements to certify to federal contracting agencies that they maintain a drug-free work environment. The Mental Health Parity Act of 1996 requires that health insurance providers cover mental health care in the same amounts as medical or surgical benefits. Before the Act came into effect, insurance companies were not required to cover mental health care. In the absence of the Act, access to mental health services was challenged for those with modest financial means. The Mental Health Parity and Addiction Equity Act of 2008 prohibits large group health plans against imposing annual or lifetime dollar limits on mental health benefits that are less favorable than any such limits imposed on medical and/or surgical benefits. The Act preserves the Mental Health Parity Act's protection and adds significant new protections, such as extending the parity requirements to substance use disorders. Although the law requires a general equivalence in the way that mental health and substance use disorders and medical surgical benefits are treated with respect to the annual and lifetime dollar limits, financial requirements, and treatment limitations, that do not require large group plans or health plans to cover these benefits. The Act's requirement applies only to large group health plans and health issuers that choose to include mental health and substance use disorder benefits in their benefit packages. However, the Affordable Care Act builds on this Act and requires coverage of mental health and substance use disorder services as one of the 10 essential health benefit categories in non-grandfathered individual and small group plans. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to impacts on benefit activities. The acts shown are separated into 3 groups by each row. The group in the top row has 3 acts which are the primary legislation listed from the earliest to the most recent. They will be covered in summary format indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The group in the middle row has 4 acts which are listed from earliest to most recent. Their coverage will be highlighted. The legislative summaries may be included in other courses. The group in the bottom row has 4 acts which are listed from the earliest to the most recent. The legislative summaries are included in the employment legislation course. The Rehabilitation Act of 1973 prohibits discrimination on the basis of disability in programs conducted by federal agencies, in programs receiving federal financial assistance, in federal employment, and in employment practice of federal contractors. The standards for determining employment discrimination under the Act are the same as those in Title I of the American Disability Act. It protects qualified individuals with disabilities. An individual with a disability is a person who has a physical or mental impairment that substantially limits one or more of life's activities, has a record of such impairment, or is regarded as having such an impairment. Qualified means that a person satisfies the job-related requirements of the position he or she holds or is applying for and can perform its essential functions with or without reasonable accommodation. This act replaced the Vocational Rehabilitation Act and created support for states to create vocational rehabilitation programs. The term originally used in this legislation was handicapped. The law was later modified to replace that term with disable. The Americans with Disability Act, ADA, of 1990 was first proposed in 1988, and it was backed by thousands of individuals around the country who had been fighting for rights of their family members, friends, and co-workers to have equal access to community services, jobs, training, and promotions. The act was finally signed into law by President George H.W. Bush on July 26, 1990, and became fully effective for all employers with 15 or more workers on July 26, 1992. Prior to this legislation, the only employees who were protected against disability employment discrimination were the ones working for federal, state, or local governments and federal government contractors who were captured by the Rehabilitation Act. The Act covers employers with 15 or more workers on the payroll who may not discriminate against a physically or mentally disabled individual in recruitment, hiring, promotion, training, pay, social activities, and other privileges of employment. Qualified individuals with a disability are to be treated as other job applicants and employees. If a job accommodation is required for a qualified individual to perform the assigned or essential job functions, employers are required to provide that accommodation or recommend an alternative that would be equally effective. The interactive process between employers and employee should result in an accommodation or an explanation about why making the accommodation would provide an undue hardship on the employer. This act is enforced by the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission. They provide the guidelines to encourage employers and individuals to work together to determine what are appropriate and reasonable accommodations rather than employers alone making those judgments. Job accommodations are situationally dependent adjustments to a job or work environment that makes it possible for an individual with a disability to perform their job duties. The table displayed identifies the key considerations. Disability. Employers are required to consider as disabled anyone with a condition that substantially limits but does not significantly restrict a major life activity. Even though the limitation might be reduced or eliminated with medication or other alleviation, the treatment may not be considered when determining the limitations. This qualifies employees who use shoe inserts to correct a back problem, or who take prescription sleeping pills, or who are allergic to peanuts or bee stings may now be classified as disabled. However, there may be no request for a job accommodation. Essential functions. An essential job function is defined as a portion of a job assignment that cannot be removed from the job without significantly changing the nature of the job. In the job analysis, these are the duties that are listed first and possibly given the percentage of the time performed, as it indicates the special qualifications, skills, or abilities to perform that function. Accommodation request. There must be a request for accommodation from the employee to provide the accommodation before any action is required by the employer. It is perfectly acceptable for an employer to request supporting documentation from medical experts identifying the disability. There might even be recommendations for specific accommodations including those requested by the employee. Reasonable accommodation. The ADA requires that covered entities make reasonable accommodation to develop employment opportunities for qualified persons with a disability in two areas. Facilities should be accessible to persons with disabilities. Position requirements may be adjusted to accommodate for qualified persons with disabilities. The Act identifies the factors to be considered in determining when an accommodation is an undue hardship by looking at the cost, the financial resources of the organization, the size of the organization, and other similar factors. Employers can establish qualification standards to exclude individuals who pose significant risk of substantial harm to the health or safety of themselves or to others, if that risk cannot be eliminated or reduced by reasonable accommodation. An employer may not simply assume that a threat exists. The employer must objectively establish, through medically supportable methods, that there is substantial risk or that substantial harm could occur in the workplace. On September the 25th, 2008, President George W. Bush signed the Americans with Disabilities Act Amendments Act of 2008, which took effect on January the 1st, 2009. According to the language in the amendment, Congress took the action to clarify the intention of the original legislation, which was to make the definition of disability consistent with the way the courts had defined the term used under the Rehabilitation Act of 1973. The Act emphasized that the definition of disability should be construed in favor of broad coverage of individuals to the maximum extent permitted by the terms of the Americans with Disabilities Act, and generally should not require extensive analysis. The Act makes important changes to the definition of the term disability by rejecting the holdings in several Supreme Court decisions and portions of the EEOC's ADA regulations. The effect of these changes is to make it clear for any individual seeking protection under ADA to establish that he or she has a disability within the meaning of ADA. The court's interpretation under ADA had narrowed the broad scope of protection originally intended, and the amendment more clearly describes the intent of Congress in its rules of construction. This table shows a summary of the 9 items into 6 categories. Substantially limits. This rule underscores the ADA-AA's expansion of the definition of disability and expansion of persons now covered under ADA due to elimination of the extensive mitigating measures court case history. Expanded impairments covered. An impairment does not need to prevent or severely or significantly restrict performance of a major life activity to be considered substantially limiting. Not all impairments will be a disability, but the list is broad and emphasizes the change that impairments have to permeate work and life activities. Disability determination. The primary focus should be on the person's qualifications for the job, need for reasonable accommodation, or whether discrimination occurred. Individualized assessment. This is still required, but substantially limits is a lower standard than pre-ADA-AA. It is important for employers to realize, although the case-by-case injury and analysis is relaxed, it has not been eliminated, and it is still a mandatory phase of the disability determination and reasonable accommodation analysis. Mitigating measures. Congress directs that except for ordinary eyeglasses and contact lenses, mitigating measures such as medication, prosthetics, hearing aids, mobility devices, and others may not be used to limit the definition of disability. This clearly undermines the fact that the entire 19-year history of court cases established mitigating measures was overturned by the ADA-AA. Episodic remission impairments. Many conditions were controlled under the application of mitigating measures. Now such conditions can be considered as evidence of the presence of a disability. These four acts prior to 1965 have an impact on benefits legislation. The Securities and Exchange Act 1934. This provides for governance in the secondary market, all trading after the initial public offering for trading stocks in the United States. The Civil Rights Act, Title VII of 1964. This prohibits discrimination based on certain protected classes. As amended, it prohibits discrimination because of pregnancy, childbirth, or related conditions. Executive Order 11246, Affirmative Action 1965. This makes efforts to increase presence of women, minorities, covered veterans, or disabled individuals in the workplace to take positive steps to carry out their underutilization. The Service Contract Act of 1965. This covered benefits for small locales. It provides major medical coverage or pay fringe benefits, currently $2.56 per hour on all hours paid, working hours, paid time off, and holiday pay. These additional four acts occurred prior to 1995 and have an impact on benefits. Executive Order 11478 of 1969. This expanded the scope to include handicapped individuals and persons over 40 as protected classes. The Equal Employment Opportunity Act, EEOA, of 1972. This requires employment-related decisions to be based on job and business-related factors. It provides whistleblower protection from retaliatory employment assignments. The Uniformed Services Employment and Reemployment Rights Act, USERA, of 1994. This allows military leave for up to 5 years. It gives employees on leave the same seniority, benefits base that they would have received if not on leave. The Congressional Accountability Act of 1995. This act requires the U.S. Congress and its associated agencies to follow many of the same employment and workplace safety laws as the private sector. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to the protection and privacy of benefits activities. These 7 acts shown in the boxes are listed from the earliest to the most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Age Discrimination in Employment Act, ADEA, of 1967 is designed to protect employees who are 40 years of age and older from arbitrary and age-biased discrimination in hiring, promotion, training, benefits, compensation, discipline, and terminations. Employers are not allowed to provide different health or medical benefits to older workers than younger workers, nor can they stop making contributions to employees' pension plans just because the employee has reached retirement age but chooses to continue working. Early retirement programs are allowed under the Act, but employers must be very careful to avoid using early retirement incentives as a means of forcing older workers to quit. In reviewing relevant court cases, it indicates that employers facing age discrimination charges have very little reason to be optimistic, since the courts have generally decided against them. Employers who are charged with age discrimination basically have 4 legal justifications for their decisions, which is displayed. 1. An employee is hired as a firefighter or policeman by the state or local government. 2. The employee is a top executive or policy maker. 3. The employer has a genuine seniority or benefit plan. And 4. The employee is discharged or disciplined for just cause. Age can be a bona fide occupational qualification if necessary for the normal operation of the business. Early retirement programs are a convenient way for an employer to achieve satisfactory reduction in force, but they must not violate ADEA. Here are the considerations. From left to right. Incentive. A fair incentive should be provided and be enough to attract employees. Eligibility requirements. These should be clear and rational. Employee acceptance. Participation must be knowing and voluntary. ERISA coordination. Employees should receive a summary plan description for the benefits they'll be offered. To curtail the impacts of the 1980 staff reduction programs imposed by large employers, Congress took action to prevent such treatment based on age when it passed the Older Worker Benefit Protection Act, OWBPA, of 1990. The Act prohibits employers from using an employee's age as a basis for discrimination in benefits, targeting older workers during staff reductions or downsizing, requiring older workers to waive their rights without the opportunity for review with their legal advisor. The Act has a mandate for employers to use specific words and safeguards in order to protect older workers and to make sure that they are not convinced to sign a waiver without fully understanding it. The employee will have 21 days to consider the agreement and consult with an attorney. For group terminations, it's increased to 45 days. Once a waiver is signed, employees legally give up their right to serve a lawsuit to the employer based on age discrimination or any perceived wrongdoing. Therefore, the Act requires that the employer provides 7 days' notice to revoke the agreement after signing. In exchange for signing this waiver, an employer is required to offer something of value that the employee typically will not receive, like increased severance. The Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, HIPAA, of 1996 was signed by President Bill Clinton on August 21st. The Act consists of 5 titles. Title I protects health insurance coverage for workers and their families when they change or lose their jobs. Title II is known as the Administrative Simplification Provisions that requires establishment of national standards for electronic healthcare transactions and national identifiers for providers, healthcare insurance plans, and employers. Title III sets guidelines for pre-tax medical spending accounts. Title IV sets guidelines for group health plans, and Title V governs company-owned life insurance policies. It was created primarily to modernize the flow of healthcare information, stipulate how personally identifiable information, PII, maintained by healthcare and healthcare insurance industries should be protected from fraud and theft, and address limitations on healthcare insurance coverage. The law ensures that individuals who leave or lose their jobs can obtain health coverage even if they or someone in their families have a serious illness or injury or is pregnant. It also provides privacy requirements related to medical records for individuals as young as 12. It limits exclusions for pre-existing conditions and guarantees renewability of health coverage to employers and employees, allowing people to change jobs without worry of loss of coverage, and restricts the ability of employers to impose preconditions for health plan eligibility, as well as a number of other benefits. In April 2001, the Department of Health and Human Services, DHHS, issued privacy regulations that were required by HIPAA. The HIPAA privacy rule establishes national standards to protect individuals' medical records and other personal health information, PHI, and applies to healthcare providers that conduct certain healthcare transactions electronically. The coverage details are shown in the first column of the table displayed. The rule requires appropriate safeguards to protect the privacy of personal health information and set limits and conditions on the use and disclosure that may be made of such information without patient authorization. This is addressed in the middle column. The rule also gives patients the right over their health information, including the right to examine and obtain a copy of their health record and to request corrections. The new regulations include stiff civil and criminal sanctions for violations, criminal penalties of $100 per violation and up to $25,000 per person each year can be assessed. There are 3 levels of criminal penalties which are outlined in the column on the right. The final rule on security standards was passed on February 20, 2003 and took effect on April 21, 2003 with a compliance date of April 21, 2005 for most covered entities and April 21, 2006 for small plans. The security rule complements the privacy rule. While the privacy rule pertains to all protected health information, PHI, including paper and electronic, the security rule deals specifically with electronic protected information, ePHI. It lays out 3 types of safeguards required for compliance: administrative, physical, and technical. It provides funding to improve the nation's healthcare information technology systems, and it includes incentives to promote the use of electronic health records, telemedicine, and clinical data repositories. The Needle Stick Safety and Prevention Act of 2000 requires that employers develop standardized curricula on blood-borne pathogen exposure prevention and the selection and use of safety engineered devices. Employers are required to provide annual instruction to all workers at risk of sharp injuries on the appropriate use and disposal of safety devices and develop training strategies for the introduction of new devices so frontline workers can properly understand their use and disposal. The Genetic Information Non-Discrimination Act, GINA, of 2008 protects individuals on the basis of their genetic information in both employment and healthcare and adds a new protected class for purposes of the Equal Employment Opportunity Law. The Act makes it illegal for an employer to discriminate against an employee due to an employee's genetic information or family member's genetic information. This act was brought about by insurance companies using genetic information to determine who would likely have expensive diseases in the future. With the implementation of this law, those considerations are no longer legal. Although GINA prohibits the acquisition of genetic information by employers, it is not a violation to acquire such information inadvertently. Some examples of how this may occur are shown. Third party, when a manager learns genetic information without having sought it. Employer, a request is made for lawful medical information and the employee includes genetic information. Or, the employer obtains the information from a general inquiry about the employee's or the employee's family member's health, such as asking about their well-being. Employee, when the documentation is provided as a request for reasonable accommodation or providing genetic information to support a request for leave. The Health Information Technology for Economic and Clinical Health Act of 2009, or HITECH, was enacted as part of the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act of 2009 by President Barack Obama. It was created to promote and expand the adoption and meaningful use of health information technology, specifically the electronic health records, by healthcare providers. It removed HIPAA loopholes by tightening up the language. This helped to ensure that business associates of HIPAA-covered entities were complying with HIPAA rules and notifications were sent to affected individuals when HIPAA information was compromised. The Act also introduced tougher penalties for HIPAA compliance failures to add an extra inducement for healthcare organizations and their business associates to comply with HIPAA's privacy and security rules. The Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act of 2010, also the Affordable Care Act, or colloquially known as Obamacare, is a United States federal statute that was signed into law by President Barack Obama. Together with the Health Care and Education Reconciliation Act of 2010 amendment, It represents the United States healthcare system's most significant regulatory overhaul and expansion of coverage since the passage of Medicare and Medicaid in 1965. The Obamacare requires that all citizens and legal residents of the United States, adults and children, are to maintain the minimum health coverage. If they are not included in their employer's healthcare plan, they are expected to purchase their own. Those who do not purchase coverage pay a penalty. The Act's major vision came into force in 2014. By 2016, the uninsured share of the population had roughly halved, with estimates ranging from 20 to 24 million additional people covered. The law also enacted a host of delivery system reforms intended to constrain healthcare costs and improve quality. After the law went into effect, increases in overall healthcare spending slowed, including premiums for employer-based insurance plans. This provision was repealed by the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, but the individual mandate will stay in effect until 2019. The Affordable Care Act sets certain standards that all insurers must meet and mandates that all healthcare plans offered to those who buy health insurance on their own or in small groups include a set of essential health benefits, EHBs. These are noted in the left column. Preventative care, which is shown in the top right column, must be included, and the bottom right column indicates coverage mandates. In this video, I will review the federal laws and regulations related to the financial administration of benefits activities. The acts shown are separated into two groups. The top two rows have 5 acts, which are the primary legislation listed from the earliest to the most recent. They'll be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and the compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The group in the bottom row has 4 acts, which are listed from the earliest to the most recent. Their coverage will be highlighted. The legislative summaries may be included in other courses. The Employment Retirement Income Security Act, ERISA, was created by Congress to set standards for private pension and some group welfare programs such as medical and life insurance. This act regulates both pensions and the administration of employee welfare benefit plans. Under ERISA, welfare benefit plans includes any plan, fund, or program maintained by an employer for the purpose of providing any of the following to plan participants or their beneficiaries: medical, surgical, or hospital care, reimbursement in the event of accidents, death, or disability, unemployment benefits such as severance pay, apprenticeship or training programs, daycare, scholarship funds, and prepaid legal services. ERISA has many regulatory requirements to ensure that employee retirement accounts are properly managed. For the purposes of ERISA, a fiduciary person is a corporation or other legal entity that holds the property or assets on behalf of or in trust of the pension fund. The plan must operate for the exclusive benefit of the participants and their beneficiaries. The employer must follow the prudent person rule, and the individuals may sue for recovery of fiduciary breaches that impair the value of the plan assets. In addition, all human resource professionals are held to the highest standard of loyalty and care, which is fiduciary responsibility, that may be breached in many ways. Acting in one's own self-interest or the self-interest of the company, such as when a VP mismanages a 401k investment of employees. This is evident through the landmark case of Tibble versus Edison International. And conflicting duties or profiting from the HR rule, such as processing your own hardship loan without independent validation or proof of hardship. ERISA sets minimum standards for most voluntarily established retirement and health plans in the private industry to provide protection for individuals in these plans. Employee participation in retirement plans. The standard is completion of 1 year of service or when age 21 is reached, whichever is later. The plan provides for 100% vesting after 2 years of service, then requires 2 years of additional service or age 21, whichever is less. Employees may not be excluded on the basis of reaching a specific age. Participation must begin no later than the first day of the plan year after meeting requirements or 6 months after requirements are met, whichever is earlier. Vesting schedules for cliff ungraded vesting. Employees are always 100% vested in their own contributions. HRCI sets vesting schedules for employer contributions. HRCI is a federal law that sets the minimum standards for retirement plans in private industry. Employers maintaining retirement plans must comply by these standards or be more generous. Benefit accrual requirements. This determines the amount of entitlement for an accrued benefit. The plan must account for employee and employer contributions separately. Employees are entitled to all of their contributions upon separation. Form and payment of benefits. Benefit payments can be made at the age of retirement when an employee leaves the company or on the guidance of a QDRO, Qualified Domestic Relations Order. An alternate payee must be a qualified family member, such as a spouse, former spouse, child, or dependents. Funding requirements. This is determined by an enrolled actuary and maintained in a trust account. Provisions can be commingled with business operating funds. Deposits must be made on a quarterly basis with final contributions no later than 8.5 months after the end of the plan year. The Retirement Equity Act of 1984 amended HRCI to improve the delivery of retirement benefits and provide gender equity in addition to pension plan reforms. While HRCI addressed a history of poorly funded pension plans for workers, it did not make pension plans mandatory. Once an employer establishes a plan, it is subject to government regulations to ensure pertinent details are disclosed to beneficiaries and that the benefits were dispersed in due time. The Act addresses issues with private pension plans for workers, their spouses, and dependents by taking into account changes in work patterns, the status of marriage as an economic partnership, and the substantial contribution to the partnership of spouses who work both in and outside of the home and for other purposes. The Act makes it easier for both men and women to collect retirement benefits under pension plans. Since women have had special problems in the pension area, it emphasizes how the retirement law works to their advantage by preventing loss of coverage during leaves of absence, by providing the chance to build up credits towards pension at an earlier age, and actually increasing benefits through marital provisions. The Unemployment Compensation Amendment of 1992 allows terminated employees to move employer-sponsored retirement savings into a retirement plan of their choice. This allows employees to keep the money that was saved and invested while at the business. The employee may also receive the savings directly, but the employer must then withhold a 20% penalty. The Economic Growth and Tax Reconciliation Relief Act of 2001, or ECRA, was signed by President George W. Bush to make significant changes to retirement plan rules and overall tax rates at the time when the United States had a budget surplus. The act passed in June 2001, a few months prior to the devastating September the 11th attacks on the United States, which was followed by a recession involving 2 wars, one in Iraq and one in Afghanistan. The cost of these wars, plus the cost of the new Homeland Security initiatives on top of the Great Recession of 2008, could not have been foreseen when ECRA was passed, and this has created much controversy. The act was passed with a sunset provision to end in 2010, but was extended and is widely known today as the Bush tax cuts. Changes to retirement plans included higher contributions into individual retirement accounts, IRAs, and permitted catch-up contributions for employees aged 50 and older to help them build up their retirement balances, and revise the life expectancy tables used for determining retirement ages. 2 new retirement saving plans were added. The first was a sidecar IRA, which is a Roth IRA attached to an employer-sponsored retirement plan. This plan allows the employee to benefit from a different tax treatment while pooling their retirement investments with the employer plan. The other significant plan was the Roth 401k and the related Roth 403(b) for certain public employees and employees of non-governmental organizations. This retirement plan allows similar access to an account with similar benefits as a traditional Roth IRA, but in the structure of an employer-sponsored plan. The Act also adjusted minimum vesting schedules for employer matching contributions to a defined contribution plan. It also required retirement plan administrators to take involuntary cash-outs of 401(k) accounts into a default IRA. This helps employers clear off their books for inactive small accounts left behind by former employees who has not responded to the repeated requests to transfer their retirement account balances. Another change brought by ECRA was the ability of S corporations shareholders to borrow against their company pension plans. The Pension Protection Act of 2006 was signed into law by President George W. Bush and brought about the most significant changes since ERISA. The Act closed loopholes that allowed the companies that paid into the Pension Benefit Guaranty Corporation to cut pension funding, which had created issues for millions of Americans who participated in private sector defined benefit pension plans. In an attempt to save money, some employers found ways to cut funding for the pension plans and skip payments, which was corrected by creating higher premiums for those who were found guilty of underfunding. Others decided to terminate their plans altogether, creating a greater obligation for the PBGC. The Act also addressed a number of other retirement investment vehicles, such as automatically enrolling employees in a 401(k) plan with default contribution levels. In particular, those employees eligible for 401(k) benefits received several benefits from the law's passage as well. The Act also made several pension provisions from the Economic Growth and Tax Relief Reconciliation Act of 2001 permanent, including the increased individual retirement account contribution limits and increased salary deferral contribution limits to a 401(k). These four acts contains legislation for benefits with financial impacts. The Revenue Act of 1978. This act added two important sections to the Internal Revenue Code relevant to employee benefits. Section 125, Flexible Spending or Cafeteria Benefit Plans. This is to allow pre-tax money to pay for qualified medical expenses. Section 401(k), Retirement Accounts. This was originally a pre-tax savings program for private sector employees known as Individual Retirement Accounts, IRAs. This later expanded into a second plan called the Roth IRA that permitted funding with after-tax money. The Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act of 1993, or OBRA 93, it mandates group health plans to cover adopted children and those with qualified medical child support orders. It establishes the use of formularies to reduce health costs. It also requires insurance carriers to comply with data bank requirements for Medicare and Medicaid coverage. The Small Business Job Protection Act of 1996. This act covers a variety of areas relevant to retirement plans. It established a simple retirement plan for small businesses with less than 50 employees. Non-discrimination tests for 401(k) plans were simplified to provide safe harbor provisions that satisfied the actual deferral percentage and actual contribution percentage tests. The definition of a highly compensated employee was narrowed, which simplified the calculation of contribution limits for highly paid employees when lower paid workers do not meet the thresholds. After 1996, lending institutions no longer enjoy the benefit of having to pay tax on only half of their interest income from money lent to employee stock ownership plans, ESOPs. The Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002, or SOX. This act requires administrators to provide clearly written notice of blackout periods. It restricts directors and executive officers from trading company stock. It also protects employees who report and testify against their employer's fraudulent acts. The act prohibits employers from retaliating against whistleblowers who report financial conduct that they reasonably believe violates federal laws designated to protect shareholders from fraudulent activities. In this video, I will review federally government-mandated tax benefit programs. These three acts shown in the boxes are listed from the earliest to the most recent. They will be covered in summary format, indicating who they apply to, the provisions, and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The Social Security Act of 1935 was signed into law by President Roosevelt to create Social Security, a federal safety net for the elderly, unemployed, and disadvantaged Americans. The main stipulation of the original act was to pay financial benefits to retirees over age 65 based on lifetime payroll contributions. The act also established the Social Security Board, which later became the Social Security Administration, which structures the act and figures out the logistics of implementing it. It is an independent federal agency that offers the Social Security insurance program consisting of retirement, disability, and survivors benefits to tens of millions of Americans who have received financial assistance through its inception. However, the program has been challenged from the start and has been a political hot topic that continues to threaten its existence. The SSA administers the Social Insurance Program, SSI, and the Retirement Survivors and Disabled Social Insurance Program, RSDI, which are both needs-based for the age blind and disabled. The Social Security's Old Age Survivors and Disability Insurance Program, OASDI, is officially named the Retirement Survivors Disability Insurance, RSDI. It is a federally funded program designed to ensure the continuation of income to those who are disabled or have reached retirement age or are the surviving dependents of those who qualified for Social Security disability insurance. Retirement income. Retirees who qualify for Social Security disability insurance qualify for full RSDI when they reach full retirement age and generally have worked 10 years or more in the United States. Full retirement age is 65 years old for anyone born before 1960 and 67 years old for anyone born after 1960. Partial benefits may be obtained by covered retirees beginning at age 62. Survivor benefits. Survivors include widows, widowers, and dependent children of deceased persons who were covered by Social Security disability insurance. In some cases, it is also available to grandchildren, stepchildren, adopted children, adult disabled dependents, and dependent parents. The Social Security disability standard sets the qualifications which are highlighted in the middle column. Disability benefits. These are paid to individuals who are completely incapable of performing any work for which they are qualified based on their physical or mental handicap. Benefits start after a 5-month waiting period. The Federal Unemployment Tax Act, FUTA, of 1939 joins with state unemployment systems to provide payments for unemployment compensation to workers who have lost their jobs. Most employers pay both a federal and a state unemployment tax. Only the employer pays FUTA tax and is not deducted from the employee's wages. Medicare is the United States government's health insurance program for people age 65 or older. Some people under age 65 can qualify for Medicare. They include those with disabilities, permanent kidney failure, or amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Medicare helps with the cost of health care. However, it does not cover all medical expenses or the cost of most long-term care. The EOC has provided a Medicare ruling which allows employers to reduce health benefits for Medicare-eligible retirees. It helps them to avoid paying premiums that are higher than those paid for retirees not covered by Medicare. In response to a federal appeals court decision, health insurance benefits received by Medicare-eligible retirees must be the same or cost the same as health insurance benefits received by younger retirees. The Medicare program has 4 parts, which is shown on the table. Part A is hospital insurance. Part B helps pay for medical services that Part A does not cover. Part C is called Medicare Advantage and is accessible with Part A and Part B. This option allows for health care through providers like an HMO. Part D is prescription drug coverage to help pay for some medicines. The administration of the Medicare program is the responsibility of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. However, the Social Security Administration offices are used for determining initial eligibility for some processing of premium payments and for limited public contact information. In this video, I will review federally compliant benefit programs that are government mandated. The acts shown are separated into two groups by each row. The group in the top row has two acts which are the primary legislation listed from the earliest to the most recent. They will be covered in the summary format indicating who they apply to, the provisions and compliance requirements. The website where the full act can be found is provided. The group in the bottom row has four acts which are listed from the earliest to the most recent. Their coverage will be highlighted. The Consolidated Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act, COBRA, of 1986 requires employers with 20 or more employees offering group health insurance plans to offer terminating employees the opportunity to continue their health plan after they are no longer on the payroll or no longer qualify for benefit coverage because of a change in employment status, for example, a reduction of hours. The cost must be at group rates, and the employer can add a small administrative service charge to a maximum of 2%. Many employers outsource these programs to handle the billing statements and provide collection services. The duration of the coverage is dependent on some variables, so it may be different from one person to another. This act was amended in 1989 and 1996. A COBRA election is required when there is an event listed in the COBRA statute that causes or will cause a loss of plan coverage. Only certain events give rise to a COBRA election, and therefore COBRA does not necessarily have to be offered every time an individual loses health coverage. When an individual loses health coverage, an employer subject to COBRA should review the event causing the coverage loss to determine if COBRA must be offered. An event must result in the loss of coverage to be a COBRA qualifying event. The table displayed shows a predetermined coverage of months that coverage would be allowed to continue. If an employee is terminated for gross misconduct, there's no COBRA eligibility. Other than that, the range is from 18 months to 36 months, depending on the circumstances. Some events, such as Medicare entitlement, do not cause a loss of coverage under a health plan, so that would not automatically require a COBRA election notice. Over a year in the making, on May 26, 2004, the Department of Labor finalized the proposed COBRA regulations that contain dramatic changes to the content of COBRA notices, as well as the manner in which those notices are required to be issued. Employers are required to send updates on general and qualifying notices. They need to provide initial notice within 90 days of the date an employee or spouse is covered under the plan. In addition, the summary plan description should be mailed to the resident of each covered person. Reasonable notification procedures should be established and communicated to all employees. Individuals whose coverage will be ending should be provided the maximum continuous coverage period allowed, as well as the continuation options available. Individuals will also receive a notice of unavailability of continuation of coverage within 14 days of the date the plan administrator is informed of the qualifying event. President Bill Clinton signed the Family and Medical Leave Act, FMLA, of 1993, which was created to assist employees in balancing the needs of their families with the demands of their jobs. In addition to protecting employees from adverse employment actions and retaliation when requesting leave under the FMLA, the Act provides 3 benefits for eligible employees in covered organizations. 1. 12 weeks of unpaid leave within a 12-month period, 26 months for military caregiver leave. 2. Continuation of health benefits, and 3. Reinstatement to the same position or an equivalent position at the end of the leave. The Act applies to all public agencies and schools regardless of their size and to private employers with 50 or more employees working within a 75-mile radius. Both the employer and employee have eligible requirements. Either employees or the Secretary of Labor can bring enforcement action. This is an extensive law and should be reviewed and understood by HR professionals. According to provisions by the National Defense Authorization Act, FMLA was modified. This qualifies employees up to 12 weeks of FMLA leave due to a spouse, son, daughter, or parent being on or called to cover active duty. Military caregiver leave. This is for FMLA leave for an eligible employee who is a spouse, son, daughter, or parent or next of kin to a covered service member with a serious injury or illness. The Office of Workers' Compensation Programs administers 4 major disability compensation programs which provide wage replacement benefits, medical treatment, vocational rehabilitation, and other benefits to certain workers or their dependents who experience work-related injury or occupational disease. Federal Employees Compensation Act of 1916. This act provides workers' compensation coverage to approximately 2.6 million federal and postal workers around the world for employment-related injuries and occupational diseases. Longshore and Harbor Workers' Compensation Act of 1927. This act is to minimize the impact of land-based maritime employment injuries and deaths on injured employees and their families by ensuring that workers' compensation benefits are provided promptly and properly under the acts. The benefits paid under this act and its extensions totaled $1.1 billion in calendar year 2018. The role of the Division of Longshore and Harbor Workers' Compensation is to provide technical assistance, dispute resolution services, and oversee benefit delivery by self-insured employers and insurance carriers it authorizes and regulates. Black Lung Benefits Act of 1969. The Act provides compensation to coal miners who are totally disabled by pneumoconiosis arising out of coal mine employment and to survivors of coal miners whose deaths are attributable to the disease. The Act also provides eligible miners with medical coverage for treatment of lung diseases related to pneumoconiosis. Energy Employees Occupational Illness Compensation Program Act of 2000. The Act compensates current or former employees or their survivors of the Department of Energy, its predecessor agencies, and certain of its vendors, contractors, and subcontractors who were diagnosed with a radiogenic cancer, diseases as a result of exposure to radiation, beryllium, or silica while employed at covered facilities. In this video, I will discuss the challenges with healthcare costs and methods to help contain them. Healthcare has evolved to mean every aspect, service, and device for managing personal health. The larger healthcare landscape includes all goods and services for maintaining personal health and payment mechanisms such as health insurance. Insurance carriers are a key component of all healthcare interactions, which continually drive costs higher. Health insurance was initially an inexpensive stopgap, stop-loss measure to help individuals mitigate expensive life-threatening health risk expenses like those caused by disease and trauma. Through 100 years of government intervention, law, and health policy, health insurance has become bloated, expensive, inefficient, and difficult to access and use. A primary consideration for employers is the increasing cost of offering health and welfare benefits. Employers often look to human resources to find creative ways of managing costs while still supporting business and employee needs. Some examples to manage costs include insurance captives, cost sharing, stipends, telemedicine, and concierge services. Since employee benefits represent a major cost item for most businesses, efforts to analyze and control benefit costs have become increasingly important. 4 methods have been developed for analyzing the cost of employee benefit plans. Although some benefits may seem difficult to measure, careful cost accounting methods can be used. On the left-hand side are individual benefit measurements. Annual costs, this simply reports the total annual cost figure for each benefit. Cost per employee per year method. This is the total cost of each benefit divided by the number of employees receiving the benefit. On the right-hand side are entire benefit package measurements. Percent of payroll method. This is the cost of benefits relative to the amount spent for wages and salaries. Cents per hour method. This looks at the cost of benefits per employee per hour. Employee benefits represent a major cost item for most businesses. Efforts to analyze and control benefit costs have become increasingly important. Managed healthcare, also referred to as managed care, describes the cost reduction activities of providing for-profit healthcare and health insurance. It is intended to improve the quality of care using managed care techniques such as cost sharing, provider networks, utilization review, and lawsuits. Businesses have been forced to make changes in their medical benefits to reduce costs. Managed health care refers to a variety of strategies to reduce costs. Efforts to control health and accident insurance have produced a wide variety of insurance plans that can be best understood by placing them along the cost spectrum versus choice as shown on this slide. Employers can determine where they want to be on the spectrum depending on whether freedom of choice will outweigh the ability to control costs. On the left-hand side, you have maximum freedom of choice, but minimum cost control. On the right-hand side, there's maximum cost control, but minimum freedom of choice. The majority of employers fall to either side of the midpoint. We choose our personal medical plans in a similar manner. According to a report by Fitch Solutions in 2008, Americans spent over $3.5 trillion on health care, which averages to more than $11,200 per person. This amount is more substantial than the total GDPs of Canada, the UK, Spain, Brazil, and Mexico. This means the average American spends more on health care than these countries. However, the rankings place the United States 27th in the world for the quality of health care. Change the delivery system. The delivery system type has a major effect on the cost. Group health cooperatives negotiate better terms than an employer can. Telemedicine can give employees more convenient access to care and to promote a healthier workforce and produce significant cost savings for both employees and employers. Let employees choose. Provide a benefits program with choices such as an HMO and a PPO or an indemnity plan. Avoid offering healthcare services that are not wanted or needed. Encourage the use of online and mobile comparison shopping tools to boost healthcare transparency and yield savings for both employers and employees. Redesign the programs. This examines the balance of the premium share. Changing the balance can also include increasing out-of-pocket requirements, including Section 125 plans, adding generic drugs and/or mail order programs, and integrating ancillary benefits such as vision, dental, and disability coverage. Promote prevention and wellness. Encourage healthy and safe behaviors, add incentives for non-smokers, inquire about on-site fitness facilities or discounts to memberships. In addition, most insurance carriers will provide a health risk assessment with the medical program so that when employees complete this assessment, it will allow them to reduce their medical premiums. Consumer-driven healthcare uses a high-deductible plan, typically coupled with a tax-advantaged health spending account to increase consumer accountability for healthcare spending. The three elements. Consumer-directed health plan. This is often confused with high-deductible health plans. Consumer-directed health plans must keep track of account funds. If the account funds are exhausted before the deductible is met in any given year, employees are responsible for paying the out-of-pocket difference until they meet the plan deductible. After the deductible is met, the plan operates much like a traditional preferred provider organization, PPO. Generally, the plan pays for most of the costs of covered services and the employee contributes a cost-sharing amount, which varies by plan. When the employee meets the maximum out-of-pocket spending, the plan will then pay 100% of the cost of covered services. There are some exceptions to the requirement to satisfy the plan deductible before the plan will pay for health services received. The second element, Healthcare Reimbursement Arrangement, HRA. The employer purchases a consumer-directed health plan and reimburses employees for eligible and substantiated healthcare expenses. Employees may not contribute on any pre-tax basis. This plan is subject to COBRA continuation. It is self-funded and must meet non-discrimination testing and not favor HCEs, highly compensated employees. The funds can roll over from year to year at the employer's discretion. Health Savings Account, HSA. Individuals are covered by a consumer-directed health plan. Employer contributions are deductible. Employee contributions are pre-tax. Earnings will grow on a tax-free basis, and distributions for qualified medical expenses are tax-free. Any unused funds at the end of the year can be carried over annually, and the accounts are portable through retirement. A high-deductible health plan is a specific type of consumer-directed health plan with lower premiums and higher deductibles. Once the annual deductible is met, the insurance begins paying the agreed portion. There's an annual catastrophic limit on the out-of-pocket expenses for covered services from in-network providers. Once the limit is reached, the plan will pay 100% of in-network care expenses. It can combine either a health savings account, HSA, or a health reimbursement account, HRA, for covered expenses, but not both. In this video, I will review the requirements that must be compiled when an employer offers group health care. Harvard University ran a study that included 2,000 United States workers aged 18 to 81 and found that Better Health dental and vision insurance topped the list with 88 respondents. Health insurance is the most expensive benefit to provide, with an average cost of $6,435 per employee for individuals and $18,142 for family coverage. Since paying for health insurance out of pocket is extremely expensive, candidates are making career decisions based on healthcare insurance benefits, so it requires employers to offer attractive packages. Medical plans are a contract with insurance carriers to cover some or all medical care, depending on the type of insurance plan. Services covered by the plan are provided in an easy-to-read guide called a Summary of Benefits and Coverage, SBC, with associated costs. Plan changes can be made annually during open enrollment or throughout the year if specific criteria is met. Employers have a variety of medical plans to select from. Here's a list of the ones most frequently offered with member fees. From left to right, Health Maintenance Organization, HMO. This focuses on preventative care and controlling costs, with primary care physicians, PCPs, making network referrals. Preferred Provider Organization, PPO. This plan uses network providers with no referrals. Excess fees and payments are charged for going outside of the network. Point of Service POS. This is a networked plan, but it allows the PCP to make referrals inside and outside the network. Exclusive Provider Organization EPO. This includes a hospital within the network that only sees patients within the network. Physician Hospital Organization PHO. Physicians join with a hospital to market and provide services that are contracted directly with employers. Fee for Service FFS. Employees can go to any physician or hospital and submit for reimbursement. These plans are also listed from the left to the right, being the most cost-effective. Cafeteria plans permit employees to pay for qualified medical, dental, or dental care on a pre-tax basis. Pre-tax deductions lower income taxes for calculations, so less taxes are deducted. With healthcare costs continually rising, cafeteria plans both augment the employee benefits package and offer certain employer and employee tax advantages. Premium-only plans, POP, and flexible spending accounts, FSA, are often referred to as Section 125 plans because they are described in Section 125 of the IRS Code. A POP plan allows pre-tax dollars to pay for health premiums. This helps to make the employee share the premium more affordable. A flexible spending account is pre-tax dollars that are set aside to pay for dependent care or unreimbursed expenses, which meet certain qualifications. Dependent care is found under Section 129. Dependent care flexible spending account. An employee may set aside a maximum of $5,000 for dependent children or elders. Itemized statements of charges from the caregiver are required for reimbursement. Only the amount withheld may be reimbursed. On both types of flexible spending account plans, employees should be cautioned to be conservative when projecting the amounts they plan to spend during the planned year, because any funds left in the plan after all expenses for the year have been paid will be forfeited and may be used by the employer to pay for administrative costs of the plan. For employers, the downside to offering flexible spending accounts is that employees may be reimbursed for expenses before the funds have been withheld from their paychecks. If they leave the company before the funds have been withheld, they are not required to repay the advance. These employee benefits are offered at the discretion of the employer or are covered under a labor agreement, so they will vary by plan and employer. Prescription drugs. These are usually tied to the medical plan and are not offered as a standalone plan. For some medications, a copay may be required. The actual amount will depend on where the prescription is filled and its frequency. Dental care. Dental plans are common for employers to offer, especially as a business grows in size. A common split for the employer-employee share is 80-20. This can go up as high as 50-50 for smaller businesses. Dental plans are common for employers to offer, especially as a business grows in size. A common split for the employer-employee share is 80-20, though this can go up to 50-50 for smaller businesses. Vision care. Some medical plans offer basic vision care, but this is not usually mentioned, so it's a good idea to check what is being offered. Providers offer allowances and discounts towards the services and purchases. In this video, I will share the different types of healthcare funding. Most group or employer-based healthcare insurance plans can be structured in 3 different options to help manage risk and cost for the employer. Fully insured plans. The health insurance carrier charges the employer to operate this type of a plan. This is the most traditional and common way for an employer to be insured. Self-funded plans. These are plans that the employer operates and funds themselves. Variation of self-funded plans. There are a variety of self-funded plans that are available for employers to choose from. A fully insured health plan is the way most employers choose to offer health insurance. Underwriters at a health insurance carrier estimates a business's risk level by analyzing their past medical and pharmacy claims, if available, or by gathering census data on employees. The underwriters use the data to assign a rate that translates into a set monthly premium, which includes a hefty markup for the risk factor. The employer is only responsible for paying the premium, and the insurance carrier must pay all employee and dependent claims, even if it exceeds the employer's monthly premium amount. Annually, the carrier adjusts the premiums to coordinate with the employer's claims experience. These plans are bound by the Affordable Care Act (ACA) requirements, which means they must include certain coverage options and are subject to premium regulations. State insurance laws governs the terms and conditions within the state, and that will vary from state to state. In a self-funded or self-insured plan, the employer takes the role of the insurance carrier and assumes all or most of the risk. The employer sets the coverage guidelines and eligibility requirements in order to provide a fair amount of coverage without draining their funds. The claims process is typically outsourced, which benefits the employees and protects the employers. These plans are subject to annual non-discrimination test requirements to ensure the plan does not discriminate in favor of highly compensated employees, either in eligibility or for the coverage of benefits. ERISA does not apply to these plans because there is no insurance involved in an employer's self-funded benefit plan. Also, state insurance laws cannot dictate the content and coverage of such plans because ERISA preempts state rights to regulate employee benefit plans except for the regulation of insurance. Due to the risk and costs that can be associated with self-funded medical plans, there are variations of this type that can help employers reduce their risk and costs. Partially self-funded plans. These are two typical types. Plan with an integrated HRA. In this plan, the deductible is raised on the group health insurance plan, and the employer self-insures the difference with an integrated health reimbursement arrangement, HRA. Another option that many employers use is a self-funded medical reimbursement plan. A small business medical reimbursement plan is set up to reimburse employees for individual health insurance premiums and qualified medical expenses instead of offering a group health plan or integrated HRA. This is not health insurance, but a way to contribute towards the employee's health insurance and medical costs without administering a traditional one-size-fits-all group policy. Another plan that fits into the self-funded options is a minimum premium plan. This is a plan where the employer and the insurer agree that the employer will be responsible for paying all claims up to an agreed aggregate level, with the insurer responsible for the excess. The insurer is usually also responsible for processing claims and administrative services. The employer may also share in any savings. When employers act as plan administrators of self-funded plans, they require some insulation against the unpredictability of the monthly claims payout. Stop loss can help provide financial protection against large claims without putting the business at risk. Specific stop loss coverage. This protects against the risk of a major illness for one participant or one family unit. Aggregate stop loss plan. This protects against the risk of large total claims from all participants during the plan year. In self-funded structures, employers typically outsource the claims management services to help design, build, and manage their plans. There are two options available. Administrative Services Only Division. An employer will hire the claims department of the insurance carrier to handle claims such as processing and billing. The employer bears the risk with the claim. This is common in self-funded healthcare plans. Third-party administrator. The employer hires an independent company or individual. This is not an insurance carrier's claim department. With TPAs and ASO divisions, may appear to offer the same services and value to employers, there are key differences, so it's important that an employer investigate the best options. In this video, I will cover the typical benefits offered in addition to healthcare insurance. Time away is meant to support work-life integration. It provides an opportunity for employees to recharge, maintain health, or care for family. There are 3 buckets of time away. On the left, federal paid holidays. These are mandatory days offered by employers. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, BLS, the average number of annual paid holidays is 8 for workers in the private industry. The federal government employees are entitled to 10 paid holidays. In the middle column, paid time off. On average, workers receive 10 paid vacation days after 1 year of service. Employees who have worked 5 years or more receive 15 paid vacation days. This increases to 20 days after 20 years. In addition, there are other types of paid time off that are available, which is shown. In the right column, unpaid time off. The law does not require employers to provide their employees with paid leave for holidays that are not federally mandated. However, many employers make sure that employees get time off for holidays, paid or unpaid, or provide overtime for those willing to work on a holiday. Paid holidays and vacations create the impression that employees are being paid for not working and that the business is generously providing. Consequently, these and other opportunities for not working are regarded as part of the benefit package. Employers offer a variety of insurance coverages at no charge and low cost to employees to help them protect themselves and families during difficult times. These include the top left, group term life insurance. This is protection that meets a portion of the family's income in the event of a premature death. Insurance premiums over $50,000 is taxed as imputed income. Bottom left, dependent group life. This offers additional coverage for spouses, domestic partners, and eligible children. This plan is offered to the employers at no cost. Top right box, accidental death and dismemberment, AD&D. This is basic coverage provided by the employer to pay for employees' covered accident that results in the loss of life, speech, hearing, or sight, paralysis, or other losses. It does not cover death due to illness. Bottom right, business travel accident, BTA. This is an employer-paid coverage that includes an additional benefit for covered accidents resulting in death or serious injury for employees who are traveling on company business, both domestically and internationally. Income replacement provides financial relief when an employee is injured, disabled, or unemployed. Disability insurance. This is offered by private insurance carriers to employer groups and individuals to replace income in the event of illness or injury. It covers non-related job injuries or illnesses, as work-related will be covered by workers' compensation. Short-term disability. Employer-provided short-term disability, STD, pays a percentage of the employee's salary for a specific period. Generally, the benefit pays approximately 40 to 60% of the employee's weekly gross income. Dependent on the individual plan, coverage typically pays benefits from 9 weeks to 52 weeks. Long-term disability. This option is available after short-term disability coverage has been exhausted, if any. Dependent on the plan, long-term disability may cover the insured for a period of time, such as 2 years, or until the insured reaches a specific cutoff age, such as age 65. Unemployment benefits. These benefits are provided to help ease the transition for employees. Severance pay. Offering severance packages to departing employees helps to ease the shock of unemployment. However, they must be consistent based on a rationale that ensures equity to all departing employees. Severance amounts can be based on seniority, employee class, or some combination of the two. Supplemental unemployment benefits, SUB. These are privately operated trust funds exclusively for the purpose of providing additional unemployment benefits to employees who are laid off. If the plan is approved by the Labor Department, it will not count towards the employee's wages. The payments received by the workers are intended to be over and above the amount of unemployment compensation paid to the worker by unemployment insurance. The extension to both of these options for disability is the Retirement Survivors Disability Insurance, RSDI, and for unemployment, it's Unemployment Insurance, UI. Employee Assistance Programs, or EAPs, have been in existence for more than 50 years and is the most commonly overlooked yet valuable benefits offered by business for personal and workplace issues. It is a confidential service that employers pay for and it's free to the employees. Managers can also use these services for guidance in helping with employees. Counseling services. An EAP can help manage life stressors of all kinds as well as stay focused on their duties in the workplace, keep productive, and garner high performances, as well as to genuinely improve the employee's well-being in the process. EAP options. For EAP providers, the employer has a few options to choose from. The entire program can be retained or provided in-house. Alternatively, every aspect of the service can be outsourced to a third party with a few different models to choose from. Traditionally, wellness programs have been implemented to save money, but from the diagram on the left, there are many more benefits that can be realized. For many companies, the health of the employee is critical to long-term business success, and a wellness program improves health and fitness. Many businesses are taking a holistic approach to their health by offering wellness programs to their employees, either directly or through an insurance carrier. There are a variety of options and incentives that can be customized for corporate wellness programs, and data analytics can be used to validate the results and hold vendors accountable in measuring the ROI both through the wellness program as well as through the health plan. The demands for 24/7 services in some industries like hospitality and lodging are requiring employers to provide more workplace amenities to make the workplace a home away from home. Some of the popular features are eateries and cafeterias, recreation and game rooms, on-site gyms and fitness classes, and nap pods. Employers opt for this type of benefit because it is especially attractive to the younger generation in the workplace who strive for collaborative work environments that stray from the traditional office environment and make the workplace more inviting to spend 40 or more hours per week. In this video, I will share the types of benefits that are offered as employee services. Employee services, also called voluntary benefits, include a broad range of benefits that are provided for a variety of reasons. The list can include childcare services, elder care services, commuter assistance, tuition reimbursement, prepaid legal insurance, and a list of other services. Employers can provide a variety of childcare services to help working parents deal with the ongoing needs of preschool or school-age children. They can include supportive time-off policies, resource and referral services to identify available community services and childcare providers, direct financial assistance through flexible benefit programs, flex time programs for working hours, and work options such as job sharing and part-time work. Some employers offer a variety of services to help employees deal with ongoing needs for aging dependents. These can include supportive time-off policies, employer-sponsored group long-term care insurance, counseling assistance through Employee Assistance Program, EAP, resource and referral services, direct financial assistance through a flexible spending program, and a flexible program for working hours. When employers are located in large metro areas, a popular program is commuter assistance. Employers provide a variety of services to help employees offset travel costs related to work travel, resources and referral services, direct financial assistance through a flexible benefit program, flex time program for working hours, mass transit cost assistance such as tokens and transit passes, van pooling or carpooling assistance, and dedicated parking for employees at or near their place of employment. Many employers support employee education development by providing financial support to employees who undertake local educational courses related to their work or for general professional development at recognized educational institutions. In some cases, employer tuition reimbursement programs also provide financial support for books and other ancillary supplies. Some employers will require a passing grade in order to qualify for the reimbursement. There's an annual limit on the amount of reimbursement eligible for income inclusion for tax purposes. Although not as popular as it was several years ago, some employers continue to offer prepaid legal insurance that covers the cost of routine legal services. It can be valuable when developing a will, assistance with real estate matters, divorces, and other basic legal assistance. It's often a relatively high cost benefit that is utilized by relatively few employees, which may explain why this benefit is not widespread. This is a listing of some of the other employee services that may be available to employees. Most of these can be purchased at discounted group rates negotiated by the employer. The costs to the employer are typically limited to administrative costs, such as those for payroll deductions. Here are some highlights of the options. Stock purchase plans, credit unions, and match payroll deduction saving plans may be purchased to encourage employees to save money and develop their own financial estates. Legal services and emergency loans may be provided to help employees keep their jobs or stay out of jail. Charter flights, group tours, and other social and recreational facilities may be provided to create good morale and to satisfy the social needs of employees. Counseling services and alcohol and drug rehabilitation programs may be provided for humanitarian reasons to assist employees who need help. In this video, I will discuss the different types of qualified and non-qualified retirement plans. In a retirement plan, an employee makes pre-tax contributions through payroll deductions. In some plans, employers may match employee contributions up to a certain percentage as a participation incentive. As interest compounds over time, small contributions can grow into significant retirement savings. Penalties are associated with moving funds from a plan before retirement age. Commonly known plans are 401k, 403b, and pension plans. An ERISA qualified plan must be communicated to all employees in writing. It is established for the exclusive benefits of employees and their beneficiaries. It satisfies rules concerning eligibility, vesting, and funding. The plan cannot favor officers, shareholders, or highly compensated employees, or HCEs. Employers are required to have a summary plan description, SPD, that describes each welfare benefit offered by the employer. The SPD typically contains the following information: the plan's eligibility requirements, a summary of the benefits provided, the procedures for claiming benefits and appealing claim denials, circumstances that could result in a loss of the benefits, and the participant's rights under ERISA. Defined benefit plans, also called company pension plans, are qualified retirement plans from employers that pay out a specified amount to employees once they have reached retirement age. The types of plans include flat benefit formula plans. This pays a flat dollar amount for every year of service recognized under the plan. Career average formula plans. This averages the participant's yearly earnings over a period of the plan's participation. Final pay formula plans. This is based on the average earnings during a specified number of years at the end of a participant's career, usually the last 5 years, which is presumably the time when they have earned the most. The benefits equal a percentage of the participant's average earnings multiplied by the number of years of service. Cash balance plans. This is one of the highest tax-deductible contributions. Older owners or key employees are put into classes and receive much higher contributions than other employees. This is even the case when there are other employees who are close in age to the owners. Defined contribution plans are deferred accounts that are approved by the IRS, called qualified plans, and enjoy special tax considerations. Plans are calculated based on the employee's age and compensation. The older the employee and the more compensation up to the IRS limits, the larger the contribution required for the employee. These types of plans include those shown on the right. Profit sharing plan. This contains a formula for allocating each participant a portion of the annual contribution. Money purchase plan. This is a fixed contribution that allows an employer to contribute and deduct up to 25% of the covered payroll per fixed formula contained in the plan. Target benefit plans. This favors participants close to retirement age, as calculated based on the employee's age and compensation. Employee stock ownership plans, ESOPs. This is a plan in which the investments are primarily employer stock. 401k plans, 403b plans, Roth IRA plans. Employees can elect to defer receiving a portion of their salary, which is instead contributed on their behalf before taxes to the plan. Sometimes the employer may match these contributions. A Qualified Domestic Relations Order, or QDRO, is a legal document that creates or recognizes the right of an alternate payee to receive all or a portion of the retirement benefits. These orders must be made under state domestic relations law related to child support, alimony, or marital property rights. In this video, I will share the types of benefit communications and those required by law. Employee benefits have a profound impact on job satisfaction and morale. Benefits communication is one of the most important responsibilities an employer can bear. There are many factors that strongly influence its communication. The diagram displays a variety of options that will align to employee demographics, life stages, resources, culture, access to technology, and the type of plans. These options should be assessed to determine which are most effective for the benefit communication strategy and develop a plan to select and promote the ones that will work best for the business and the employees. Although technology creates greater efficiencies and a new approach to benefits communication, it should not be a substitute for face-to-face and ongoing communications. Here are 3 considerations. System responsibilities. The application must be protected from hackers with security to prevent unauthorized internal and external access. Access to payroll data and benefits information must always be protected. Organizational benefits. Employee self-service helps to increase the accuracy of employee data and improve the timeliness of employee transactions. Manager self-service helps reduce HR costs associated with handling of traditional delivery channels. HR's value add. HR can help employees adapt by helping them to understand the purpose of the technology, what functions are available, and how to apply these functions to meet their needs. In addition, recognizing the benefits when compared to traditional methods, but most importantly, making an effort to use the technology to their advantage. Employers have a legal requirement to provide notices to employees. Some notices are required to be given to newly hired employees, for example, in new hire packets. Other notices can be included in the enrollment materials distributed when employees are deciding whether to join benefit plans, both when they're first eligible and at annual open enrollment. For all employers, notices for special HIPAA enrollment rights and privacy and the exchange marketplace notices are required. For employers with 20 or more employees, they're required to provide the general notification for COBRA rights. In addition, the summary of benefits and coverage. For employers with 50 or more employees, the FMLA policy statement is required in all employee handbooks. Federal regulation requires employers to distribute various notices to employees at specific times. These regulators include the Department of Labor, HRCI, Centers for Medicare and Medicaid, and the Affordable Care Act. Administrators or plan sponsors of retirement plans are generally required by law to report certain information to the IRS, the Department of Labor, and the Pension Guarantee Corporation, and to send disclosure notice to affected parties dependent on the plan's size, type, and circumstances. They are required communications for all employees: 1. The summary plan description; 2. Announcements of material modifications which are to be distributed within 120 days after the end of the year in which the plan changes; and 3. Summary annual report, including assets and liabilities, receipts and disbursements, and other information necessary for the accurate and readable summary. Information that's available to all employees for examination includes plan document, which requires clearly identified copies must exist at each geographic location at reasonable times for viewing. Information that should be furnished upon request includes the annual report, which allows the employer to charge the employee 20 cents per page, plan document, and the vesting statement. Information that is sent to the Secretary of Labor, which may also go to the SEC, IRS, and the Treasury Department. It includes the summary plan description, plan modifications, the financial statements, which includes the actuarial report, and insurance plan report. Sarbanes-Oxley blackout notice requirements were enacted in response to Enron and other corporate accounting scandals. It requires administrators to notify plan participants of blackout periods for 401k or defined contribution plans. It prohibits insider trading during the blackout period. In general, the employer must provide the blackout notice to all affected participants and beneficiaries at least 30 days, but not more than 60 days before the last date the affected rights could be exercised before the blackout period begins. The written notice must contain the reason for the blackout, identification of the affected rights and investments, expected beginning date and length of the blackout, and a statement that the individuals should evaluate the appropriateness of their current investment decisions. Employers once had the option on whether to offer group health plans. Now, with 50 or more employees, that's no longer an option. Also, with some optional benefits once offered, employers must comply with the regulations. There is no doubt this is one of the heaviest legislative areas we've covered. We had a look at the federal laws and regulations that governs benefits activities, the government-mandated benefits, the tax advantage benefit programs, and who gets what when for required benefits communications. While the laws continue to change, employers may legally be required to offer some benefits dependent on federal, state, and local laws and regulations applicable to the business. The constant legislative changes will require good understanding of the law and what's in the pipeline that will impact the business. Businesses looking to stay competitive will need to attract the right candidates, and employee benefits is definitely one way to do that, so it's important to understand how we can effectively structure them. We looked at successful strategies for benefits programs, reviewed healthcare costs and funding structures, looked at the choices for health insurance offerings, reviewed options that can be effective in designing employee benefit programs, and then a final look at the retirement programs, which helps employees in the long term. With continuously rising healthcare costs, employers will need to be creative with the mix of benefits that will attract and retain talent, which can help keep businesses competitive within their industry. Additionally, offering low-cost employee benefits, such as floating holidays or office snacks, can be a solution that employees value without adding significant administrative burdens on HR. Creating a culture that makes employees feel valued is also a great tool when considering or creating a benefit package. Being present with people doesn't require you to be present, but your presence is required. Learn more in organizational relations as we share how to engage in healthy and productive working relationships.